Estoril. We are getting ready for the second day of this wonderful event, historic racing at its best, with wonderful weather. I'm Adelino Diniz, and I will be with you alongside Alistair Douglas. Alistair is in England. I'm here at the circuit, and we will try to provide you with all the best information regarding the races we have today. They are with very different types of cars. Alistair, what are you waiting actually? What is most? What do you think will be the highlights of this day?
Well, good morning, Adelino, and good morning, everyone from the UK. I think I'm a fan of touring car racing, always have been. So I think the Heritage Touring Cup, which we're going to see as the second race today, and also your own Iberian historic endurance race at the end of the day, both very full grids, and the Iberian race a mixture of saloons and GTs, but that would be my two favourite races of today.
We'll start the day with the trophy regarding some of the greatest manufacturers and cars of the 1950s and 60s. It's the second race of this series, which is Peter Auto Series, they are starting now. They are starting on schedule, which has been a common feature throughout the weekend. Alistair, can you tell us a bit about the cars that are racing here at the moment?
Yes, well, the car's just turning into turn one, and we'll see them very good camera shots all around the circuit. We can see the cars as they go around. We're looking there at the very unusual DB. We'll talk a little bit about the cars in detail during the race, but here they go through turn two and up towards the end of the tight section through VIP now, and then onto the back straight, which is very fast indeed, with a kink in it, which you can see just there beyond the EFG bridge, and the cars will make their way then to the Parabolica interior, a long left-handed bend, and the greatest trophy, which we're seeing now, a 40-minute race. And looking at the cars that are out on track, we have unfortunately lost some of the cars that we saw out yesterday. Perhaps the most significant of those is the Lister Costin, which took the win yesterday. That has not appeared for this race. That's David Hart's car. We were expecting to see Nicky Pastorelli driving that today, but maybe they've had some technical problems. The cars we're seeing on screen now, the two Ferraris, they spent the whole race yesterday having a great battle. They are good friends, the two Belgian drivers. It's in the leading car, number 20, the white Ferrari, that's Christian Dumoulin, and following there, number 120, is Pierre-Alain Thibault. And they're both in Ferrari 250 GTs, but you'll see a difference in the body shape, and it's the 120 car, the Drogo body shape, designed by Piero Drogo, which I think, Adelino, is one of your favourites, isn't it?
It is indeed, because I find that, well, Ferraris have always been examples of sporting elegance, and I would say their standard bodies, which of course were mostly handmade by Italian specialists, have always been a very good balance between aggressiveness and elegance. But I think Piero Drogo, in the cars he designed, he went a bit further on the aggressiveness part, and some of his cars are incredible. They actually make the Ferraris we like the 250 GT Berlinetta, that it's also known by as short wheelbase, and even the GTO sometimes feel rather normal, which is quite strange. This example that we're seeing here is not one of the most radicals. Probably the most radical is the one we know as the bread van, which is
Yes.
almost like a little camionette. That's perhaps the most radical. But there is another one, which was a body that was installed, replaced the original short wheelbase body in Rob Walker's car, which Sterling Moss took to victory in the Tourist Trophy at Goodwood in 1961. And that car received a Drogo body, and it came at Cascais, at the Cascais circuit for the Portuguese Grand Prix that was staged for Grand Touring cars that year. And the car was here, and as there was actually a 250 GTO in the same race, it became a legend, a myth, an urban myth of the two GTOs at Cascais. But of course, well, one was the GT Drogo, and the other was 250 GTO. And this is, I think, a relevant history because, as I told you yesterday, Sterling Moss has a connection with this car, and he was for us almost as if he was a Portuguese racing legend, because he raced here at several circuits, always mostly winning. And he was always very, very kind with the audience and the public. And he came quite a few times even after he retired, because of his big accident in 1962. But he became a household name for historic racing, and he came to Portugal several times. I had the fortunate experience of being with him for several of those occasions, and he was always very kind and attentive, always speaking to the last person as if it was the first one that he talked that day. So that's a really important feature for us. Sterling Moss was an important presence for us, and we miss him. I think everyone that accompanies historic racing misses his presence, but he will always be remembered when we see his cars and we talk about the history and his achievements. Also, we will have a celebration here of a Portuguese driver. You referred already to the Iberian Historic Endurance Race later on. It will be the last race of the weekend. It's dedicated to Nisha Cabral, internationally known as Mário Cabral. He was the first Portuguese Formula One driver, but he did way more than that. He was a gentleman. He was also a playboy, bon vivant, as usually we refer to him. But he was also a very handy driver in all types of cars. He raced Mini Cooper S's at Mallory Park. He raced Porsche 917 at Can-Am race at Watkins Glen. He raced in Cuba, in Havana, also in Africa, in Angola, where he had an accomplished career also. And he was also the first driver to win at the Autódromo of Estoril. The first race was a Group 2 race, in 1972, and Mário Cabral was the first winner. He would go on to win also the Group 1 race in that first weekend of racing at Estoril. So he's very well linked to what we're doing here, what we're living here at Estoril Classics. Just a final note to everyone who's at home, particularly the Portuguese audience. We're very sorry that we cannot share this with you this year because there is no access to the grandstands due to the pandemic times we live in. We will do, I know Alistair and I will do our best to make sure that you have the next best thing, and that is a live transmission of every race with insightful comments. With this, I now ask Alistair to give us an update of the race, because I got a little bit distracted with what I was saying So, Alistair, please.
Adelino, that's you do not need to apologise. The passion you have for motor racing generally, and Portuguese history and motor racing in particular. It's wonderful to listen to you. And I also met with Sir Sterling Moss, about 2 years before we lost him, to do an interview. And I agree with you. He was totally gracious. He had time for everyone. There was an enormous queue of people for his autograph, and it was quite a cool day, and he was in his 90s at this point, but he sat there and signed every single autograph that he was asked for, way beyond the time that he'd been allocated for that. So yes, I agree with you. He was a great man, and the car that you described, the Rob Walker short wheelbase Ferrari, was there at that event, and we both talked about it. A wonderful car, similar in shape to the white car we see on track there, the Berlinetta shaped 1962 Ferrari 250 GT. That one being driven by Christian Dumoulin, and he's chasing good friend Pierre-Alain Thibault in the similar car, the 250 GT Ferrari, but with the Drogo body that you've described earlier. Leading the race, we haven't seen much of this car, but the number 68 red Bizzarini, Dirk Ebeling driving, and that car, not a familiar name perhaps. Ferrari may well be very familiar to most people, but Bizzarini may not be. But there is a connection between the name Bizzarini and the Ferraris we're looking at on screen, because Giotto Bizzarini was actually a designer at Ferrari and had a hand in designing the 250 GT and the race version, the 250 GTO, but had a bit of a falling out with the Ferrari factory and not unknown, Enzo Ferrari, he fell out with, and he left and set up his own company, which started out as Iso Grifo, but then changed to his own name, the Bizzarini. And the car that's leading the race is one of those, using the big American V8 engine rather than the Ferraris, which used their own V12 engine. And we see those on screen now. So the Bizzarini is leading, of Dirk Ebeling. In second place is one of the most beautiful cars. Agreed that Ferraris are very beautiful, but so is the Maserati Tipo 61. Here we see the leading car. This is the Bizzarini of Dirk Ebeling, number 68, and he turns into turn 1 at the end of the long main straight. And that car, as I say, designed by the same man that was involved in the design of the 250s that we saw on screen before. So Dirk Ebeling leading. The Maserati Tipo 61, which I'm sure we'll see on screen shortly, also finished in red. Known universally as the birdcage Maserati, because the chassis is made up of hundreds of little tubes which were welded together. The idea being that it was a very light chassis, yet because it was tubes, and there's the Maserati, you just caught it in the picture there coming up behind the Bizzarini. Despite it being very light and the tubes being very small in diameter, because of the way they were designed and welded together, the car was very strong, and it's a great looking car. And we did get a shot yesterday when they came into the pits at the end of the race of down through the windscreen. We could see all the little tubes. Now we're back with this battle that went on the whole race yesterday, the greatest trophy yesterday, between these two Ferraris, and it's the white 250 GT Berlinetta that leads at the moment from Pierre-Alain Thibault. That's Dumoulin leading Thibault in the second of those two Ferraris, and this is the battle for third and fourth places. And they really enjoy their racing, these two. Now the Ferrari behind, that's Thibault, is perhaps looking for a way through on the inside at turn 4, known as VIP, as they go through that left-hander, but he doesn't get through there. And you can see Dumoulin working away at the wheel, just trying to get the car to go through that long left-hander. So a good battle going on between these two. And another car we haven't seen much of. It's not competitive in this race, but nevertheless, it was reliable yesterday. But I know that, Adelino, you like the DB, which is a very unusual car indeed, car number 82. We haven't seen much of it, but tell us a little bit about the DB.
Yes, the car is actually on the main straight now. It's probably very close to the finish line, it's very small. It has a very small engine with a Pagnard base. A Pagnard base. It's a French mark that did constructed that did very small cars. It's usually these cars were looking for class wins, and also the index of performance that l'Automobile Club de l'Ouest that organizes the 24 hours of Le Mans. And then we see now the Porsche 904 GTS of Hippolyte Pirch being transported to the pits. So the car, we had the information that the car didn't complete the first lap in the live timing, and it seems, of course, that the race is over. Yesterday, he did a valiant effort and a great battle with Maserati Tipo 61 of Guilherme Fierro. Even though he was penalized because of exceeding the track limits, but he deserved a better fate than to actually almost not starting this race. It's a pity, because yesterday it was a great battle between the Porsche and the Maserati. And with this, I lost a little bit my way, but I was talking about the DB. And the index of performance was something that the organizers of the 24 hours of Le Mans, they decided to create another competition different from the overall classification that would give importance to the fuel consumption and the size of the engine. We could just see the little DB. It's probably going to be overtaken by the two Ferraris very briefly. You can see it's a very, very small car, even, and it looks a little bit like a little truck, a little fourgonnette, with that sloping back and the cam tail. It's really interesting. And also, I've been looking to the car at the car on Friday, and it has beautiful patine. It's very well used, and not it does look very original, very proper, and that it's been continuously used in racing. And I always like to see cars that are not excessively new. Because in period these cars were racers, they were work horses. They would have to also most of the times gain their keep, because there were attendance prizes, and and most of the drivers, they would go from circuit to circuit, and they would collect the starting money and also the prizes, and some of them would live and pay off the bills of this with this operation. So, Alistair, do you remember this time? You probably don't remember this period when this was so important. But even in Formula 3 racing, that prepared some of the future champions in Formula 1, they would also do this. They would be like gypsies, going from place to place with a trailer and the racing car, and sometimes a mechanic, those who could afford it. And they would collect the prize money, and if actually they didn't get any prize money, they perhaps would struggle and eat much less until the next event.
Yes, I do remember that time, and it was true of most racing drivers until quite recently. There wasn't really enough money in racing to be a professional racing driver, and generally Sterling Moss is recognised as perhaps the first professional racing driver, but even he had to do all sorts of races to earn enough money. And it wasn't, he didn't just turn up and do a Grand Prix like most of the Grand Prix drivers do today. He actually would race perhaps in 1 or 2 support races at the same meeting, and then he'd go off the next week to somewhere else to do another race to earn some money. And it's very true, yes, they toured around Europe. We're looking now at this Maserati. I was talking about this earlier, we didn't have it on screen. But it is a very beautiful looking car with those wheel arches covering the wheels just higher than the body. This was in an attempt to make the car more aerodynamic. Although, as you can see, there's no real aerodynamics in the car at all that we're used to these days, with wings and little fins everywhere. None of that. It's just a beautiful rounded car. And this is the car that's built up of these hundreds of little tubes, which if we get a shot of it going through the chicane where the camera is above the car, we've cut away now, but if we do get a shot of that from above, you'll see through the windscreen that you can see all the tubes. We've cut back now to this continuing battle between the 2 Ferraris of Dumoulin and Thibault as they come down the short straight to VIP. And I noticed that Thibault managed to get ahead a lap ago, but he's been passed again now by Dumoulin. So they are swapping places, as they did throughout the race yesterday in these 2 cars. And it's great to see in the Greatest Trophy, we see some of the great names of sports car racing from this period, and certainly Ferrari is one of those, although it's not repeated its wins at Le Mans for many, many years now. Despite trying, they've not managed it. And here we see them coming up through the chicane. This section of the track, Adelino was telling me yesterday that it rises 4 meters in a very short distance, so that's quite a steep uphill. It doesn't really come out on the pictures just how steep that section is, and it's very tight as well, isn't it, Adelino?
Yeah, it is, and that's usually where some of the drivers exceed track limit. They tend to cut the corners, and the marshals are particularly careful with this. They describe this on the briefing, and they don't tolerate excesses here. But yeah, this chicane was introduced in the 1990s. It was a requirement because the previous corner that the drivers liked a lot, it was called tank corner. It replaced these two corners of the chicane. It was very fast, but didn't have a safety area that could provide an assistant and a safety exit if the car missed the braking point or needed a bit more space. So this had to be corrected for Formula 1, and the chicane appeared. At first people didn't like it much, but now the drivers seem to enjoy it, and I even know that it has received in the part of some of the drivers the nickname of the corkscrew. We know the corkscrew is a famous corner at Laguna Seca. For me, I always see Valentino Rossi overtaking in there. That's my image at the corkscrew in Laguna Seca. But in Laguna Seca, they go down. The corkscrew is down, and in here it has a similar effect, but they go up. I don't think anyone in Portugal calls it the corkscrew. We call it the chicane, or a variant, because it's an alteration and a different layout from the original one, which is still there. There are some events that actually use the tank corner now. For some time it wasn't used. But it's now very charismatic and people seem to enjoy it. I particularly like the exit because there is very low traction there, and I think we're going to see this in the touring cars when at the exit of corner number 10. The cars usually bounce a bit and slide if you apply too much power soon. It's very easy to break traction at the exit of the chicane. Regarding the Maserati, I would like to tell you that when I first saw it on yesterday, first I thought it could be an A6 CGS. You know, that model is beautiful. I think the body was done by Fantuzzi. It's also like this. It seems like a sheet metal just put over the wheels, and in a way, this design of the Tipo 61, the bird cage, is a bit a revival of a car from the 50s, because you remember that between these cars, Maserati had the beautiful 300S, 150S. And 250S, and those sports cars had an all-involving bodywork that had the wheel arches a bit more included. But perhaps this is why we find the birdcage so beautiful, because it actually looks a little bit of a revival of a previous design from the 1950s. It's from the early 1950s.
Well, it certainly is a very beautiful car, and I'd agree that. And we're looking now at the leader of the race. That's the Bizzarini of Dirk Ebeling from 1965. And now we're back with this Ferrari battle again, which is still going on. It's now the silver car, the Drogo-bodied 250 GT, that leads this little tussle between Pierre-Alain Thibault and Christian Dumoulin. As Dumoulin comes alongside on the main straight, they're side by side. You could almost suggest that they're looking at each other, perhaps smiling and waving, but I'm sure they're too busy for that. As Dumoulin takes the lead of the battle, the white Berlinetta bodied car looks to be slightly quicker on the straight than the Drogo bodied car of Thibault. So maybe the white car can get through there before turn 1, but then as they turn through turn 2, maybe Thibault will be able to come alongside and get through, perhaps on the run down to turn 4. That's where he seems to be most competitive as they come round turn 3. Now we've got a short straight down to VIP, but in fact Thibault goes very wide there, so he's got a completely different line on the corner, comes out a little tighter than Dumoulin as they head on around the back of the circuit.
Of course, both these cars share very similar mechanics. Of course, particular specification can change a bit, but they all share the V12 engine designed by Gioacchino Colombo. Design of the engine that actually was the mainstay of Ferrari models until the late 80s, if I'm not mistaken. So this is one of the classic engines, one of the better known classic engines of all times, and very with an incredible and distinctive sound. And in these particular models, they would range between 260, 280 brake horsepower, but later on the GTO would have a bit more and would have around 300 brake horsepower. In historic racing, there is an interesting phenomenon that some of the cars have been continuously developed, but others had some more limitations also due to their value. So in period, the Ferraris were usually the faster ones, but we've seen in historic racing the Jaguar, the E-types and the Cobras being consistently more faster and more competitive than they were in period. Is that the idea that you also have, Alistair?
Yes, I think just talking about the 250 GT Ferrari in particular, when you talk about being competitive in period, that was a car you could, as long as your pockets were deep enough and you had enough money, you could walk into the Ferrari factory and say, I would like a 250 GT, please, and it would be delivered to you, ready to race. You could take it off and do races in whichever country you wanted to, and through that they were very, very successful, and they were developed into the full race version, the GTO, which was a very rare car later on in '62, and that's why perhaps the 250 GTO Ferrari, as we see these 250 GTs, and it was turn 4. Yes, turn 4 VIP they're going through, isn't it? I did suggest last lap that maybe Thibaut would find his way through.
Yeah, they are having a very interesting dice with full of respect of each other, giving each other space, which it's okay, because it's nothing worse than actually damaging one of these beautiful cars. But yes, you had to, if you wanted to be competitive against the Ferrari, there were not that many choices you had. You could prepare a Jaguar, E-Type Jaguar very well, and you'd be close. Or you had to perhaps have an Aston Martin DB4 GT, and then the Zagato, which could also be considered the true rival of the 250 GTO. But I think they were somewhat heavier than the little Berlinettas from Ferrari that had an advantage, I think, also in terms of road holding, and in the corners they were probably a bit faster. But yes, the Cobras were a good match because they were very, very powerful. And also had very good drivers. They had like Dan Gurney, Ken Miles, and they were very competitive against the Ferraris, and the Daytona that we saw yesterday racing. We saw a few of those cars racing yesterday. They were very competitive, particularly at Le Mans, as they were considerably more efficient in aerodynamic terms than the Cobra, which was a traditional sports car.
Yes, we saw the Daytona Cobra racing yesterday, which was a more aerodynamic body fitted onto the Cobra, which in its original form, based on the British AC Ace car, and I'm sure you'll talk about this later on, but the whole chassis of that car designed by a British man, John Chigiro, but born in Estoril, so a very strong connection back to Portugal there. They were trying to remain competitive with Ferrari's cars, and the Ferrari 250 GTO, of which there were only 39 made, and that's why they now command many millions of pounds when they change hands, which is very rarely. The 250 GTO was very fast indeed, and certainly Jaguar, who tried to remain competitive with the E-Type by using aerodynamic bodies on them, known in the UK as low drag E-Types, with completely different body shapes on them, very similar to what you've been talking about with the different, the Berlinetta, the Drogos and so on in Ferrari. Well, Jaguar did exactly the same thing and built different bodies for their cars, but they weren't really competitive in the period, because the Ferrari was so fast. And you've mentioned the Aston Martin DB4 as well, very competitive, and they also built cars with different bodies. They had the design project cars, DP as they were known, DP 212 and 214 and 215, which all these cars still exist, and they do appear occasionally in race meetings. Sadly, with the current restrictions on travel, we haven't got too many British entrants over in Portugal, but I'm sure that if in normal circumstances we'd have seen perhaps some of these cars appearing on the entry list, because they still race regularly all these years later. As we watch this wonderful Maserati birdcage just sliding through the corner and into another tight left-handed hairpin, and you can see there the tubes through the windshield of which make up the chassis of the car. As we return to our continuing Ferrari battle, which is going through VIP, no, that's Parabolica Interior, I'm sorry, I think there, as they head off towards Aurelia, which for us in the UK translates to ear, which Adelino was telling me when we were talking about the circuit. The corner is shaped a bit like an ear. Well, that's a great name for a corner. As they turn into the tight section, turn 8 leads them into this new chicane, which Adelino was just describing to you. Very tight, there they go, left-handed and right-handed, steep uphill, and that leads them into the S's, which are fast sweeping corners we can see now on screen, the right and then the left. And then that takes us to the final long right-hander, known as the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, which leads them out onto the main straight. Very similar to the Monza circuit, which has the Parabolica, a long right-handed corner leading onto the main straight. Now we're looking at this little DB, a very unusual car, and you were talking earlier about the fact that it was built not so much for outright speed to win the race, but to win the index of performance, and that was all based on the usage of fuel. It occurred to me when we saw that car from the side how rather similar it is in body shape to the modern hybrid cars, such as the Toyota Prius with the cam tail at the back. Just a very similar idea about aerodynamics and keeping the car efficient as they go through the air.
Yes, the big difference is now that all modern cars are designed by computer most of the time, and with production limitations always on mind. And these cars were all one-offs, and there was a true artistry to actually molding the body to look like this. Even though, well, I wouldn't say it's pretty. I wouldn't say it's the most beautiful shape ever made, but it certainly is distinctive, and it's a bit function before form, which is okay. I actually I'm not sure if there were too many calculations in terms of aerodynamic drag, or if this was more like a feeling that if the car had this type of shapes, it would be aerodynamic efficient, and it would use up less fuel, and it would be faster on the straights. But it does look. I always enjoy when in the races you have several different types of shapes of cars and several different approaches. In here you have 3 Italian cars, then you have the French car, and even between the Italians they don't seem to agree which would be the best and fastest shape, even though there is of course a clear difference, because the Maserati we're seeing now is a sports car and the Ferraris are GTs, but still it's wonderful to just see all this difference. And particularly yesterday we saw how you had a Morgan and an MGB and AC Cobras and Jaguar E-Types and the Lotus LN, and all of them they do well, they go very fast, so there's a different approach. And I think it's fair to understand that most of the cars today are very similar, and we lost that because the personality and even the nationality, the different approach the countries had and the manufacturers had to different solutions. That's what makes historic racing so rich.
Well, the design of the bodies was obviously important to all the manufacturers, and so we, as you've just described, the different shapes of the cars, and one of the great designers of the period of the 50s and 60s, John Cooper, in his sports car, which had a type number 39, was also known as the Cooper Monaco. But that appeared with a cut-off tail, a flat back on it, rather like the Ferrari we're looking at there, with a very, rather than the rounded shape we see in the white car, the very flat back on it. And we over here call it the Manx tail Cooper, but it was also known as the bobtail in America. And that was 1955. And it had this cut-off flat back on it, and trying to sort of protect his idea, when John Cooper was asked why the car had this flat back on it, his reply was, well, it wouldn't fit in the back of the truck, so I just cut the back off it so we could close the door, which wasn't true at all, of course. He was just trying to protect his idea. We're on the final lap now, and we're looking at the leader.
Yeah, I just said the Cooper Monaco, it had a central driving position, didn't it? Or am I mistaking it to another Cooper car? But
no.
I think the driver was more. Yeah.
Yes, you're correct. It was actually based on, with the centre driving position. It was based on a Formula car with a single seat car, but the regulations said that the car had to have room for two people as to be a sports car. So yes, that's right. It was somewhat different to the more traditional left or right hand drive cars of the period. Yeah. As we watch the Bizzarini,
I think they enlarged a little bit the glove box. Yes, I was just saying that they arranged for some space there, padded, and they said that someone could sit there, even though, of course, it would be very difficult for someone to actually, in a real size, to actually sit there. But this is the final lap. Go ahead, please, Alistair.
Yes, thank you, Adelino. Yes, the final lap, and coming through the final series of corners, that's the chicane that the Bizzarini has just gone through, now going through the S's, and we're back with this battling Ferrari pair, and they're battling right to the flag as we turn now to the Bizzarini, who's coming through the last corner, the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, out onto the main straight, and we should see the checkered flag fly now to Dirk Ebeling in the Bizzarini. There is the checkered flag going out now, and so that's a win for Dirk Ebeling in the Bizzarini with the 5.3 litre engine from 1965. A really dominant win from him, but the Maserati is going to be second. This is Guillermo Fierro coming through not so far behind. I think the gap around about 30 seconds to the Maserati, and it's a shame he didn't have his race-long duel with the Porsche this time. And you mentioned earlier the Porsche retired on the first lap, unfortunately, but they raced together the whole race yesterday. The Maserati finishes in second place, Fierro. The gap in the end, 36.4 seconds. Now we've got this battle between the two Ferraris coming onto the main straight, and it's going to be a third place for Dumoulin, who beats good friend Pierre-Alain Thibault in the other 250 Ferrari with a different body shape. They crossed the line third and fourth, and the gap between those two in the end was 0.6 of a second, which I think was about the most it had been the whole race, because they were swapping places throughout. And the final car to take the flag will be the little DB, who was many laps down, but as you've said, just a little less than a 1 litre engine in that car, so it's really not competitive with the big 5.3 litre Bizzarini and the Ferraris. So, but it has finished both races totally reliable, the DB of François Fouquet-Heteberlin, and he will cross the line in 5th place because we lost Pires in the Porsche on the first lap. So the Bizzarini coming round to come back into the pit lane, and we should hopefully see the podium shortly. Adelino.
Yes, after the podium, we will have the Spirit of Speed bike exhibition, and that would Rui Belmonte is here with us to comment to make the comments on that exhibition. Rui has been yesterday. He was always bringing us great appointments of interviews with the drivers and the podiums, and it was really a great contribution to our transmission. We see now the little DB entering the pits, stopping and going again like a proper motor car. It really is a great shape. He's, of course, in a class of its own. In fact, I think that all cars that raced in this race belong to a different class. So Ebeling in the Bizzarini won its class. Guilherme Fierro also won its class. And even the Ferraris, they belong to different classes also. So yeah, just five car race. Still, the cars were beautiful and gave us a lot of opportunities to talk a little bit about these beautiful brands and important brands like Maserati, Ferrari, and even the DB and the Bizzarini. We're now going for a break, a little break, and we'll come back shortly afterwards.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that, whether catching the waves or laying by a pool, whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace. Whether simple or sophisticated. Why not just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you? It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
I have with me already Rui Belmonte, just in place to start describing us what's going to happen in the Spirit of Speed bike exhibition. Rui, how do you've been here yesterday talking with drivers, always on the pits. Can you tell us a bit of what are your feelings regarding this event?
Well, good morning, all. First of all, I think that the drivers are passionate about Estoril, about Cascais, and of course about the racetrack. It was a fantastic first day of racing yesterday. The last race was an awesome race. After 2 hours of good racing, the first two were separated under 1.5 seconds. So it tells us all about the competition that we saw yesterday in this first day of the Estoril Classics, and I hope that today we'll find also very good moments for those who are watching us at home, and of course for the drivers that are racing in this fantastic circuit. A sunny day again, no wind, completely clean the sky, very fantastic blue over our heads, so we can expect good races and also a good exhibition from the guys from the Spirit of Speed. We'll have for sure good moments to remember. I was a few moments ago at the tent where the bikes are before they leave to the track for this 15 minutes exhibition, and we have historic bikes, fantastic bikes, bikes that were ridden by riders like Andrea Iannone in the MotoGP category, Ducati, a fantastic Ducati, also a Honda that Michael Rutter took in Macau to win, one of these 7 wins. Fantastic bikes with a lot of history from World Superbike, Kawasaki from Akira Yanagawa, works Kawasaki from Team Eckel at that time, also a Honda RC30 that belonged in a racing spirit, of course, to Stefan Mertens, one of the pioneers of the World Superbike Championship back in 1988, and in the first years of that series. He rode probably the bike also here in Estoril in the first moments of the World Superbike Championship, 88 and 93. They were the first and the only moments that World Superbike was here at this racetrack. They will come back next week to end the 2020 season, so it will be also a good moment. They are leaving for the track at the moment. The bikes, we also have a pattern bike, a fantastic pattern, also Michael Rutter's bike, that's one with the British rider at Macau, an ex-Patrick Ponche Team Sonoto Yama 350 TZ from 1978. Beautiful bikes also ridden by famous riders, 2 strokes, 4 strokes, also a Northern 750 John Player space frame, F750 bike from the transatlantic matches. It was a works bike, also a Northern team back in 1976. It was ridden by Peter Williams, 2-cylinder bike, 4 strokes, 75 horsepower, 5-speed gearbox, also a fantastic bike. I also found an endurance bike on the recent on the CBR from the latest model, no, not the recent generation, but CBR 1000 from the first moments of the new generation of the bike, Yamaha 750 TZ from 1977, bike that was ridden to try to achieve a world speed record in Italy. It was also a fantastic bike that we can see on track in a few moments. The Kawasaki also, but that 7050 TZ from 1977, it was a bike that went to France in 87. It was a bike that Team Sonoto runs in the World Championship F750 in 77. It was the bike that finished in 3rd place at the time, and they tried to get a world speed record at Nardo in Italy in September that year, and after that the bike was sold to France, and it's ridden by Coluche at the moment. They tried to get 252 kilometers per hour world record. It's a bike with 120 horsepower, 11,000 RPMs, and can achieve more than 280 kilometers per hour. It's a fantastic bike. The 750 ZX7RR, it's a world superbike machine back from 1999. It was ridden by Akira Yanagawa and Gregorio Lavilli. It's a works bike from Team Kawasaki Eckel, a 750cc, 4 cylinders, 173 horsepower, capable of achieving 310 kilometers per hour. Also a fantastic bike, a rock bike also. We saw this Yamaha YZR 500 Rock from 1992 yesterday. 4 cylinders, 2-stroke, 175 horsepower. It was also one of the team bikes that was used in the World Championship by Peter Goddard. He was a rider from the team WCM at that time. When we see that the bikes are already on track for 4,182 meters. Sorry, it's the first moments of this exhibition here at Estoril. I also found a machine that was ridden by Hervé Moineau in the World Championship back in 1983. Also a machine that was from the Works team, the Team CERT, Suzuki Endurance Racing Team. They were world champions that year with this bike, riders and builders, also manufacturers trophy for this machine, 140 horsepower, more than 275 kilometers per hour for this machine. We see these first moments. Here's the Michael Rutter's bike. It's ridden by André Pires, the Portuguese rider that in the recent years has been at Grand Prix of Macau. So it's one of the riders that deserves to ride this bike. It's property of a Portuguese collector. He brought several bikes. Unfortunately, it seems that Michael Rutter's bike just stopped. Something happened with the bike in this first lap. Also a 50cc. It's the smallest bike here on the paddock. They are coming down the straight line. André Pires, something happened with the bike, probably with the clutch or the gearbox. It seems to be blocked. This is the John Player bike I was talking about a few moments ago. This fantastic Norton 750 John Player space frame. Peter Williams was the rider of this bike. This is turn 3 of the Circuito de Estoril. It's no doubt that it's very, very good to hear again the two strokes. Akira Yanagawa's bike also. Bikes from the 70s, bikes from the 80s, from the 90s also. The Ducati is not on track, probably. It will be ridden by André Pires later in the afternoon in the second exhibition moment for the Spirit of Speed. The Spirit of Speed, that is a club of motorcycle passionates. This is a beautiful Suzuki 3-cylinder, also an ex-GP bike. Unfortunately, no public allowed inside the paddock or on the stands to watch these magnificent bikes. But the Ducati, it's the ex-Pramac bike. Andrea Iannone was the rider of this bike. It's from 2014. It's a 14.2 bike from Team Pramac. Those were the satellite bikes that Ducati handled to the private teams. Andrea Iannone was at the moment before he became Works rider, was a Pramac rider. Here's the Norton and the beautiful Patton also. Two fantastic bikes here on the start-finish line of the Circuito de Estoril. The 750 and also the Patton, an Italian bike. And we see the Honda from the World Endurance Championship, CBR 1000RR. Riders riding in different ways, of course. Some of them want to go fast, others don't want to go fast, and they ride as they want. This is an exhibition now. Beyond pulls the hammer down, full throttle down the straight line, showing all her power. A fantastic bike, no doubt about it. Here it is, a Works bike also from Team Honda France, proudly used here by her owner. Also again we see the John Player bike, and this is the Peter Goddard Rock Yama, the 500cc bike. Back in the days of the 500 cc's, in World Championship, in MotoGP. There were also a few private teams. Team WCM was one of them, getting their ways with the works teams. Not easy. This is the second moment that the Spirit of Speed is on track after the first run yesterday. They will come back later at 2:15. 15 minutes again for this fantastic moment. Spirit of Speed is a club with several members from Europe, from France, from Belgium, from Germany, from Portugal, from Spain. We have quite a large number of members in this Spirit of Speed. Last year also Giacomo Agostini was here with one of his MV Agustas, as we see another of the bikes that are here at Estoril. A racing, obviously, bike back from the 70s, early 70s, by the shape of the fairing. And here is the Suzuki that was world champion in '83, and the beautiful 50 cc's. Special sound also for this machine. Also a very special way to ride these bikes. Angel Nieto was, of course, the famous name riding this kind of bikes. Here it is, the Suzuki, a works bike from the third team, a team from Dominique Melian, world champion back in '83. This fantastic bike also. A very special bike, no doubt about it. This is the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, beautiful colors. Back in those days also there was sponsoring from the tobacco companies. And the pattern goes back in the start-finish line again. Now this is not the pattern, it's also a 4-stroke. Very beautiful bikes here at Estoril for these 15 minutes that we proudly show everyone that is watching us in this beautiful Sunday. A sunny day, perfect day for racing in one of the best racetracks in Europe. Also another TZ. This is a 250. Another Yamaha. We have quite a few Yamahas, 750s, 250s, and also the 500cc from Team WSM. This is a 250 bike. Perfect conditions for all of these bikes. And also the Honda, once again, in the chicane. This is the slowest part of the circuit. And now the 250 TC in the S's before the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Parabolica Ayrton Senna, the last corner of Estoril. And there it is, the beginning of the start finish line. A little bit over 900 meters till turn 1. Another bike. Oh, this is also one of the ex-Team Sonoto bikes. Patrick Ponche, who rode this bike with those famous Sonoto colors, the Gauloise brand, for very long period was together with Team Sonoto. The French proud, of course, also with the GPA brand of helmets. And here is the Rock 500cc. Some of these bikes were used here in their racing days. Last year that MotoGP was in Estoril was in 2012. Already in MotoGP and 4-strokes generation for all the classes. But in the year 2000, with the team WCM, Gary McCoy won here with Yamaha, with the beautiful blue colors from Red Bull at the moment. That was the exit from turn 3, VIP corner. This beautiful machine. Now the inside straight line with that little kink. And the parabolica, the inside parabolica at the end of the straight. Fantastic. This 500cc bike from Team WCM. And this is Akira Yanagawa's bike alongside Gregorio Lavilla back in '99. Gregorio Lavilla, who is at the moment the sports director for the World Championship, the Superbike World Championship. Spanish rider alongside a Japanese rider. A works bike. Perfect conditions also for this bike, 750 cc's. A very, very fast bike. Also a bulky one, like all the Kawasaki's. Back in the days, they ran 750 cc's engines. Also Honda with the RC30, Yamaha with the 01, OW01, and the Suzuki, that beautiful yellow Suzuki. The only two bikes with headlights, of course, the bikes from the World Endurance Championship. The World Endurance Championship that was here at Estoril 3 weeks ago. It was the last round for the 2019-2020 championship. The team Yamaha Yard won the championship, but the world champions are once again the guys from Team Cert. Team Cert that won here the first two events for the World Endurance Championship. A red flag being shown after the flag finishing this exhibition, the checkered flag finishing these 15 minutes of exhibition, and the red flag warning all the riders to come back to the pits and to the tent where they have their bikes parked. And here is the beautiful Honda RC30, a Dolda preparation bike that was used by Stefan Mertens, also in the World Superbike Championship, and with that beautiful one-sided swing arm. This was a bike that won the first two World Superbike Championships with American Fred Merkel back in 1988 and 1989 with the Team Rumi colors, the famous black and pink colors from Team Rumi, an Italian-based team that gave on the first two wins in the World Superbike Championship. The Kawasaki from Akira Yanagawa, a works bike, a full works bike, 170 horsepower back in 1999. And all the riders are getting back to the pit lane after these 15 minutes. We also see already that there's a lot happening in the pit lane. Everything getting ready for the next race, Heritage Touring Cup. 1 hour race, that for sure will be a fantastic race. before the Group C racing and the Classic Endurance racing. They will have 2 races today, 60 minutes for each of one. Then the Formula Ones will be on track before the coming back of the bikes, Spirit of Speed, a little after 2 o'clock. Bikes coming back to the pit, closing their first moment of the day. The Suzuki and the little 50cc, the smallest bike, a little B in this fantastic paradise that is Circuito of Estoril. Also the Norton, the 750 bike with the John Player space frame. And everything is ready to start the next race. It will be one of the best races of this Sunday for sure, Heritage Touring Cup.
Thank you very much, Rui, for this insightful information. Alistair, shall we prepare for the next one?
Yes, thank you, Adelino. We're on track again.
I think we have, we'll have a short break and we'll come back just after it.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that, whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon, whether catching the waves or laying by a pool, whether reading a book or taking a nap, whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace, whether by car or by foot, whether simple or sophisticated. Why not just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you? It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
Thank
And
you very much.
we're
Yes,
back.
Adelino.
Yes, we are back now for the Heritage Touring Cup, and I know, as you confessed earlier, that touring cars are your thing, so I would really like to have you presenting this one. Alistair.
Thank you, Adelino. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, touring cars has always been one of my great loves, and I actually attended the Spa 24 Hours race in the years before the long circuit was closed and the current shorter circuit was opened, and that was a tremendous experience. And we watched cars very similar to the grid we've got here at Estoril today, with the BMW CSLs and the Ford Capris very much in the battle for the European Touring Car Championship through the early 70s right through to the end of the 1970s, and BMW were winners of the European Touring Car Championship for 6 of those years in the 70s, and Ford were their big rivals, and they took 3 wins in the European Touring Car Championship. And we've got examples of the Ford Capri and the BMW in this race, very much in tune with what was battling on track in the 70s in the European Touring Car Championship. On pole position, we have the Ford Capri 3.1, the 3.1 litre RS Cologne Capri, the fastest Capri I think ever made. It was built for the 1974 season. But the car, which is owned by Zak Brown, who is the chief executive of McLaren, and you often see him on the pit wall at Grand Prix, but Rui interviewed him yesterday, and he said he was having a weekend off from Grand Prix, and he was sure the team would be able to carry on without him. But his car, an absolutely wonderful car. We're looking actually at the car in second position on the grid, which is a similar RS 3.1 Capri to be driven by Christian van Riet, car number 72, as you see, with the co-driver Caroline Griffney. And that's on second position on the grid. This is the pole position car, the blue and white Capri, which is an original Ford Works car, which was driven by Jochen Mass and Rolf Stommelin in 1973. Cars like this in the Ford team were also driven by names such as Andy Rouse and Dieter Glemser. Jackie Stewart, even, the world champion, drove in 1973 for Ford. We now move back to the second row, and we're looking at the gorgeous black BMW 635 CSI, a later car from 1983. So this was competing in the Group A category. The regulations had changed by this point. And the 635 CSI from 1983 of Johannes Schuten, number 165. He's on third position on the grid. Now we see a lovely side shot of another of these Capris. This is car number 60, another of the 3.1 RS Capris, fourth on the grid. And according to our timing screen, that's Guillaume Maillet who is driving that. Although there's some confusion on my entry list as to which of the Maillets might be driving that car, but Guillaume is shown on our timing screen. We move now back to the third row. This is the slightly smaller engined, still 6 cylinders, but 2.6 litre RS Capri from 1972. And you can see on the side there, that car would appear to have been driven by Gérard Larousse at some point, his name on the side there. And the driver of that car, Yves Simama, from Switzerland, car number 52, is on the third row of the grid. I think we're missing the other Maillet Capri, which may explain why we've got some confusion over which driver's in which car, but the 49 car does not appear on the grid. We now move back to the next row, and it's another 635 CSI, car number 13 of Philippe Truffier, and that's from 1980. And alongside a lovely colour scheme on this car. This may be the car that used to race in the UK very regularly, built by Rick Wood. It certainly is the same colour scheme. An expert on these cars. This is Emile Bretmeyer, number 123, who is on the fourth row of the grid. So we've got two or three BMWs and 2 or 3 Capris at the front there. We're now looking towards the back of the grid from a long shot with the camera, and you can see the 2 cars on the left-hand side. Those are Escort Mark 1s, Ford Escort Mark 1s, very, very successful in saloon car racing. In the earlier years, they were released in 1967, replaced by the Mark II Escort in the mid-70s. But the Mark I Escort, very successful in Europe and in the UK, and took wins in the British Saloon Car Championship with Australian driver Frank Gardner at the wheel, prepared by a British preparer called Broadspeed, Ralph Broad, who ran that team. And I noticed in some of the pictures that Adelino sent me over the email on Saturday morning, Friday night, Saturday morning, that some of these Escorts finished in Broadspeed colours, which is lovely to see. The one at the top of the screen there, indeed, finished in Broadspeed colours as the cars go off on their warm-up lap. And a very big grid indeed, as you see. We're scheduled to have about 20 cars on this grid. And at the back there, cars from an earlier era, the Ford Mustang. I'm sure we'll see some of those, some shots of those during the race. The big V8 Mustangs from a much earlier period, 1965 those. So not really competitive with the much later Capris and BMWs at the front of the grid, but nevertheless very exciting cars to watch, lots of power and not too much grip as we see the cars going round their warming up lap to the back end of the circuit following the safety car. We've been told that Dario Franchitti will be driving the Capri in this race. But we did find yesterday that sometimes it wasn't always the driver we saw on screen, but we're using that as our guide. Dario Franchitti, we believe, is driving the Capri of Zach Brown. And Dario Franchitti, I suspect most of you may know that he is a multiple IndyCar champion, 4 times IndyCar champion in America, and 3 times winner of the Indy 500. He also had huge success in saloon car racing in the DTM, the German Touring Car Championship, as well for Mercedes. So a very, very experienced driver who unfortunately had to give up top-line racing after a very, very nasty accident in an IndyCar race where he broke his back, was advised that he should never race again, which he didn't, and then after some years with the developments in medical science, he's had further operations and is now okay to race again, but not at the professional level. So does it purely for enjoyment. As the cars come through the S's, and they're starting to form up now side by side for the rolling start. So on the nearest to the camera at the front, the blue and white number 113, Dario Franchitti driving that. On the other side of the track, the red and white Ford Capri, Christophe Van Riet, another very quick driver indeed, alongside. Behind them on the second row, we've got the Ford Capri in blue and white of Guillaume Maillet, and the BMW 635 CSI in black of Johannes Schuten as they make their way up to the start line. The pace car pulls in, so they're happy with the formation of the grid. The lights will be on at the moment, telling the drivers they can't yet start. When the lights go out, they will put the throttle down and they'll be on their way down to turn 1, and off they go now, and for a 1-hour race. Up to turn 1 they go, and it looks like Dario Franchitti has made a good start and holds the inside line as they turn into turn 1. Christophe Van Riet in second place, and the rest of the cars streaming through the right-handed corner at turn 1. Now they move down towards turn 2 and out of turn 2 into the tighter hairpin turn 3. Van Riet looking for the inside, but tremendous experience from Dario Franchitti. He holds that inside line, protects his lead as they head off towards VIP, where they go round now, and then down the back straight through the kink, which is flat out in these cars. They move to the left and then cut to the right to try and straighten that corner, and then they'll head off down towards the Parabolica interior, and leading is Dario Franchitti, but you can see Christophe Van Riet still close behind in that similar RS 3.1 Capri. Similar car in third place as well, the blue and white Guillaume Maillet car. Then it's the black BMW. No, it's actually the 2.6 Capri of Simama, who is in fourth place as they come. The yellow car is ahead of the black BMW, so a good start from Simama from the third row. In car number 52, you'll see the yellow car turning up now through the chicane with the black BMW of Johannes Schuten in fifth place behind him, and in sixth place is the number 13 car from row 4, which is Truffier's BMW, as the cars head round to complete the first lap, going through the Parabolica Ayrton Senna out onto the main straight, and we'll see them cross the line for the first time, and it's showing as Van Riet leading. Where is Franchitti? I think it may be, is Franchitti coming into the pit
Franchitti
lane?
is pitting. Yeah.
Yes, we see him coming into the pits. So it's a problem on the first lap for Dario Franchitti, Adelino.
Yes, it's very unfortunate. This car was very dominant with Franchitti in practice. They were considerably faster than everyone else. And Franchitti was delighted, we saw it yesterday, to race this car here. So we really hope that they can solve the problem and that the car can return to the track, even though it might be difficult for it to actually achieve a good position, but at least they could have some fun and we could see a bit more of this car. I'm very impressed with the quality of the liveries of these cars. I think there's been a great deal of thought and care with the presentation of these cars. Most of them, apparently, they use the original liveries. I'm particularly impressed with one of the cars that you talked about, which was the Capri of Gérard Larousse, with the Rampolin livery. But also there is what we can describe as an art car, which is car number 22. It's a BMW CSL, the famous Batmobile, and it has a comic book theme on it. It has on the bonnet the Incredible Hulk, and on the left door, on the driver's side door, it has Thor. And on the right door it has Captain America, and in the back there are several mentions of Batman. So I think it's really fun, really one of the highlights of this grid is actually this car number 22, driven by Breitmeyer, as I have the information here on our screen. It's currently in 11th place. And is the best BMW CSL in the race so far. We only actually these cars, there are only two different classes in this race, and the BMW 635 CSI from '83 are Group A cars, as you told us, and all the other ones they race in the TC2 category. The only exceptions is the Ford Mustangs and one of the BMW's 3.0 CSI, not a CSL, from '74, and they have a different class. They are running in the TC1 category. So I think we're in for a good race. We're hoping, car number 113, the Franchitti and Brown car, still in the pits, as is car number 42, the car from Bertrand Rouchot, Ford Escort RS from 1974, is also on the pits. So that actually means that we have 17 cars, I think, at the moment in the track, which is still a very good set of cars for this race. Don't you think, Alistair?
Yes, indeed. 17 cars on track, as you say, and unfortunately those two cars in the pits, and both of them we are seeing from our camera shot, both of them seem to have engine problems. This is the Ford Escort Mark I of Rouchot, who is stopped number 42. We've also seen pictures of the Dario Franchitti Capri being worked on, again the bonnet open on that one, so that's a shame, both of them having engine problems, it would seem. But the BMWs, you mentioned the CSI there, that's running in the TC1 class, but the CSL, which we see in the one that you mentioned, the sort of art car, a wonderful car, and with all its wings and air dams and so on, was known in period as the Batmobile, because it was it looked like the car that in the TV series, with sort of made up with wings and different lights and so on it. But the BMW, a beautiful car, and I note that unfortunately one of the, I think, the prettiest ones of those, which is Dumoulin's car number 20, didn't actually start the race. That's the one finished in green, which looks wonderful on the track, but unfortunately that's not taking part in the race. We see there's a warning flag for track limits going out to car number 131, which is the Renovant BMW 2002. That's an earlier car from BMW, also very successful in touring car racing, but a smaller car with the 2-litre engine, and from 1971. We saw penalties dished out yesterday for track limits, and it did affect some of the results in the races. And some drivers didn't seem to understand that once they'd been warned, they needed to stop going over the curbs because they were picking up quite hefty penalties. So we're already seeing a car being told to stay within the circuit boundaries as we watch the very pretty yellow and red Capri coming through car number 52.
That's the car that I was talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the car that I was talking about. So thank you for showing us a bit of this car, the Ripollin. I think it's a French brand, and it looks very purposeful and a bit in a comic language also, because of the letters and the contrast of the colors. I think it's very, very much spot on. Unfortunately, it seems that the Escort is retiring.
Yes, it's being pushed into the pit garage. We're seeing now on screen the battle for between the Capri and the 2 BMWs. This is for 3rd place, and it's Simama in the Capri who is leading that group, but the black BMW behind, which is the Johannes Schuten car, and the second of the BMWs, the white and blue car number 13, immediately behind is Philippe Truffier, and they are battling for that 3rd place. And not far behind them is the Mark 1 Escort of Damien Kohler, which is also in with a chance in that 3rd place battle. That's in 6th place at the moment. As we turn back to car number 60, which is Guillaume Maillet, in his RS 3.1 Capri. And now we're looking at the leader, Christian Van Riet, number 72, in his RS 3.1 Capri. And the two leaders were just 2 seconds apart at the end of the last lap. So that's very good indeed, with Maillet managing to hold Van Riet in sight. We will have a mandatory pit stop in this race. The pit window will open 25 minutes into the race, which is about 14.5 minutes from now, and it will remain open for 10 minutes, and the cars must stop for 1 minute, and then there's obviously the time to get in and out of the pits. So the effect of the pit stop will be somewhere in the region of probably close on a full lap by the time they've done their stops, and some cars will be changing drivers as well, so we'll see a different driver taking the car over for the second part of the race as we watch the lead battle. And it looks to me as though Guillaume Maillet is closing up on Christian Van Riet, the red and white Capri leading the blue and white one as they come up on a slower car into the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. So it looks as though Maillet has managed to close that gap down to below 2 seconds as we look at the Ripollin car, the 52 car. Wonderful colours.
Franchitti returned to the track, and he should be, well, he has a lot to recover because he lost 4 laps. So it will be interesting to see what kind of lap times he can put on. But currently he's in 19th place, so a lot of ground to recover.
Yes, I think even the skills of Dario Franchitti will struggle to get that car back into a good finishing position. And the owner of the car, Zach Brown, who he'll be handing over to, whilst we know him now as the other side of racing, if you like, in that he is the boss of McLaren, but in his earlier years he was a very successful racing driver himself and took wins in the British GT Championship in the early 2000, the middle 2000s, 2012 I think it was the last time he took a win. So it's a good pairing with Franchitti handing over to Zach Brown. Adelino.
Yes, I'm curious to see. I think that Franchitti is starting to warm up now to the Capri and the track. If there are no consequences regarding that problem that affected him earlier on. But I think that Franchitti is going to relish this challenge. I think racing drivers always need, if they have a good cause and an opportunity to recover ground, they can go all out, and usually they have lots of fun. But yeah, 4 laps is too much, but still, perhaps he can finish. He can bring the car with the help of Zach Brown, perhaps in the top 10. Let's see how it goes. Meanwhile, the fight between Schutten's BMW 635 CSI from '83 and Truffier in a similar car but from 1980 is still going on. But Schutten already had a warning for track limit. So. Yeah, and now there is a penalty for car number 131, precisely the BMW 2002 from 1971. I think he had a warning previously, so that probably means that he did it again. And the marshals don't allow repeated infractions of track limit.
Well, we're looking on screen now at the battle for the lead, and it just happens that Dario Franchitti has come out of the pits many laps behind, but he's in that lead battle. So he's really enjoying himself, and he won't want to affect the lead battle by causing them any trouble, because they're battling for the lead of the race and he's many laps down. But I'm sure if he gets the opportunity to overtake and unlap himself from 1 lap from the leaders, he will do. But not to cause any problems. But you can see now that Guillaume Maé has caught right up with Christian Van Riet in the lead, and the gap between them is well under a second as they come through the Parabolica Ayrton Senna to complete another lap. Van Riet still leads just from Guillaume Maé, and it's in 3rd place, and we're looking at that car now, the yellow and red Capri, the Ripollin sponsored car, number 52, is in 3rd place with Simama in driving that with the BMW of Schutten just behind, the black BMW, looking for a way through. Now they're passing a BMW from a different class. It's not as fast as the 2 cars just going by, and it's just keeping over to the left there to let them through. So the Schutten BMW stays right behind the Capri of Simama, and then the 3rd of those cars, the BMW of Truffier, is in that battle as well. Now we return to the lead battle, and you can see that Guillaume Maé is caught right up with Christian Van Riet. In fact, he's going to look for a way through on the inside as they come down into VIP, and he looks like I think that's VIP, or that may
actually
be
it's Franchitti
interior.
Sorry, yeah, Franchitti.
Oh,
Franchitti hasn't lapped.
going through, yeah.
Franchitti,
Yes,
yeah,
Franchitti.
Yeah, he's
you're
faster
quite right.
than the leaders, and it's difficult because the cars are very similar, but the Franchitti car has a yellow band on the top of the windscreen, and now it's probably going to go away, so we will not have this problem again, confusing the 2 leaders with Franchitti. That's probably going to be the faster car in the next few laps. He already lapped at under 1 minute 64 on his 4th lap, but still the fastest lap is still belongs to Van Riet, the leader.
Thank you for correcting me, Adelino. I hadn't seen the yellow band across the top of the car there, looking at the back of the cars, but you're quite right. Dario Franchitti it is who's unlapped himself, so he's taken that opportunity of just getting himself 1 lap further up towards the leaders without getting in the way of that lead battle. So it's still Van Riet in the red and white car who leads the blue and white Guillaume Maé, but they're both being led by Dario Franchitti in the similar blue and white car. We now turn back to the Capri versus BMW battle. This is for third place overall. Ivan Simama and Johannes Schouten in the black BMW. And I've just done some research on that Ripollin livery because you do like that very much. Well, that is a car, it's a replica car, it's not an original, built by Rick Wood in the UK, who I mentioned earlier. He's an expert in these Capris with the 3.1 and the 2.6 litre engines, and it's a replica of the 1972 Tour de France car entered by Ford for Gérard Larousse. So that's why it has Gérard Larousse's name on the side, as he just stays ahead of the BMW. And this battle goes on. Unfortunately, that other BMW looks to be smoking. That's the car of Truffier, so we may have an engine problem on that car, unfortunately, as they turn into parabolic interior. The black BMW chasing the yellow and red Capri, and the BMW looks to be a little bit quicker in that left-hand bend there, and it's come up very close behind, and will try to get through. No, there's no room there at Aurelia. Now they turn into the tight section through the chicane. Will the BMW be quicker through here? There's not a lot of room in here. It's very tight corners, but he may try to come alongside as they exit the chicane, but no, he has to stay behind. Now they're going up to the S's, and then that will lead them onto the very fast long right-hander at the Parabolica Ayrton Senna and back onto the main straight again. We've got 40.5 minutes remaining. The pit stop window will open in just over 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes time. The BMW comes right up behind the Capri on the main straight going down to turn 1, but the Capri looks to be a little bit quicker on the main straight. As we turn back to our lead battle, Christian Van Riet still leading Guillaume Maillet as they turn through, and Maillet really using all of the track there and a little bit more as he gets sideways. And ahead of them now, as we said earlier, is the Capri of Dario Franchitti. Adelino.
Yes, Franchitti, as we predicted, is now lowered the fastest lap considerably. He did a lap in 1:51, 555 thousandths of a second, which is less than 2 seconds faster than what the leader has achieved. Almost 2 seconds faster. So that means he's really flying with this powerful Capri, and is in for a good recovery, but is still in 18th place, and he needs to gain quite a few laps on many cars to actually be able to finish in the top 10. Regarding this fight between this Capri, the Capri 2600 and the BMW 635. They are cars from very different periods, because the Capri is a 1972 car, and the BMW is a 1980 car. In practice, they were in qualifying, they were separated by a very, very small margin. I think about 50 thousandths of a second. Oh, now the BMW had a spin. BMW had a spin, and the Capri was able to gain some space. But Schouten, I don't think he didn't lost four place, so he's still in 4th place, despite that mistake that cost him quite some time. And we need to see how that will impact on the fight. But I think he's now at least 15 seconds behind, probably, around 10 to 12 seconds behind the Capri. Alistair.
But it does allow Damien Kohler in the Ford Escort RS 1600, the Mark I Escort, to close right up on Schouten after that spin. So it'll be interesting to see whether Kohler is quick enough to challenge Schouten. I suspect not. The BMW should be quicker than the Escort, a much bigger engine. The Escort just 1600 cc's. as we turn back to the leaders, and we can see that Christian van Riet is starting to ease away a little bit from Guillaume Maillet. Just a few laps ago, Maillet was very much in a challenging position, but he's now dropping away a little. Christian van Riet will be handing over at the pit stop, we're told, to Caroline Griffney, his partner, and she will take over for the second part of the race. And she is also an experienced driver, so this car will be quick throughout the race, as we see in the pit lane a BMW coming in, which is going back out again. The pit window doesn't open for another 1 3/4 minutes, so that's a non-scheduled stop for Renovant in the BMW, who I think you told us had already got a penalty for track limits. And we're seeing a warning flag now going out to car number 8, Galland, in the Mark I Escort from 1974. So another driver being warned about using too much of the circuit. And we're looking now at that BMW versus Escort battle as it goes across the start and finish line on the main straight, and the Escort staying with the BMW. This is for 4th and 5th places, with Damien Kohler in the Escort just behind. We can see them coming through into the tight right-hander at turn three, and then up to VIP. And the BMW just staying ahead. After that spin, he lost a little bit of time and allowed Damien Kohler to close up on him in the brown and copper-coloured Mark I Escort. Meantime, out front, the gap is 2.3 seconds between Van Riet and Maillet for the lead. The pit window will be opening in 10 seconds. So we'll see every car must come into the pits and stop for 1 minute, and if they are sharing the driving, the driver will change during that minute, and then they'll be back out on track again to the finish. No refueling required in this race. Adelino.
Yes, I've been accompanying the recovery of Franchitti. He's closing in on the 17th place Boni with the BMW 2002. He is a minute behind, but he actually recovers almost 15 seconds each lap, so it won't take long for him to actually move up a place. In the front, yeah, we seem to forget that actually there's a fight for the lead. That is the first and second are separated by less than 3 seconds, and when you still have 34 minutes and a pit stop between, a lot can change, and even the lap times of the first two, they are not that different. They keep lapping consistently at 1:55, so they are very. They're still, everything is opened for the win in this race.
Well, we're looking now at the leader, Christian van Riet, in the RS 3.1 Capri. Christian van Riet from Brussels, where he prepares race cars. His company is called GP Motor, and he looks after racing cars for other drivers. And he comes across to complete another lap with just over 33 minutes remaining, and that is down to turn one. Van Riet leads by just over 3 seconds from Guillaume Maillet in second place in a similar car, the 3.1 litre Ford Capri. In third place is the slightly smaller engine, 2.6 litre Capri of Yves Simama, car number 52 in third place. There we are, we see it on screen now. That's the third placed car, which was battling in the early part of the race with the black BMW, but the BMW had a quick spin and so Simama now has a fairly big lead of about 8 seconds over the BMW for that third place. Next up in fourth place and leading the Group A class is car number 165, which is the black BMW 635 CSI of Johannes Schouten. That's in fourth place overall and has pulled out a gap now on the Mark 1 Escort, which closed right up when Schouten had that spin. So in fifth place and in the pits now is the Mark 1 Escort of Damien Kohler, car number 16. And that's the first of the leading cars to make its pit stop. Damien Kohler, we're told, will be driving solo, so he won't be switching over. And we can see on our camera shot the number 19 Mark 1 Escort, which was running in around 10th place. It's dropping down now as it sits in the pits. That's finished in the colours of...
we have a warning of oil suspected on track between turns 9 and 10. So this is an information from race control.
So the drivers will be being careful through the turns 9 and 10, which is the tight chicane uphill, the slowest part of the circuit. So they'll perhaps be able to see whether the track has oil on it when they arrive there. Oil makes the surface very slippy indeed, so the drivers will need to be very careful through there. As we see in the pits now, the second placed car, number 60 of Guillaume Maillet, and according to my information, he may take that car through to the finish, but we'll see whether our timing screen tells us that the driver has changed when that car returns to the track. But Maillet in the pits now. This is the second placed car we're looking at, the 3.1 litre Capri. Has to stop for 1 minute and then we'll return to the track. We've seen a pit stop from Kohler in the Escort as well. That was up in the leading group. That's now returning to the track, as is Maillet in the second placed number 60 Capri, as in comes the Capri in the background there, the white, red and blue. That's the Emil Bretmeyer car, number 123, another of the 3.1 litre Capris. That's running in the top six. It's shown as fifth at the moment, but that will start to drop down. Quite a lot of cars coming into the pits now during the 10-minute pit window. So there'll be a lot of activity down there as cars coming in, changing drivers, or maybe just not changing and going back out on track. Adelino.
Yes, the leader just is in the pits now also. So after he's released, we will see how it stands and if he was able to extend his lead, or if Maillet was able to recover some ground.
And I don't see a driver change going on in that car, so
no.
Perhaps Christian Van Riet has decided to take the car through to the finish and will not hand over to Caroline. So we're going to see Christian take that car throughout the whole race.
Yeah, the car number 60 is now arriving at the chicane, so he still has some ground to cover. He's now heading for the S's and entering the Parabolica, Ayrton Senna, and he'll be in the straight finish line in just a few seconds. Car number 72 seems to be moving also, so they will be pretty close. Yes, car number 72 now exiting the pits, and we need to see where car number 60 will be. Yes, I think the distance should be similar. to before the stops. Franchitti in the boxes.
Yes, Dario Franchitti handing over to Zak Brown. We can see a driver change there with the belts being done up. That looks like Zak Brown in the dark overalls being put into the car, with the belts now being put over his shoulders and tightened up by the mechanic there. So Dario Franchitti out of the Capri that led early on but then had an engine problem. It's back on track again, and before it went into the pits it had made up quite a few places. As Adelino said, the lap time very quick indeed for that car, so it was able to make up some places. There's a Mark 1 Escort returning to the track, finished in the colours of Broadspeed, the UK preparation company that was very, very successful in saloon car racing. Also produced the wonderful Jaguar XJ12C touring car, which wasn't very reliable, so didn't have much success, but was a great car to watch on track. As Zak Brown returns to the track, and we can see actually in the shot there Dario Franchitti walking across the pit lane to go up on the pit wall to watch Zak Brown when he comes round. There's Yves Simama in the pits. That's the car that took over the lead for a short time whilst the others were in the pits, but will drop back again to probably third place. And it looks as though the 52 car of Yves Simama is solo driven, so he's not getting out. In fact, that's all three of the leading cars haven't changed drivers. There's number 72 just going round the inside of the Broadspeed Escort, and that car should resume the lead when it crosses the start-finish line, having done its pit stop, being chased there by one of the wonderful BMW CSLs that I described as the Batmobile, and you can perhaps see what I mean there with the extra aerofoils on the roof and the boot lid, and then the big air scoop at the front. And looked a little bit like that wonderful cartoon creation of the Batmobile following the leading car round, the orange BMW. That's a car driven by Charles Firmenich, car number 11. That's running in 7th place at the moment, as the leader comes around through the S's to complete another lap. 72, Christian Van Riet leads from Guillaume Maillet and Yves Simama. So no change in the running order in the top 5 cars, with Damien Kohler, after his pit stop, resuming in 5th place in the Mark 1 Escort. And Zak Brown, we can see now, shown on our timing screen as Zak Brown shown on our timing screen as having taken over car number 113, and that's now in 16th place. And we'll see how much further up the running order Zak can get that car after a very long pit stop. It lost 4 laps at the end of lap 1 with what appears to be an engine problem, which they fixed. And we can see there the 1st and 2nd placed cars in the same shot. There is the number 72 leading car of Christian Van Riet, and just briefly in the background we saw the blue and white Capri of Guillaume Maillet, number 60, in 2nd place. So the gap between them about 7 seconds now, so it's extended a little since before the pit stops. And then Yves Simama in car number 52 is around 50 seconds further back. Adelino.
Yes, I was looking a bit about looking at precisely the BMW CSL, the cars from a bit. They will not fight for the win. But previously, the superheroes car of Brett Meyer was leading. It was the best placed BMW, but now it has been overtaken by Firmenich car, which is a car from 1972. They are in 7th and 8th place respectively. Zach Brown is doing well. He's recovering ground from the Ford Escort 2000 RS of Nobili, which is currently in 15th place. Still a long way to go, and let's see if Zach Brown can actually put the Ford Capri in a better, a more suitable position. This has been throughout the weekend the fastest car in this series. The leader should be quite comfortable now. He has 7.5 seconds of a gap to second place Mahé in a similar Ford Capri 3.1 RS. And Semama is doing great with smaller engined Capri, a bit an older version that has been then replaced by the 3.1 liter car. But he has a comfortable lead from Schuten in the BMW 635 CSI from 1983. We now have the information that the pit window is closed, but all cars have already pitted. The mandatory stop has been completed, and so we should go on at the last 20 minutes and 40 seconds to the finish, or for the race to finish. So, Alistair.
Well, looking at the leading cars and the BMWs, the whole of the 1970s, it was Ford versus BMW in the European Touring Car Championship in cars like this. And in fact, as I mentioned, Zach Brown's car, number 113, is actually an original. Oh, and Zach Brown has parked up his car as I say that. We call that in the UK the curse of the commentator. Just as we start talking about a car, it breaks down or spins. I'm afraid that's a retirement. But to go back to the story of the 1970s, the European Touring Car Championship was a battle between Ford and BMW. And in 1971, Ford won the championship with Dieter Glemser in a Capri, although he used an Escort as well in that early year. And then in 1972, it was Jochen Mass who took the Drivers' Championship. And then in 1973, BMW took the championship with Toyne Hazemans. Then it was Ford again in 74 with Hans Heyer. But from 75 through to 1979, it was BMW all the way with great drivers such as Siggy Muller and Alain Peltier. And the Belgians, Pierre Dudonné and Jean Senseval, and Dieter Quester, Umberto Grano, and then finally in 1979 BMW took the championship with Carlo Facchetti and Martino Finotto. So right throughout the whole of the decade of the 1970s, it was Ford versus BMW for the Touring Car Championship of Europe. And we're seeing now on track a very, very similar battle really, with the Capris are certainly to the fore at the moment, but the BMWs also competing in the top 10. Great to see. And we're currently focusing on your favourite car, Adelino, the Repelin car, the car that was built by our own Rick Wood here in the UK as a replica of the 1972 Tour de France car driven by Gérard Larousse, Adelino.
Yes, I find this early Capri a bit more pure in terms of design, even though I admire very much the toned up forms of the 3.1 cars that were, well, they were still developed further later on in the late 70s with turbo engines and preparations by Zaxpeed and the likes. So those cars were incredibly powerful, but I think that the first ones, the Mark I, and this should be in between Mark 1 and Mark 2 series of the Ford Capri. The 2.6 liter cars are the ones I liked most, and particularly with this decoration, and knowing now that it's a reproduction of a race car that raced in the Tour de France, Tour Auto. I think it makes it even more special. And also, that car has been proving to be very, very fast. He was even able to keep at bay the car that we are now seeing, which is a car from 1980, the 83, the BMW 635 CSI. Yeah, I think that those. I'm enjoying this race very much, and the liveries of the cars are one of the main reasons for this. I really like to see cars with proper historic liveries, and I think they did a good job preparing all these cars. The original ones, of course, keeping them like they are, but the replicas, they also give us the opportunity to see and have greater grids, larger grids, and sometimes even some faster cars. Yeah, I would prefer, of course, that we had a bit closer racing. Let's see if at the end of it, it seems that second place car is now recovering a bit of ground. They are now separated by less than 6 seconds, now less than 5 seconds. So perhaps we can have an end of the race where everything could be opened, particularly the winner spot.
Yes, very much so. The gap around 5 seconds at the moment, but you can see here, I think we'll catch the second place car. There it goes through the bottom of the picture. So the gap between them is not very far at all. They're separated at the moment in the sandwich, if you like, by the number 1, 2, 3 Capri, which is that's running a lap down. That's down in 6th place, Brett Meyer's car. Behind the leader, but then it's the second place car of Yves Maé, which is only 5 seconds behind. We're looking now again at the third place car of Yves Simama, number 52, crossing the start and finish line. You can see him there, just turn the wheel as he turns into turn 1 and makes his way up towards the dip that drops down through turn 2. That's a lovely camera shot with the flowers in the foreground. It's very nice with the yellow flowers matching the yellow of the Ripalin sponsored Capri as he turns through the right-handed turn 3. And we'll now see him come up to the left-handed hairpin at turn 4. And that car in the sunshine looks absolutely wonderful. It would be nice to see that BMW with the cartoon livery on it. I don't think we've seen that during this race. It's not in the leading group, but it's a great car to look at, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and the car has the number 22, so I think the car is now crossing the finish line at this precise moment, so perhaps we could get some images of he's approaching now the corner, the first corner. He's in a pack of cars. There are several cars following, and that could be also a fight that would be worthy to accompany. This group of cars is now approaching corner number 3.
Yes, that's a battle for what's Brett Meyer, and then there's Firmenich, the other Brett Meyer, and Miele all together, aren't they? Very close together. The 3 BMWs all having a fight together as we watch the second placed car, number 60, Yves Maé, going through to turn 8 and into the tight section. The gap between the two leaders is remaining around 5 seconds. It sometimes is a little lower, sometimes a little higher. So I think Christian van Riet has an eye on his mirror, and he's watching the blue and white Capri behind him and just making sure that he keeps a good gap between them. In third place, it's still the yellow and red Capri of Simama. Then it's the fourth place, the 165 Group A leading car of Johannes Schuten, the BMW 635 CSI, the black car, as the leader laps one of the Mark I Escorts. Schuten in fourth place. In fifth place, it is still the number 16 Mark I Escort, 1600C car, Damien Kohler, who is in fifth place, and he's around 5 seconds behind Schuten. So he's keeping in touch, but not in a challenging position. And then completing the top 6 is the white, red and blue Capri, number 123, which is the car driven by Emil Brettmeyer. And that is in 6th place. Then it's this close battle between 3 BMWs for 7th, 8th and 9th places. And in 7th place is car number 11, which is Charles Firmenich in the BMW 3-litre CSL. In 8th place is number 22, the car we've been mentioning with the cartoon characters on it. That is car number 22 in 8th place, which is Olivier Brettmeyer. And then in 9th place and leading the second in the Group A class is the BMW 635 CSI number 66 of Armand Mille. That's in 9th place. And then the final car in the top 10 is car number 19, which is Jose de Rocha in his RS 1600 Escort, and that completes the top 10.
We are still with this is the leading car. Van Riet has been leading since Franchitti had that trouble in the first lap. He hasn't been able to extend the lead, but it's a bit below 5 seconds now from Yves Maillet's Ford Capri, the blue and white car. But he seems to be pretty much in control. They have been lapping consistently at 1 minute 54.5, 54.7. So they are quite matched at the moment. The pace is very similar.
Yes, Yves Maillet is managing to stay in touch with the leader, but doesn't seem to be able to close the gap sufficiently to make a challenge, as we see the number 60 car going around into turn 8, chasing after the gap about 4.5 seconds, so it's a little bit less than it was a lap ago, but we'll see when they go onto the main straight whether Christian Van Riet just opens out that gap again to the 5 seconds he seems to prefer. A lot further back, a further minute and 20 seconds behind the leader is Simama in the 52 Capri, and he's 9 seconds ahead of the leading Group A car, Johannes Schuten in the BMW. Here's the two leaders now. We can see them in the same picture as they come to the end of the main straight to turn 1. The gap at the timing line was 4 seconds, so it has come down by a second. So is the Maillet car able to close up, I wonder, on the leader to make a challenge? We've got 8.25 minutes remaining in the race, so there's time yet for the lead to change. Here's the leader coming round turn 4 VIP, out onto the back straight through the fast kink, manages to just get past the BMW before the kink. There's the second place car we can see coming through the kink now onto the faster part of the back straight up towards the Parabolica interior, The gap between them was 4 seconds. We now turn to the 165 BMW, which is leading Group A. Johannes Schuiten in the black and gold car. Looks a good livery for a BMW, I think. Black and gold, it looks very good. They used to run in these colours in Australia. And there's one car which has been rebuilt now in these colours that races in the UK, and it looks fabulous in those colours. So that car we're looking at is in 4th place, leading Group A, completing another lap. The leaders have done 26 laps, and we have just over 7 minutes remaining. The gap between the two leaders is still coming down, Adelino, so we may have a battle for the lead in the last few laps.
Indeed, yes, that could be close, but I think Van Riet is managing. I think he's managing his car and his pace, and if needed be, I think he can push a little bit more. But that's just a feeling. Only he knows what he's doing, but he seems to be fine, consistently lapping in the 1 minute 55 seconds. Now he did it close to 56, and Mae is keeping it to 55, mid 55. So yeah, perhaps, yeah, we would like to see another close finish. We were presented with a very good one on the last race of yesterday. It would be also fun to see this one going to the wire. Let's see if we can. 6 minutes to go, but Yves Maillet is going to have to push himself a lot if he wants to be closer to Van Riet. Oh, yeah, we saw, yeah, the car number 11, and ahead it's the 22. So if we could see a bit more of the 22 car, which is just ahead of the car number 11. So they changed positions, and now the car number 22 with the comic book and superhero theme is the best placed BMW 3-liter CSL. It's just ahead of the orange car.
And the white BMW behind is also battling for that position, and also the Escort, I think, is a lap down, so that's not involved. But those 3 BMWs are all battling for position as well, and there's a change back again. The white BMW gets through, so the 66 car goes back up into 8th place, and so these 3 BMWs, and we are seeing...
Yeah, the Batmobile is still going on and fighting, is not letting go. So let's see if he can get back to ahead of the white Texaco BMW.
And we're also seeing on screen the cartoon-coloured BMW as well, which is just ahead. It's the Bretmeier car, yes. Is 22. That is in 7th place. The second in Group A class, the Miele car, is number 66. The white car, and then it's the 11 orange car, and they're running in 7th, 8th and 9th places overall. So a great battle going on between the BMWs here.
For 7th position, yeah, but the orange car has the very celebrated Jägermeister decoration and the colors. That orange was seen in so many beautiful cars, BMW cars, but also, if I remember correctly, there was also a Volkswagen Scirocco that raced with these colors that I remember seeing some pictures here at Estoril. In the 1970s, we had an international touring car race with some of these cars. Yeah, but the livery of the 22 is unforgettable. You cannot unsee after you see Captain America on the flank of the car. It's really difficult to forget it. I don't put it at the same level of the penthouse pin-up on the Escort 308 that we will see later on. But still, yes, it's very accomplished, and the car is also filled with several sentences. The roll bar and the top of the instruments it's all filled with some phrases in French, and I captured one of those. One of them is c'est la faute de mes neurones, which I think we can translate it. It's the fault of my brain cells, which can explain some things that happen in motor racing. But yes, we can see now Captain America in all its greatness going incredibly fast, even for a superhero.
And that BMW is being caught by the Group A car, the white car, which is number 66. You can see there just behind, and that's the Armand Miele car. Now that's getting closer, and although they're in different classes, that's for 7th position overall. As we move into the last 2 minutes of the race, and we're going to focus on this great battle, which is for 7th place between 22 and 66. A big flash of flame there as the 66 car changes down through the gears into the tight right-hander at turn 1. Now we're back with the leader, whose bonnet pin has come loose, so the bonnet is just lifting a little. That's a little bit worrying for our leader, Christian Van Riet. And you can see there, as the car speeds up, the bonnet will lift further and further. But it has another pin on the other side, so it should be all right. He's only got one more lap to do when he goes across the finish line. So hopefully that won't cause him any problems. So we'll see now as he gets up to top speed on the main straight. You can see the bonnet just lifting further and further up. But the other pin seems to be holding it firm. So it's okay, but not ideal as he turns into turn 1. So it's Christian Van Riet in the 3.1 litre 6-cylinder engined Capri that leads onto the last lap of the race, and the gap back to Yves Maé is only 3.2 seconds. So once again it started to come down again, and Yvan Maé has been able to get within 3 seconds or so, but just doesn't seem to be able to close any further as Christian Van Riet continues on his way around the back of the circuit. And there's the 2nd place car. You can see they're in the same shot now as they turn into the right-hander at the far end of the short straight there. Now they're coming down to the Parabolica interior, and certainly that 2nd place car is getting closer. I wonder if Christian Van Riet can hold him off to the finish as they turn through Parabolica interior. Not so far to go now. We're probably halfway round the lap, so we're coming down now into Aurelia, and the red and white car of Christian Van Riet, which has led since the short retirement and back to the circuit for Dario Franchitti, now up through the chicane. And we'll see the 2nd place car. There it is, turning into the chicane. It's very close as they come to the finish. Up the hill they go and into the S's for the last time. Here's Van Riet turning through the S's. He's only got the long right-hander of the Parabolica Ayrton Senna to go. As he turns through the long right, he'll now come on to the main straight. We should see the checkered flag as they cross the line, and they come up to the line now, and the checkered flag will go out to our winner, Christian Van Riet. A very good drive indeed from him in his Capri, and only 3.3 seconds behind at the end, the car number 60 in 2nd place, Yvan Maé. So it was very close at the end. Christian Van Riet, Christophe Van Riet, my apologies to him, I've been calling him Christian the whole race. Christophe Van Riet it is who takes the win. I do apologise to him for that. And in 3rd place we should see the Ripalin sponsored Capri of Simama in car number 52. Yves Simama taking that 3rd place, but he was a fair way back at the end, as we see Christophe Van Riet acknowledging the marshals around the circuit. Of course, no spectators, I'm afraid, at the Estoril circuit this weekend, but he is saying thank you to the marshals. Here comes our car that's finished in 3rd place, car number 52, which is the smaller engine 2.6 litre Capri of Yves Simama. And in 4th place, yet to finish, in fact indeed, he's coming up through the chicane. Even the third place car hasn't finished yet. So, and a very disconsolate driver walking away from his Mark 1 Escort there, a retirement on the last lap. Yeah. As we see Simama completing his race. Adelino.
Yeah, do you remember that BMW with the Texaco livery? I think he had a problem because not only he fall back, he is now trailing the two BMW 3-liter CSLs, the Jagermeister car and the Superheroes car. And he also seemed to have his front spoiler a bit damaged. Not really sure what happened. And actually, in the final lap, there were a few cars that parked on the side of the track. The Ford Mustang and also the Escort number 8 of Olivier Galin. He also stopped in the last lap. So we saw quite a few things happening at the same time, whilst the leaders had finished the race with a big advantage. So it's almost 2 minutes ahead of third place, the Capri 2.6 RS. So we should now go in for the podium, and the three first placed cars will stop at the pits, and the other ones will follow to Parc Fermé, and we have the podium ceremony.
We had a brief shot of the 66 BMW you mentioned lost some places right at the end of the race. It had some damage at the front. The front air dam was hanging down, so I wonder whether he'd either been off the circuit briefly or maybe even come together with another car.
Yes, the other cars that were around him, number 22, which is the Superhero CSL, and the Jagermeister car, they finished the race seemingly without much issue in 7th and 8th place. Followed by that BMW with the damaged front end. But his last lap was 2 minutes 46, which of course shows us that he had some considerable trouble in this last lap. And I can confirm now that the Ford Mustang of Uber was the car that stopped also. And we're now going for a break. We will be right back. Stay with us.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That's how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that, whether by car or on foot, whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace, whether reading a book or taking a nap, whether simple or sophisticated. Why not just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you? It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
We're seeing a replay now of that Heritage Touring Cup race, and we're looking now at the gorgeous liveries of the various cars. This is our winning car, number 72, of Christoph van Riet, and there's the BMW number 165, which is finished in that lovely black and gold livery, the car of Johannes Schuten that won the Group A class. And now we're looking at the cartoon livery on the side of car number 22, Olivier Bretmeier and Emile Bretmeier, which in the end managed to win the battle of the three BMWs for 7th place, as the two leaders come up through the chicane and take the checkered flag. So it's Christoph van Riet who took the win, from in 2nd place Yvan Maé, after that absorbing 1 hour race for the Heritage Touring Cup. And we'll be seeing similar cars, in the sense that we've got saloon cars and also some GT cars out at the end of the day for the Iberian Historic Endurance race, which we're looking forward to at the end of the day. A similar type of entry in that. But we're moving on next to our Group C race. We had a race for these cars yesterday, but they're next on track, and we can see the cars coming out onto the track now. Group C racing was took in Le Mans and other races around, long distance races around the world. And Group C ran between 1982 and 1993. And it then moved on to a change in the regulations, but Group C encompassed the dominant Porsche mark. They started out with the 956, but then used a slightly longer chassis, the 962, when regulations required the driver's feet to be behind the front wheel line, the front axle line, for safety reasons, to protect the drivers in the event of an accident. So the 962 was launched, and that proved to be completely dominant in world sports car racing for many years. And there were years at Le Mans where it looked like the only car entered was a Porsche 962 in the top Group C class. Such was its dominance and popularity, and they were customer cars as well, so you could, rather like the Ferrari 250 GT we were talking about earlier, you could turn up at the Porsche factory and hand over your money and walk out with a fully race-ready Porsche 962 to go racing in the World Sports Car Championship, and many private teams ran them. The cars will line up on the grid for this 45-minute race, with Michel Lecour on pole position, according to my screen. I haven't seen a grid sheet for this race, but I think we've got the grid up on the screen. So it looks like the pole position car will be the Porsche 962C. As we look at the podium for the previous race, the drivers going up to take the applause of the few people that are allowed to be here at this race meeting. It's very sad that we're not able to applaud all of our drivers in the numbers that we normally see, but the drivers up on the podium there for the Heritage Touring Cup race. And they'll be able to pick up their cups and bottles. And in the Group C race we're about to see, I was mentioning that the car number 82, Michel Lecour, Raymond Narac, shared Porsche 962C should be on pole position, and alongside the Nissan R90 CK, car number 27 of Pierre-Alain and Erwin France. We just see now in our screenshot the grid forming up as we congratulate our Heritage Touring Cup winning drivers, all up there on the podium enjoying themselves with their cups, and they'll now return to their teams in the paddock. So well done to the touring drivers. Back to Group C, you can see there on screen the pole position car, the turquoise coloured car number 82 of Michel Lecour, Raymond Narac, the 962C. This is the yellow livery. In period it ran in these colours from a sponsorship for the Nissan R90 CK, the car that actually took the fastest speed and lap at Le Mans after the introduction of the chicanes in 1990, driven by Mark Blundell, and that car got the fastest speed, which has never been beaten as the regulations have been changed, reckoned to have over 1,200 horsepower when it was turned up for qualifying at Le Mans. On the second row, we should have the Spice SE92, number 10 of Allard Kauf and Michel Compagne, and alongside the ADA 02B, number 105 of Ralph Huber and Benjamin Monet, as the cars are led off on the green flag lap, ready for the rolling start for this race. I'll just check now which cars are on the grid. We can see the front two are certainly there. Kauf is there. Now, he had problems yesterday with the engine on the number 10 Spice, but it's good to see him back on the track. And then we've got the ADA of Monet, number 105 is there as well. We can see number 51 at the back of the grid. That's Hubner's 962C Porsche, bringing up the rear of the grid. I don't see, sadly, the Jaguar XJR10 on the grid. That's another of Zach Brown's collection of cars. Just check as they go through the hairpin. Doesn't look like that's there. That had problems yesterday. Dario Franchitti was driving the car and unfortunately had to retire, and it would appear that whatever was wrong has not been fixed for the race today. That's a shame. That's a fabulous looking car. So a non-start for Franchitti and Brown in the Jaguar. The rest of the cars come through on this pace lap. It's a 45-minute race, and the pit window is from 17.5 minutes to 27.5 minutes into the race. So a 10-minute pit window for these drivers to come in and either change drivers, or indeed some of them will be driven solo. They must stop for 2 minutes, and then there's the in and out time from the pit into the pits and out of the pits. So quite a lengthy delay for the cars, so it will really shuffle up the order when they take their pit stops until they've all cycled through. And if they have a professional driver in the car, then they also have to take an extra 20-second penalty as well. So the pit stops will start after 17.5 minutes. Coming up through the chicane now, they'll be making their way round to the S's at the conclusion of the lap, and then it will be a rolling start for the 45-minute race. The pace car coming through the S's now, and the cars starting to line up side by side, ready for the start. So we should see Michel Lecour moving up to the head of the group on the left-hand side of your picture, the right-hand side of the track, then the from a Nissan R90 CK alongside with the France family car, if you like, the father and son driving team. Then it's the Allard Kauf Spice on the second row. The pace car pulls into the pit lane, so they're happy to go for the start. And we are racing for 45 minutes. And down into turn one. Will it be the Nissan or the Porsche that makes it there first, or indeed Allard Kauf, because he came through to second place in the start yesterday, but no, it's Porsche from Nissan from Spice as they turn through turn one up towards turn two, and still close for the lead. In fact, Kauf is up to second place, so he's done what he did yesterday, immediately jumps up a place from the grid. So it's Lecour leading Kauf as they turn into the left-hander at VIP, and it looks to me as though Kauf is going for the lead as they go down onto the back straight, through the kink and along the remainder of the back straight, the faster part, which leads into the tight left-hander at the Parabolica interior. But Kauf couldn't get through there. The power of the Porsche pulled it away. There's the Nissan in third place, which is coming under pressure from the ADA of Benjamin Monet. Kauf looking for the outside there. Lecour feeling he needs to go a little bit defensive into the right-hander at Aurelia. Now they're turning into the tightest part of the circuit. Already a problem for car number 104, which is the Spice of Fischer. So looked like he'd gone wide at the Parabolica interior and taken the escape road there, as the leaders make their way through into the S's for the first time. And we have a yellow flag, and that's probably for that 104 Spice pulling off. That's at turn 6, which would be right. Yes, that's the Parabolica interior, as the leaders go over the line to complete the first lap, Adelino. We've got car number 104 stopped on the track. That's why we have the yellow flag down at turn 6. 104 being Peter Fischer in the Spice, and the leaders coming through, and it's Kauf has not been able to get through past Lecour on this opening couple of laps. And we've got marshals on track. There they are. We can see that straight away. The marshals and recovery crew recovering that car live with yellow flags to protect them. So the drivers will be aware, with what we call double yellow flags, aware that there are people at the side of the track clearing that incident. The leaders have gone past there now. They're going into turn 8 and then up to the chicane. Porsche 962C, car number 82, Michel Lecour from Allard Kauf, the number 10 Spice, right behind. Yesterday, the Spice challenged for the lead, but unfortunately had an engine problem and started smoking when it was in the lead, and then eventually retired to the pits. But hopefully that problem has been fixed for today. So Lecour leads Kauf at the completion of the second lap. And the two cars well under the 1:40 time for the lap, so they're going very quickly indeed. In qualifying on Friday, we saw these cars reaching speeds of over 300 kilometers an hour. The Nissan R90 CK and the Porsche that's leading, both clocked at over 300 kilometers an hour on the main straight coming into turn 1. And we can see now that the number 104 car has been safely parked behind the barriers, hence we've the yellow flag has gone in, and we are green all the way around the track now, as Kauf is starting to challenge for the lead. And they're just going through Aurelia there, and now into the tighter section of the circuit, up the hill through the chicane. Is Kauf building up for a challenge along the main straight? He's coming up very, very close behind Lecour in the Porsche as they go up through the S's. Just lost a little bit of time in the tighter section, but now the faster sweeps of the S's lead into the very fast right-hander at Parabolica Ayrton Senna, now onto the main straight. Can Kalf use the power of the Spice to challenge for the lead? Meantime, we look at the battle for third place, and the Nissan still remains in third place. The France car, which we're told on our screen is being driven by Pierre-Alain France, the father, and we'll hand over to Erwin, his son, for the second part of the race as they go across the line. And immediately behind is the ADA of number 105, that's Benjamin Monet. We're looking at the Nissan and the ADA battling for third place. Nissan from 1990, car which competed at Le Mans, driven by Mark Blundell, and his co-drivers were Julian Bailey and Gianfranco Brancatelli, but unfortunately they didn't finish, although in qualifying Mark Blundell got the highest speed. I mentioned this earlier, the highest speed on the straight, between the chicanes, the first year of the chicanes on the Mulsanne straight, and Mark Blundell reached 366 kilometers an hour in this in the Nissan. That's 226.9 miles an hour for us here in the UK, and that was slower than the ultimate highest speed achieved on the Mulsanne straight, because of course the two chicanes were put in, so there was less of a straight for them to build up the speed. But the other team car from Nissan finished in 5th place at Le Mans in 1990, driven by a team of Japanese drivers, so they did have a 5th place with the Nissan R90 CK at Le Mans that year. Meantime, back with our lead battle, Lecour and Kalf, and it's as close as ever as they come around Aurelia, but still Kalf hasn't managed to find a way through. Now we're back to the battle for third place. The Nissan, the yellow car, the From A sponsored car in front, the car that Blundell set that tremendous speed at Le Mans, followed by the ADA of Benjamin Monet. So that's for third and fourth places. They are in different classes. Benjamin Monet is leading his class. The ADA, a British manufactured car, ADA Engineering was the full name of the company that made it. The little red car you can see in the background there, and it was built in 1977. Race engineer Chris Crawford and the driver Ian Harrower, and they had some success previously at Le Mans, and they produced this car to compete in the World Sports Car Championship. The nice rear shot there of the Nissan, and you can see the amount of aerodynamic downforce that will be generating with the big wing at the back. Meantime, back with our lead as we see, unfortunately, the 104, the Spice of Peter Fischer being towed in. Now we're back to the lead battle, and it's still Michel Lecour who leads in the 82 Porsche 962. Porsche have really been dominant in sports car racing in up to very recently, when they withdrew from the top level of LMP1 class of world sports car racing. But the Porsche Mark has won Le Mans 19 times, starting back in 1970 with the great drive from our own British driver Richard Atwood and German Hans Hermann in the Porsche Salzburg entered Porsche 917, which took the win in 1970. But prior to that, they'd been winning their class at Le Mans many times with the 356 and the 550 Porsches, which Adelino was telling us about yesterday. Very successful in the lower classes, but it wasn't until they developed the 917 that they took the overall win at the 24-hour race at Le Mans. Still, the Nissan leads the ADA through the turn 2 up towards the tight turn 3, the right-handed hairpin. The 104 car still being towed back. It's a long way back to the paddock from where he retired at turn 6. Having to be taken through the internal roads on the back of that recovery vehicle. There's the Nissan and the much smaller and more nimble ADA just behind. The Nissan, a very powerful car. The ADA less so, but lighter, so it's able to keep up with the yellow Nissan. Now we're with the leaders again, the Porsche 962C, the car that dominated sports car racing for many years in the hands of the factory, but also in the hands of privateer teams. But perhaps the most memorable colour scheme for that car would have been the blue and white Rothmans livery that was used by the works team for some years, with drivers such as the great Jackie Ickx and Derek Bell sharing many wins in the Porsche 962. The two leaders coming round. Kalf has not been able to challenge for the lead in this race. Yesterday he did challenge for the lead. We see there the Kenwood livery on the Porsche 962C. That's the car of Hübner, number 51. Hans-Jörg Hübner. Kenwood livery also used frequently on the Porsches. Here's Lecor coming through the chicane. Car on screen now is that driven the car number 129. I'm not sure you can actually see the number on. Oh yes, just about see the number there in that side shot, but that's numbered 129. The red car is Vincent Leris, although I think we're told it's being driven today by Bertrand Rouchot, according to our timing screen. So Bertrand Rouchot aboard the Tiger GC288 from 1988. Tiger, a company formed in partnership between Tim Schenkin and Howden Ganley, the TI and the GA of their two names, both successful racing drivers in their own right, and they produced sports racing cars and some open wheel cars as well, but mainly sports racing cars throughout the 80s. Very successful in some of the smaller engine formulas, such as the 2-litre Ford engined called Sports 2000 in the UK. But they also produced cars for the Le Mans classes, and the Tiger GC288 an example of that. As we see the leaders once again coming through the chicane up towards the S's. And the gap between them 1.1 seconds, but it seems that Allard Kauf is not able to do anything about Michel Lecour. He's come close on a couple of occasions, but hasn't really made anything like the challenge that he made yesterday, where he took the lead before having to retire with an engine problem. Remind you that the pit window opens in just about 2.5 minutes. So we'll start to see cars coming in, and we may see some driver changes as well. We'll try and pick those up from our television screen pictures. As the ADA having a really good go at the Nissan now as it comes into the S's. Benjamin Monet got closer than ever there to the Nissan through the tighter section, but I think as they get onto the straight now, we might see the Nissan just start to pull away with that very powerful engine. I doubt that it's turned up to the full power that it was using at Le Mans in 1990 when they wound the boost up on the turbocharger to the maximum and produced somewhere in the region of 1,200 horsepower for Mark Blundell, but the engine would not last very long at that level. I think probably only one lap of Le Mans and then it was finished. So they would use a much lower boost level and lower power for the race. Cars, the leaders now coming up to the chicane once again. They won't call into the pits on this lap because the pit window doesn't open for another minute, but they could choose to call in next time around because by then the window will be open. Leaders coming through Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Adelino, it's good to see the Spice back with Allard Kauf, but he's not able to challenge it today as he did yesterday.
No, and I think he's just entered the pits, so I'm glad to pitch in at a moment where actually something that I can share with you happens. Number 10 is in the pits, but we have been having a race where there are two pairs fighting for first place and third place. And they have been very evenly matched. So I'm curious to see how things are going to stay after the pit stops. We also be having Francisco Melo in the pit stops to try and speak with some of the drivers that might be now relaxing a little bit since the stint will be over. Let's see how that goes. But I actually have been enjoying the fight between the Porsche 962C from Lecour and the France Nissan, the Tiger, which is now still in the pits, and also the Nissan and the Ada. I think that's been good. It's a pity that the Spice and the second. And the second, what's the second Tiger? No, it's the second Porsche. They have been quite lonely during the races, and so well, they're probably not having that much fun than the other ones, which have a paired match for them to keep seeing on the rearview mirrors or at the front. So now the leader has also stopped. Lecour is in the pits just now. Okay, so now I have the information that Rui Belmont is in the pits. Rui, what's happening in there?
I remember I watched, because here in Portugal, until '96, we could watch the Formula 1 in Eurosport. Yeah. And I prefer to watch on Eurosport than on RTC. Can I? Good morning. Once again, we are here for race 2 of Group C Racing. And now we are here with Mr. Allard Kauf. Allard, hello. Hello. I can see that you had a problem with your car. What happened with your car?
We had a problem on Friday, and we thought it was a broken spark plug. but now it sounds like exactly like we had the problem on Friday, so I just switched it off because we don't want to damage the engine or do anything silly. So maybe if it's the spark plug is okay, maybe Michiel can go out, but it's a shame because the car is a dream to drive and it's lovely, and yeah, it's a shame.
Yeah. Tell me about, you said that the car is a dream to drive. I believe that because it's amazing to watch these glorious cars from the 80s. Tell me a little bit how to drive this car. Is this a racing beast?
Yeah, it's a racing beast because it's the ultimate Pro-Am car, so to say, because Michiel can drive it because it has a lot of torque, but if you keep the revs up, it's like a wild bull. Yeah. You know, so you can drive it both ways and both have fun, and it's fast. It's really fast. So yeah, I'm just every time there's a big smile on my face. You can't see it, but it's like it's absolutely brilliant.
It's brilliant. Yes.
Yeah.
So it's your first time driving in Estoril racetrack driving, because I remember you here working when you were an Eurosport commentator. If you don't know, Mr. Kalf was a Formula 1 Eurosport commentator and one of the best. So driving at the Circuit Estoril was your first time?
No, it's actually my second time. And the first time I was here in Estoril was 1988, when we did the Opel Lotus Championship.
Yes.
And we were here for the support race.
Yes.
And I remember I was on the second row, and Heinz-Harald Frentzen and Mika Hakkinen was second and third, and first and third. And we had a really good race. But that is a long time. That's 32 years. Gee, I'm getting old. Wow.
No.
Jesus. Wow.
Happy to be... So happy to be at Estoril.
Yeah, I'm really happy to be at Estoril, but I know my girlfriend Bianca is watching at home, and I'll be home tonight, darling. So glad to go home as well, because I love Cascais, I love Estoril. It's perfect people, perfect weather, good food, absolutely brilliant.
Thank you. Thanks for coming here, and have a nice trip back home.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So this was an interview with Mr. Allard Kalf, a very experienced driver, one of the best commentators. He talking about his team, the problem with his car. He was saying that he hopes that Michel Campagne, his teammate, could go back to the track. They are trying to solve the problem with the car, as you can see. Now you can see a very old school car. As you can see, the engine cover is out, so it's a great opportunity for our spectators to see a Group C car. Look at this humongous wing, the rear wing, lots of aerodynamics, big tires. A beast from the past, as we said earlier, and great memories of the Group C days. And here you can see the engine, the exhaust. Look at the size of these tires. So much mechanical grip and so much downforce as well. The mechanics are trying to solve the problem. So this is the race 2 of the Group C. Yesterday, in the C1A class, the victory went to the car number 82 of Michel Lecour and Raymond Narac. In the C2A class, Vincent Norris and Bertrand Rouchard. And in the C3A class, the victory went to Hans-Jörg Ubner in his Porsche 962C from 91. So we can now go through we continue to walk to the pit lane. We are now watching the Michel Campagne and Allard Kalf talking. The purpose is to Campagne for him to still can do some laps. But in terms of competitiveness, the race is over for the number 10 car. But as we heard Allard saying, great fun, great track, amazing memories when he raced with Frentzen and the two-time F1 champion Mika Hakkinen in the Formula Opel Lotus, which was one of the main support races of F1 at the time. Now some more look at the front of this car. It's a beauty to watch. And afterwards
you,
we'll
Francisco.
try to interview Dario Franchitti and Zach Brown. So we'll come back in a short.
Okay, thank you, Francisco. As you noticed, this was not Rui Belmonte, but Francisco Melo in the pits. And we'll be looking again at an interview after the end of the race. Alistair, so number 10 is out. It's a pity because the Spice was actually putting a good show and at least showing some the possibility of some fight for the lead, which now seems to have disappeared.
Yes, indeed. It's a shame. It would appear that they're not working on the Spice anymore, so maybe they've decided they can't identify the problem. And as Allard said, they don't want to damage the engine, so that looks to be a retirement. Meantime, the leading car, the Porsche 962C of number 82, has been handed over now to Raymond Narak, who has taken over in the lead car. And we're looking at the second placed car, which is now inherited that second place from the Allard Kauf Spice. So number 27 in second place, and that's been handed over to Erwin France, who is the son of Pierre Alain, who started the race. So Erwin now at the wheel. Remember, yesterday he had a spin in this car, so he was really trying yesterday and he lost control. But today, been going very well indeed, and he's opened out a gap on the ADA of Benjamin Monet. And we're watching now the leader cross the start-finish line. Raymond Narak, number 82, leads. Another lap completed, 15 laps and 17 and a half minutes remaining in the race. And he's just lapped the Tiger. But here's the ADA we were talking about earlier. This is in third place now, and this car has Le Mans history, this very car, the ADA 02B that we're seeing on picture now, number 105. It was built originally in 1987 and was crashed in South Africa at the Kyalami circuit and rebuilt into the car we see today, the 02B, slightly updated from the original car. In 1989, it raced at Le Mans with the Ford Cosworth DFV engine in the back, driven by Colin Poole and Lawrence Bristow and Ian Harrower, who was a part of the ADA engineering team. And I happened to be at Le Mans that year myself. I don't actually remember this car particularly, but I was there. And the door flew off twice. And once it was returned by a spectator to the pits, to the team. So it was quite an eventful race for them. But it came back out at 6 o'clock in the evening, but it eventually retired. Slightly not much better the following year. In 1990, this car was at Le Mans again in the hands of Ian Harrower, John Sheldon and Jerry Marney. And once again it retired. So not a very auspicious history for the ADA 02B that we're seeing on track, but was raced in period at Le Mans. That's been lapped now by the leader, Raymond Narak, who goes on his way. And completed now 16 laps. Erwin France in second place in the Nissan R90 CK, which told you some stories about that car, which its top speed at Le Mans, driven by Mark Blundell. Again, that car, Blundell's car, didn't finish the race, but the sister car, driven by a team of Japanese drivers. This car we're looking at now finished 5th at Le Mans in 1990. And then the ADA in 3rd place. Bertrand Ruchot in the Tiger is in 4th place. And Hans-Jörg Hubner in the 2nd of our Porsche 962Cs in 5th place. Adelino.
Yes, yeah. Well, it's we now are less than 15 minutes until we have less than 15 minutes until the end of the race. Following this, we would have the classic endurance racing 1. That will be a race for with a duration of 60 minutes. After the classic endurance racing, at 2 o'clock we will have the classic Grand Prix, the race for a 20-minute race for a pre-1986 Formula 1 cars. This has been, I think, Narak has done the fastest lap of the race, and he's been keeping a very, very good pace. But the Nissan R90 is also now much faster after the driver's change, and has been consistently lapping in 1 minute 38 seconds. Then the Tiger is a different, a completely different rhythm. It laps at 1 minute 45.9, and the best it achieved was 44.3. So that still means that it's on its pace, but it's outclassed compared to the leaders. That are really going much faster. The Tiger is also 1 lap down on the leader. The Ada is 5.5 seconds. It seems to be 5.5 seconds. Now I have 34 seconds of the difference between car number 129, which is the Tiger, and 105, which is the Ada. And then the Porsche 962C, it's alone. It's 2 laps down on the leader.
The reason for the big change in the gap between the Tiger and the ADA is that the ADA made a very quick pit stop there. It looked like perhaps the bodywork might have been a little loose. I didn't exactly see what the mechanics were doing, but it came into the pits and they made some adjustments, and then it went straight back out again, so lost about 30 seconds. So Benjamin Monet back
thank
on
you
track
for that.
now.
Yes, I didn't understand why, but I was looking at the timing and not the images, so thank you for that update. That explains why the difference jumped 30 seconds. You can, Alistair?
Well, we're looking now at the Nissan again, the car driven by the son of the family team, Erwin France. We saw him on the podium yesterday in the final race of the day, the 60s endurance race. Erwin and his father, Pierre Alain, in the Nissan. A lovely shot of it there coming head on into turn 1, and you can see there are 3 lights at the front of the windscreen in the car. Just pick those out as it comes up towards us now, and those were to identify the car at night in the 24-hour race at Le Mans, so that the team knew which car was coming in.
And Francisco Melo is coming in with us now with another interview. You can go ahead, Francisco.
Okay, thank you. We are here with Mr. Pierre Alain France, or Monsieur Alain France. It's more, it's correct like this. Driving the Nissan C90. You are in second place in the general class, but first in class. So tell me about your stint and how the race is going.
But the first part of the race, I was driving the car, and for me it's a very hard car to drive because it's a modern car with carbon brakes, with chassis carbon also, and it's very, very hard for me because I'm 70 years old, and it's more and more difficult. But my son is doing the job for me.
So, do you consider this car? It has much downforce, much power, a lot of torque. It's very physical, brutally physical to drive. And tell me the feeling of driving this car. How would you describe driving a Group C car?
Yes, it's the most beautiful car to drive, but it's very, very hard. The steering wheel is very hard, very hard.
No power steering.
No, the steering wheel.
Oh, yes.
And the brakes are on carbon, so you have to push on it very, very hard, and the brake is so strong that you shorten your distance of braking. And for me, it splashed me to the ice, and it's very difficult for me to adapt my physical capacities to this car because it's very monstrous.
Yes,
It's about 850 horsepower.
Yes, I remember these cars in the 80s, the Group C, and it was like they were dangerous. They were fast. You can feel the speed and the sound, everything, and you have a manual gearbox as well. Yes.
Yes.
So no pedals.
No pedals, no gearbox, pull and pull.
Yes.
Push and pull. Yes.
Another difficulty. Because
Yeah. Yes, and you have to train to adapt to your physical condition to this car, and your sight too, because it's very difficult.
Okay. Thank you, Pierre Alain. Hope you continue to have a good race and a good weekend. You said before the weekend didn't start great, but it's turning to be a good weekend.
Yes, it's well finished.
Okay. Thank you, Pierre Alain. So this was Pierre Alain France from the Nissan car, first in his class and second in the general class. So back to you.
Thank you, Francisco. And in the race, there are no changes. Narak in the Porsche 962 that won the race yesterday is still leading comfortably with more than 1 minute from Erwin France's Nissan R90. 1 lap down, we have the Tiger of Rouchot. 31 seconds later, we have the Ada of Monet, and 3 laps down, the Porsche 962 of Hübner. Alistair.
Well, we have the chance at the moment on screen of seeing two of the two 962 Porsches that we have in this race running together, although many laps apart. But nice to see the two cars in their different liveries. This one in the Nissan livery, and the second car in the Kenwood livery. And this car, the leading car of Raymond Narak. Now we switch to the yellow from A livery of the Nissan R90 CK, the car driven in the first part of the race by the driver we've just had interviewed in the pit lane, Pierre Alain France, telling us that it's very, very hard to drive. And I can understand when he was explaining how he had to drive this car, how it would be really difficult for an amateur driver to fully use the capabilities of such a well-developed car. Here we are looking at the Porsche. We've got 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the race as Raymond Narak comes around. Raymond Narak has raced at Le Mans himself. He won his class in the GT2 class in 2007 in the Porsche 911, and won his class again in 2013 in the what was then called the GTE AM class. But again, a similar sort of specification to the GT2s. So Raymond Narac has much racing experience. Now we're seeing the Nissan again of Erwin France coming through in second place, but a minute behind the leader. So the Porsche has really, after the retirement of Allard Kalf, has really dominated this race and opened out a gap of over a minute on the Nissan. And then it's the Tiger in third place, number 129 of Bertrand Rouchot, a lap behind. The leader has completed 23 laps. And then the only other cars running now after those retirements, Benjamin Monet in the ADA, which was challenging, was in third place and was close behind the other, behind the Nissan, but after its quick pit stop, it's obviously dropped back and it's now in fourth place. We're looking here at the Tiger that's in third place, Bertrand Rouchot in the GC288 Tiger, coming through Parabolica Ayrton Senna and onto the main straight once again. Down to turn one, and Rouchot in third place with Laurent Perrier sponsorship on the side, so he won't be short of a bottle after the race. Here's the leader again now, coming up through the chicane, Raymond Narac, with just 3¼ minutes remaining in the race, coming out onto the fast, long, right-handed Parabolica Ayrton Senna, leading onto the main straight to complete another lap, and 2 minutes 54 seconds on the clock, so it will be penultimate lap. I don't think he'll get round to do a further lap after that before the flag goes out. His lead now 1 minute and 6 seconds over the Nissan, which since Erwin France got on board the Nissan, it has speeded up a little and his lap times are close to the leader, but he's not been able to close up that minute gap as he comes through the chicane and up the hill into the S's to complete his 24th lap. 1 minute 38.3 seconds. You can see on screen there, that's his fastest lap of the race. So Erwin France has not given up in his challenge for trying to catch the leader. You never know what's going to happen. Narac could have a problem on the last lap, and the lap times being set by France could take him into the lead, but at the moment the Porsche 962C is doing what we expect of it, and it's metronomic in its circuits of the lap. Very, very reliable car. Out onto the main straight again. 1 minute 12 or so seconds, I think, or 1 minute 15 seconds as he crosses the line. So this will be the last lap for Raymond Narac. And we can see there the top speed of the car on that lap, just a little bit below what he's done his best time, 294 kilometers an hour. So these drivers really are pushing these cars nearly to their limits, 294 kilometers an hour on the main straight. And the Nissan just putting another lap on the Tiger in third place. Nissan coming through turn 8 and up towards the chicane to complete his 25th lap as the leader makes his way around the back of the circuit for the last time. Raymond Narac through that long left-hander. He's still trying. You can see the car moving around. Despite the fact he's a minute in the lead, he's really pushing the Porsche on as they go through Aurelia and then up. And he almost makes Aurelia and turn 8 one corner. And I think we said earlier, this is where they're getting told that they're using too much of the curbing there to try and make those corners into one. As the leader comes up to lap the ADA, which is running now in 4th place, comes through Parabolica Ayrton Senna to come on to the main straight for the last time. The checkered flag will be ready for Raymond Narac, who took over to complete the race as the checkered flag goes out from the start driver Michel Lecour. Now we're looking at the 2nd placed car, which over a minute behind, so going round the back of the circuit, the Nissan, whilst the leader is already gone past the checkered flag. It's Erwin France in the Nissan through the Parabolica Anterior, coming up to lap the Kenwood liveried Porsche, which is running in 5th place. Hans-Jörg Hubner. Up to turn 8 goes the Nissan. Turns into the very tight uphill chicane, and then speeding up all the time through the sweeping S's, just having to modify his line there a little to get past the Porsche of Hubner, but makes his way through now into the Parabolica Ayrton Senna for the last time. The Erwin France started by his father, Pierre-Alain France, who we heard interviewed in the pit lane, and across the line goes the Nissan to finish in 2nd place. The gap at the flag was 1 minute and 10 seconds, so even the last lap, Narac opened out that gap and already finished the other cars. They've all been lapped. So first, the 82 Porsche 962C of Raymond Narac, started by Michel Lecour, and we see that on screen now. In 2nd place, the France family car, the Nissan R90 CK, started by father Pierre Alain and finished by son Erwin France, finishes in 2nd place. In 3rd place, number 129, driven solo by Bertrand Rouchot, the Tiger GC288, finished 1 lap down in 3rd place. In 4th place, the ADA 02B of Benjamin Monet. He drove solo for that race, number 105. And the only other finisher in the race after the retirements, the number 51 Porsche 962C of Hans-Jörg Hubner, who finished in 5th place. And as you can see on the screen, we had 2 retirements, that of Allard Kalf in the Spice and Peter Fischer in his Spice. And of course, we didn't ever see the Jaguar XJR10, which was entered in the race, but unfortunately after problems yesterday, did not start today with Dario Franchitti and Zach Brown. So now we've got the leader coming round, Michel Lecour, Raymond Narac, will be going into the pit lane to take the applause of the marshals. You can see there they move to the trackside and applaud the drivers coming into the pit lane. Marshals are doing a great job there.
We are in for we are going for a short break now, and we'll be right back. Stay with us, please.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that, whether catching the waves or laying by a pool, whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace. Whether simple or sophisticated, why not just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you? It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
Here we have the first three position cars. They will now go to the podium. We have the Porsche 962C of Raymond Narak. He did the last stint, the second stint, and he also did the fastest lap of the race in lap 25 of 26. So probably they could have been much faster if they wished to. Alistair, you told us that this car yesterday was clocked at more than 300 kilometers per hour at the end of the straight, as was the Nissan R90. Oh, but we have to go to Francisco. Francisco Melo has an interview probably with the winner. Francisco, tell us.
I will try to get the interview now. It has to be a quick one because I have to do the podium ceremony, but let's start.
And these are the highlights of the race. Alistair, there were some good moments in the race.
Yes, they were indeed. Yes, I mean, the cars just standing still look as though they're going quickly, don't they? They're amazing, these Group C cars. And
yes,
we've got the Porsche.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Alistair, but we seem to have the winner with Francisco Melo. Francisco, go ahead, please.
Okay, second time will be the time. I'm joking. Hello, sirs. We are here with the winners. Now we are live. Okay. Congratulations to both. Great victory. Can you tell us a little bit of this race?
Well, it has been a little bit easy because we were first on the grid, and then I pushed a lot to stay at the first place. And then when my friend Raymond drove at this turn, it was also easy because we had 15 seconds, if I remember, front our friend France.
Yes.
Yes.
So, congratulations, great victory.
Thank you.
And thank you for coming to Estoril Classics.
Thank you. It's a nice place.
Oh, yes,
Very nice place.
Thank you.
We are Alistair. Now the next race will be the Classic Endurance Racing 1. It's the first and only race of this series included in Estoril Classics. They practiced yesterday and on Friday free practice. This is a 1 hour race. What can we expect of this race that I think has 13 cars that are going to start?
Yes, the Classic Endurance Racing 1 is, as you say, on the grid now. This is for GT cars from 1966 to 1974. And prototype cars from 1966 to 1971. So we see cars from the great manufacturers in the UK, such as Chevron and Lola and McLaren. And we've also got two examples of the Ford GT40, the car which Ford designed to win Le Mans. and beat Ferrari. And you may have seen the recent released film about known as Ford versus Ferrari, I think in America, but over here known as Le Mans 66, which was the year that Ford first took victory. And then they won for 4 years until 1969. And then, of course, Porsche took over with the 917 in 1970. We've just seen a brief shot of the podium for the previous race, but the cars lined up for the Classic Endurance race. And on pole position, we'll see the McLaren M8C fitted with the same engine that is used in Formula One at the time, and we saw in the back of some of the cars in the Group C race. That's the Ford Cosworth DFV engine, and this particular car is the only one to have had that engine fitted. All the other cars used the more traditional big 7 or 8 litre V8 Chevrolet engine in Can-Am racing. But this particular car, chassis number 01, was built for the DFV engine, and that's the engine that's in the back of the car now. It has had different engines. There we see it now. It has had different engines in it over the years, but it's been reverted to the original DFV engine. And we see in the car there Mark DeVee, who is the owner of the car, and we believe it will be taken over at the pit stop by British driver and car preparer Martin O'Connell. Martin O'Connell, a very, very good driver indeed, races successfully in a few years ago now, but he was very successful in Formula 3 and Formula 2, but now runs OC Racing, which is an expert preparation company of historic cars. So we see Mark DeVee will be taking the car at the start. So that's the McLaren M8C on pole position, as we see the podium just completed for the previous race, the Group C race. Congratulations to the drivers there, taking away their cups and bottles. The McLaren was built for the Evergreen Racing team, and driven by British drivers Chris Craft, Trevor Taylor and Brian Redman, as we see the cars move off now on their warming up lap. And it took a first place with Chris Craft driving in Sweden in 1970. So that's the pole position car. Alongside is an example of one of the Lola T70s, and they came in 3 different forms. This is the closed car, the Mark IIIB from 1969, driven by David Hart, and it should be shared with Nicky Pastorelli. We see on our screen that David Hart is in to start the car. So that's the Mark IIIB Lola T70 with a V8 engine in the back, designed by Eric Broadley, and he designed a whole string of Lola cars which were very, very successful over the years. The T70 wasn't hugely successful in period in international racing, but was very, very successful in national series. And in its open form, the Mark I Spider form, it won the very first Can-Am Cup in America, the Canadian-American Cup, and driven by John Surtees, who of course was a world champion. And he took the Lola to the very first Can-Am win, but it then became dominated by McLaren and later by Porsche with the 917s that had been developed in open form and really dominated Can-Am racing. On the second row, we've got an example of the Chevron. Sorry, Adelina.
Configuration was also very popular in Portugal, not particularly by the use of Portuguese drivers, but because Mike Diadi won Villarreal twice in a Lola T70 Chevrolet. It was also the car that Teddy Pillet and Gustave Gosselin used to win the 1970 500 kilometers of Villarreal. So it's a popular shape of that period and a successful car also in one of the best Portuguese circuits, if not the best, which is at Villarreal.
Well, the cars have taken the start, and immediately into the lead from the outside of the front row has gone David Hart, number 34, in the car you're just talking about, the Lola T70 Mark IIIB, has got past Marc de Vie, and in fact Marc de Vie is going to lose a place, I think, to the second of the Lolas. No, he just manages to defend his line through there. The second of the Lolas, the white with the green stripes, started by Steve Brooks, and that car should be shared with Robert Beebe. They normally share together, but Steve Brooks took the start. So those three cars starting to pull away from the fourth placed car already, which is British driver John Emberson, in an example of the Chevron B19, and through the left-hander they go. In fact, John Emberson's hanging on to them through the tighter corner there. The Lola's much more powerful but heavier, and John Emberson is able to hold on in the B19 from 1971. That's a smaller engined car, and that should be shared with Bill Wickham. The two of them regularly share cars such as this. And in fifth place, it's the number 56 yellow and black Chevron B19 of Campos Costa and Vieiro, as they head off to the final corner and complete the first lap. And it looks as though Hart leads from de Vie, and then in third place is Brooks, and then Emberson as they cross the line for the first time. And a good battle for the lead, and another good battle for third place as they turn now through turn one. And the McLaren of Marc de Vie has closed back up on David Hart in the Lola as the rest of the field stream through. An example there, the white car with the black stripes. We're not seeing that now, it's further back in the field, but that's another of the Chevrons. And now we're looking at the Lola being chased by the McLaren, the Lola, and the Chevron of John Emberson, who leads his class. He's the, as I say, the smaller engined cars, the under 2 litre car, and the three cars ahead, all using bigger engines. The Lola's using the V8 Chevrolet engine, and the McLaren using the Ford Cosworth DFV 3 litre engine, as they turn now into the left-hander at Parabolica Interior. And still David Hart manages to hold on, and going a little bit wide there, Steve Brooks in the second of the Lolas, but holding on to the McLaren of Marc de Vie. And we do have the interest in this race of a pit stop and of course driver changes as well. We're expecting Martin O'Connell to take over the car in second place, and we're expecting Nicky Pastorelli to take over in the leading car. Both Pastorelli and O'Connell are very quick drivers indeed, and had long histories in racing before they turned to historic racing. And Steve Brooks should be handing over to Robert Beebe in the third placed car, and as I mentioned, John Emberson in the leading 2 litre car should be handing over to Bill Wickham. Adelino.
Yes, just a quick note to refer to the back marker. I think it was, well, I talked with Fernando Soares, which will be sharing the drive with Miguel Vaz of a Porsche 911 Carrera RS 3 litre. Usually a very competitive car, but against similar cars. In here, it is totally outclassed by these sports cars and prototypes. So they will not stand a chance to do much more than finish the race. In qualifying, they were 5 seconds slower than the slowest of the sports cars, which was the Lola T212 of Christophe Baudon. And Fernando Soares, I met him yesterday in the pits, and he told me that he misjudged this participation because he was counting on having several other 911s also racing in this race. It sometimes happens. He ended up being the only one with this type of car, and so we'll be seeing him a lot, but only when he's been lapped by the faster cars. It's a nice, beautiful 911. We're very well prepared, white and with blue stripes, and we'll be seeing him whenever the faster cars will be lapping him, which shouldn't take long to start with.
Well, on track we're seeing the classic smaller engine car keeping up with the bigger ones, with being lighter and more nimble. And John Emberson in the under 2 litre Chevron B19 is in fact is that a problem for Steve Brooks in the Lola T70? Seemed to be a little bit slow coming onto the main straight as they were coming down there, and John Emberson has gone up into 3rd place. So leading is David Hart, 2nd place Mark De Vries, that's Lola from McLaren, then it's the Chevron of John Emberson. Remember, just a little 2 litre engine in that, keeping up with these big V8s, and the American V8 leading, and the Cosworth V8 DFV engine in 2nd place. Then it's John Emberson, then Steve Brooks and Campos Costa in the 2nd of the B19, 2nd in the 2 litre class, in the yellow and black striped car there, just going through the bottom of our picture, in 5th place. So the 5 leaders all still very close together, and the 2 litre sports car series that raced in Europe in period using cars like this Chevron B19 and the Lola T212 was fantastically competitive, and it was it travelled around a bit like the circus travelling around like we were talking about earlier. The drivers would load their cars onto trailers and move on to the next circuit, and it was really competitive, and it's great to see these cars still racing. And the Chevron and the Lola Mark were the main 2 competitors in that 2 litre sports car championship that we saw. That's number 35 on screen, which is the Lola T212, which is the competitor to the Chevron. The
Alistair,
pit stops mentioned.
Do you have
yes, Avelino?
Yes, I would like to. Do you have any information regarding the chassis number of the McLaren M8C that's racing?
Yes, you may have been doing something else. I gave a history of the car. It's chassis number 1, and it's the only one of the M8Cs to have the DFV engine fitted, which it did from new, but it subsequently had other engines fitted, but it went back to the DFV.
Yeah, I missed the number of the chassis, but I have to tell you that this car raced at Villarreal with Chris Craft in 1970. This is actually a race won by a Lola T70, which can happen also here. But the McLaren was very fast in practice, and if I'm not mistaken, it actually did pole position for this race in Villarreal in the distant year of 1970. So this exact car that we're seeing in the 2nd position has a bit of Portuguese history, racing at the Villarreal circuit.
Yes, the driver there you mentioned, Chris Craft, he took the car to a win in Sweden in 1970 as well, and subsequently, after the Evergreen Racing team sold the car, it had a different engine fitted into it, but it's now been restored, and we see it on screen there, restored to its original DFV engine, which is unique to this car, as it looks like a quick spin there for the 5th place car of Campos Costa, the Chevron B19. We just caught a very quick glimpse of it next to the Armco. Looked like he'd had a spin and was recovering to the track as John Emberson goes through to complete 5 laps in 3rd place, but he's being challenged on the inside by Steve Brooks in the Lola T70, but Brooks just could not get the car turned in, so John Emberson able to sweep round the outside in the much more nimble little 2 litre Chevron B19 from 1971, and the heavier Lola not able to challenge as they went into that corner, but the Lola is more likely to be able to challenge on the longer straights, perhaps on the back straight down towards Palaborica interior, or the main straight between the final corner and turn 1. So we'll keep an eye on that. But ahead is the McLaren of Marc de Vie, and a fascinating race we're watching as once again Steve Brooks challenges on the inside to try and get past the John Emberson Chevron. Steve Brooks, property developer, but also enjoys flying and owns a Spitfire, which he flies regularly, and will even take people for passenger rides. Steve Brooks, a great aviation and car enthusiast.
I have some information regarding the... Yes, I have some information regarding the maximum speed attained by these cars. And we have on top of the charts, it's during practice. The Lola T70 reached 249.5 kilometers per hour. The Chevron B19 with Alexandre Beirão driving 245.6. The other Chevron B19 with Emberson 242.4. And the Chevron B8 with the Siebenthal driving 230 kilometers per hour. The McLaren MC8 provided only 227.9 kilometers per hour, yet they could have improved that perhaps in qualifying. Let me check. No, I think they only have this this information. So these are the top speeds. The faster car almost 250 kilometers per hour. The Porsche was the slowest with 188.9 kilometers per hour. So back to you, Alistair. Thank you.
Thank you, Adelino. Yes, we're watching the change of position there at the end of the main straight into turn 1. Steve Brooks managed to squeeze past John Emberson. We're looking here at John Emberson now in the leading 2-litre car, and he was passed in the end, having valiantly held off the big Lola for a number of laps. But as I suspected, it was the power and top speed of the Lola that took it past, and he managed to get through into turn 1. So that car's now up to 3rd place and is looking to close the gap on Marc de Vie in 2nd place. The gap between them is only 2 seconds, and then John Emberson comes through in 3rd place. So it's still David Hart leading in the car number 34, the dark green Lola. And the only major international success, interestingly, for the Lola T70 Mark IIIB was to win the Daytona 24 Hours. So not a bad race to win, and very hard indeed on the cars. Quite a rough circuit with parts of the banking used as well. So it's a tough race. And the Lola T70 won that race, but didn't really follow that up with any other major successes. But it's remained a mainstay of historic racing right through the last 20 years. And in fact, the original designer of the car, Eric Broadley, made continuation cars, as they're called, which are exact copies of the original cars, and known as Broadley Lolas, to differentiate them from the original Lola T70s. But they still very successful in historic racing, as we see here, leading the race and in 3rd place, with in between them Marc de Vie in the McLaren M8C, which as a car is not unique. There were 10 of them made, but as a configuration using the DFV engine, this car is unique, and as Adelino was telling us earlier, had success in Portugal in 1970 and in Sweden as well in the same year, driven by Chris Kraft. We now see them going down the main straight, and Steve Brooks is closing on Mark de Vie, but hasn't closed up completely. Mark de Vie from Antwerp in Belgium, where he deals in racing cars and always has a great collection of cars for sale, and a real enthusiast and very quick racing driver. He it is who is at the wheel of the McLaren M8C, which we believe will be handed over to Martin O'Connell, a British driver from the Midlands, and a successful driver in his own right in his younger days, but now very, very quick in anything he sits in. And it'll be interesting to see whether the speed of Martin O'Connell can drag the McLaren closer to the leader, which David Hart will be handing over, we think, to Nicky Pastorelli, another very quick driver. So that'll be a fascinating battle towards the end of the race. But Steve Brooks now is closing up on Mark de Vie. He's trying to go through on the inside. Steve Brooks on the limit of adhesion in the Lola. The car squirreling around as he was braking there, just keeping the car about under control. And I was slightly concerned there. He might run into the side of Mark de Vie, but very good driving indeed from both of them as they go through the chicane and up the hill now to the S's, as we see a shot of the Porsche that Adelino was talking about earlier. Not competitive in this race, but great to see it out. But unfortunately, that's having, looks like maybe an engine problem, could be transmission, rear engine car. But now we're watching the leaders, the second place battle, and it looks like Steve Brooks might get second place, but the McLaren is faster on the straight. But now they're coming into the braking area, and Steve Brooks has got the inside line, so he takes second place away from Mark de Vie. So it's now Lola, McLaren and Chevron, the top four in the race, and then the fifth place car, Campos Costa, in another of the Chevrons, had a little bit of a spin earlier, I think, and dropped himself down to sixth place. But we're looking at that car now, the Chevron B19, car number 56, finished in the yellow with the black stripe. And that car is in sixth place, third in the under 2 litre class. The Chevron B19, the open version of a car which we've got in the race a little bit further back. The Chevron B16 was modified to the B19 to comply with the regulations of the European 2 litre Sports Car Championship. And the Chevron Mark, the designer and a gentleman who started the company, Derek Bennett, British designer, and he designed some wonderful cars, the B19, the B16, and we've got an example in the race of a B8 as well, which was a different class, really, a much earlier car, the late 60s, but just happens to be my favourite racing car. I just think it looks wonderful. We've got one example of that in the race as we're looking at the battle for second place again, and Mark de Vie trying to do what Steve Brooks did to him a lap ago and come through on the inside on braking. And look who's in the background, the orange under 2 litre car of John Emberson, trying to get in on the act as well. So John hasn't lost touch with this battle. It's an amazing sort of David and Goliath, really, because Emberson only has 2 litres. The car ahead has 3 litres, and as he turns in to the corner, we've just cut away, but it looks like he might have got the inside line, and Emberson goes up to third place momentarily, but I think he'll lose that again as they turn into the next corner. But it's completely side by side all the way through the left-handed hairpin there. Fabulous driving from these two experienced historic racers, but in the end Mark de Vie gets the third place back on power in the McLaren. But now they're coming up to the Parabolica interior, Adelino. I hear you're back. So, yeah, this is a wonderful battle, isn't it?
Was very surprised by that place for trying to overtake, but it actually makes sense. So, but it's perfectly natural that most powerful cars then in the stretch in the straight line they have much more speed and they more acceleration than the 2-liter cars. But 2-liter cars are known to be extremely nimble and also very light on the brakes. So that means that probably as time goes by and the bigger cars push their brakes more and more, that there could still be an advantage for 2-liter cars. And I have the information that Francisco Melo is with some information for us in the pits. Go ahead, Francisco.
So the classic endurance racing 1 is already going on. We are almost half point of the race, so the mandatory pit stops are about to start, and we will show the team leader stopping. And now we are here with the Portuguese team of Fernando Soares and Miguel Vaz. Hello, Fernando Soares and Miguel Vaz. So I can see that you had really bad luck today.
Bad luck because we had a problem in the gearbox. So we are trying to solve it now so that we can go back to the race.
So, but the qualifying, you already had problems in the qualifying, or only he appeared today?
It was only today that we had this problem in the car. Yesterday the car was fine, so no problems at all.
Yes, it was a bad luck in your home race. So, do you think it is still possible to do a few minutes?
I think so. Maybe in the next half an hour. Yeah, the race is 1 hour, so I think we will go back to in some time now.
We hope so. Now we're going to speak a little bit of Portuguese. Então já podemos ver que tivermos agora sim, já estamos aqui. Isto realmente é muito azar, nem sequer começaram, suponho, não é? Nem sequer.
Isto aconteceu à segunda volta.
Segunda volta.
Estes carros são muito sensíveis de caixa, passar de quarta para quinta, não meti bem, a quinta não entrou e o carro deu rotações e partiu o martelo de válvula, o que acontece normalmente nestes carros.
Espero que consigam ainda fazer uns... Espero que consigam ainda fazer alguns minutos.
Vamos tentar.
Vamos tentar. Claro. Obrigado.
Okay, so this was the Portuguese team of Fernando Soares and Miguel Vaz. They explained in English and in Portuguese their problems. They hope still to come back to the car. They still come back to the race, I mean, and take part still in this classic Endurance 1 race, which, as we said before, we are almost half time. So the pit stops are the pit window is about to open, and as you can see, the crew, the family, everyone working in the car to try to get back this car to the race. And the pit window is about to open. In 2 minutes' time, the pit window will open.
We will get back with you, to Francisco, as soon as the cars start to pit. Thank you very much. Back to the race, Alistair. Fernando Soares explained in Portuguese that he was the one driving the car, and because the car had problems with the gearbox, he was unable to shift from 4th to 5th gear, and he exceeded the revs for the engine, and the valves probably gave way. He said it's a common problem in these cars when this problem happens. So in the meantime, we have the information that the team manager of car 159, that will be the Lola T70, currently in 2nd place, it was summoned to race control, and the pit window will open in less than 1 minute. Alistair?
Yes, I didn't notice any warning flags going out to 159 Steve Brooks, so I don't know why the team manager has been called up to race control, but it might be that he has been exceeding track limits and we didn't spot the message. The pit window opening 30 seconds, so we could get some early stoppers in the pits, but at the moment we're watching this tremendous battle between the over 2 litre Mark DeVee McLaren and the under 2 litre John Emberson Chevron, which is having a great fight for what is now 4th place. Steve Brooks having got past and gone away in 2nd place. He's about 5 seconds ahead now and 12 seconds down on the leader David Hart, as we look now at the battle for 3rd place coming up through the chicane, and still Mark DeVee is able to hold off John Emberson. John Emberson also races in a Morgan as well. He's a long time Morgan enthusiast. Morgan, the British car make, although now owned I think by an Italian company if I remember correctly, but still made not far from where I live and where I'm talking from, in the middle of the UK. And John Emberson out in his Chevron B19, which he'll be handing over to Bill Wickham for the second half of the race, we understand, as we look at the 159 Steve Brooks car in 2nd place. And that's being followed by the Lola T212 number 42, which is in 10th place. That's driven by Christophe Baudon. And here's the battle for 3rd place, with Mark DeVee just ahead of John Emberson. John Emberson couldn't be much closer, could he? He's almost under the rear wing of that McLaren as they head off down to the Parabolica interior, and they're catching the Lola T212, which is an under 2 litre car of Baudon, and it looks like they'll get through on the run up to Aurelia.
Francisco Melo has another another interview ready for us. Go ahead, Francisco.
Can I? Okay, we are here with Nicky Pastorelli. Nicky, you are about to enter the car, so hammer time.
Yeah, we go for it. David did a good job in the first stint. We are P1. Let's see if we can finish it to the end.
Of course. Okay, this was Nicky Pastorelli, one of the best GT car drivers of all time. Fantastic racer, and he's about to enter the leading car, number 34 car. He's the leader, the team of David Hart and Nicky Pastorelli, who is about to enter. David Hart is out, Nicky is going in. And so we can see live the driver change. So we can watch now the pit stop. The mechanics and team members cleaning the windscreen. Now the seat belts are being adjusted. The driver has to do this. They have a mandatory time at the pit stop. The mandatory pit stop must be, they have to change between the minutes 25 and 35th minute of the race. And they should complete a driver. After the 25th minute of the race, they have to make a driver change. And they can see Nicky's return to the track. Now we're going to talk. We're going to talk with David Hart. Try to make an interview with. Talk with David Hart. Just waiting for the signal. I'm just waiting for the signal. And. So we are here with David Hart. David, great first stint. You are P1, so everything is going smooth.
Yeah, still now it's going smooth, but the car is really good, so I'm happy. It's better as the Cobra yesterday, that was not good.
But today is going good. So tell me a little bit about your stint, the start, and tell me if you can describe to us how is about to drive this car around the Circuito do Estoril.
Yeah, first of all, I like the circuit a lot. It's technical, so I have to learn, and it's the first time out here. The car is brilliant. It's one of the cars that I really like and drive a lot, and so I know him well. And Nicky can explain me what I do wrong. Although I saw that I get a flag, I think I went too far on the green, and so after that I have to change my style. And but I was okay. I couldn't see my lap time, but that's it.
But great first stint, and now let's see if Nicky finished the job. Okay. And best of luck.
Okay, thank you.
So this was the leading team. We heard David Hart talking about his stint and how he's like to drive at Circuito do Estoril. And as we can see, more mandatory pit stops going on. And now these cars are going out. That's the correct way to put it. So they have the window is open, so all the teams have to do their mandatory pit stops.
Well, yes, so we have witnessed first pit stop and exchange, and it was the leading car with now Nicky Pastorelli driving, relieving David Hart that did the first stint. We have now the Siebenthal in a Chevron B8, Alistair's favorite, and it's in second place now, but of course has yet to visit the pits. Then we have BB's Lola T70 in third place, already having changed drivers and doing the mandatory pit stop. O'Connell driving the McLaren. We're all anxious to see what this driver can do with the powerful McLaren with the DFV Cosworth engine. And Emberson was doing great, leading the 2-liter class. Let's see how this unfolds also. At the moment we only have two cars, I think, that have yet to pit. Second place, the Siebenthal, and Baudon with the Lola T212 from 1971. Alistair.
We're seeing there the place change. Martin O'Connell wrestling with the steering wheel of the McLaren as he gets past Robert Beebe in the Lola T70. And I did notice that John Emberson has been into the pits and he's remained in the car. It's the same helmet for John Emberson. So it looks like Bill Wickham will not be taking over the Chevron number 15. John Emberson has remained in the car, but we're now seeing, after the pit stops, we've only got one car remaining to go into the pits, which is the Baudon Lola T212. The pit window will close in just under 2 minutes, so he needs to come in on this lap. But here we see Martin O'Connell. Now, in qualifying, Martin O'Connell set a time in this McLaren of 1 minute 44.739, which is significantly quicker than anybody else. Although Nicky Pastorelli, now he's got on board the David Hart number 34 Lola, has already set a time of 1:45.7. As we see in the pits there, the Chevron B8, we haven't seen much of that. It's not really competitive with these much later and more powerful cars, but the Chevron B8 coming into the pits to do its mandatory stop. Here's the Lola of Robert Beebe, number 159, making his way through the S's, but ahead of him is Martin O'Connell, Martin O'Connell up to second place. The gap, we now need to keep an eye, Adelino, on the gap, because I'm expecting Martin O'Connell to be able to close the gap on Nicky Pastorelli. It's 22 seconds when they came out of the pits by the...
Yeah, he just did fastest lap with 1:45.755, slightly better than the fastest lap Pastorelli did previously. So they are evenly matched, even though they are separated for by 22 seconds, which is considerable. I think we could, but let's see. I'm relishing to see the fight of that O'Connell can bring to this race, which from the start had only Emberson there trying to keep up with the bigger guns. Let's see how that goes.
Well, it should, if Martin O'Connell can keep the car right on the pace. Remember that time of 1:45.755 was his very first flying lap out of the pits, and he had to pass Robert Beebe as well. So he could well go faster than that on this lap. And the gap between them, 22 seconds, it is a lot, but we've got 24.5 minutes left in the race. So we'll see now whether Martin O'Connell can close the gap on Nicky Pastorelli, and the last car to take its pit stop, the Baudon Lola T212.
Yes, we have Francisco Melo with another interview. Francisco, go ahead.
Thank you, Adelino. We are here with the team number 32. We're here with Mark. Mark, he will speak in French because his English is not perfect. Can you tell us a little bit about your race?
It's perfect. Everything is perfect. The track is wonderful. Race is perfect. The car driving perfectly. Everything fine. Thank you to everybody.
Thank you, Mark.
Wonderful weekend around the circumstance with the virus. It's so the privilege to be here today.
We thank you for that. Is the first time here at the Estoril racetrack?
No, I come in 2008 with Van de Viver. So also a fantastic memory for this track. Now, the country is wonderful, the track is nice, the people are very nice.
Oh,
very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Continue to have a nice time.
Thank you. Thank you to you.
Back to you, Adeline. Back to you.
Thank you, Francisco, for the interview. We keep seeing now the leader seems to be losing quite some time lapping the Ford GT40 of Ayari, which is, of course, a very good driver, very fast driver also. But this could help O'Connell to reduce a bit the gap, don't you think, Alistair?
I think that's very likely, yes. We're now switching to the battle behind, which is John Emberson moving up into third place, passing the Lola T70 of Robert Beebe. So John Emberson has done a really fantastic job with this under 2 litre car to get it up to third place overall, having passed now the white Lola with the green stripe, the T70, which has a much bigger and more powerful engine. But John Emberson able to hold that car back on the main straight. Now he's into the corners. I think he'll start to pull away because the Chevron B19 is much more nimble than the big Lola. So John Emberson, a great job there, up into third. Meantime, ahead, the lappery of that GT40 has indeed helped Martin O'Connell a little bit. He's closed the gap to about 21 seconds, first to second, with 21 minutes remaining. But Nicky Pastorelli in the leading car is driving very quickly indeed.
O'Connell just put on the fastest lap of the race with 1:45.507, so taking up a whole second from Pastorelli in the previous lap. But now, of course, Pastorelli responded, and he did the fastest lap when 1 minute 45, 339 thousandths of a second. So Pastorelli has all the possibilities to actually defend his position. Let's see. The gap is quite large for cars that are practically at the same pace.
Yes, the two leaders are very, very evenly matched, aren't they? There's just a couple of tenths of a second between their lap times, and it goes one way and then the other. There we see Martin O'Connell now, number 11 in the McLaren, and working hard. Good with the open car and the low windscreen. We can really see how Martin is having to hustle this car through the tighter corners. Lovely shot there as it goes away from us through the kink on the back straight, coming up now to the left-handed parabolica interior. So again, we'll see Martin working away at the steering wheel, just keeping the car in the position on the track that he wants. That lovely long shot with the pampas grass in the background, that's really nice shot there on the screen. There goes Martin O'Connell, again having to correct the slide as he brakes for the right-handed Aurelia. Now he's into the tight section. If we follow him through here, here we are. We can see right down into the cockpit now from that camera position. A great shot, that close in, watching Briton Martin O'Connell working away in the McLaren M8C. He'll now be coming through the S's and now into the parabolica Ayrton Senna before he completes his 22nd lap. And he's coming round the Porsche back out on track again. So that's good news after that problem with the engine. But back out.
Yeah, but O'Connell might be trying too hard since he has been flagged with warning for track limits. So he needs to be careful about this, because next time he will probably get a penalty, and they are expensive. They are 45 seconds each by the standard of the marshals at Estoril. So it's not worth it. Oh, it seems O'Connell is slowing down. Is it his car?
Yes, it was. That was a rear view of O'Connell's car, so something wrong, and he's pulling off.
Okay.
Oh dear, what a shame,
yeah.
After all that effort from Martin O'Connell.
Yeah. He's parked at the exit of corner 2 and entry of corner 3, if I'm not mistaken. So we will be having yellow flags very soon between those two corners, at least. But he parked the car outside the track, so that doesn't represent a real danger at the moment. But here he is, double yellow at turn 2.
Well, I was going to say that if anybody can fix the car at the side of the track, it will be Martin O'Connell, because he runs his own race team, OC Racing. He's an expert mechanic, and I see that he was... we cut away, but it almost looked like Martin was jumping back into the car again. So I wonder whether he has fixed whatever the problem is. And yes, he has. He's jumped back in again.
Yes, he has.
Great. Thank you, Martin. It proves the point of Martin O'Connell.
It's quite handy. Let's see. Yeah. He might be able to bring the car in the pits, and then let's see what can be done about, because he would deserve to do a few more laps at the circuit. Let's see what happens.
We're now looking at the battle which has become the battle for second place because of Martin O'Connell's problem. And interestingly, the Lola T70 of Robert Beebe has repassed the Chevron B19 of John Emberson, who got through a few laps ago, you may remember. And for some reason, Robert Beebe has suddenly perhaps found another gear there in the Lola, and he's got through into second place. So we're now looking at John Emberson just lapping the Porsche.
Yes, I have the information here that in the last lap, Emberson took 1 minute 57 seconds against 1 minute 52 from Beebe, which probably explains why they changed position now. We don't know what happened, but something cost him at least 5 seconds to Emerson that made him lose the third position at the time and now second position. O'Connell is entering the pits.
Coming into the pits, Martin O'Connell. So after getting the car going again at the side of the track, he's come in to the pits, and it may be that he can tell the team what the problem is and they might be able to fix it, but he's dropping down the order. He's now shown in 5th place, and we're looking at the leader, Nicky Pastorelli, in the Lola T70, which now has a comfortable lead of a minute over Robert Beebe in 2nd place in the similar Lola T70. And then in 3rd place now, John Emberson, who's quite close behind Beebe. And then moving up to 4th place is the Lola T212, second in the under 2 litre class, car number 35, which is Armand Miel. And then leading the GT1 class is experienced driver Soyala Ayari, the French driver, car number 69, in Mr. John of B's Ford GT40 from 1968.
Ayari is actually the second fastest car on track at the moment. Pastorelli is doing 1:49.7 and Ayari is doing 1:50.066. So is at the moment the second car. Is way faster than the Emberson, which seems to still struggle. There are some problems surely with the car. And
it certainly looks that way, yes.
Doing very well, as expected.
John Emberson seems to have speeded up again, so I wonder whether, and he's slowing down again now, so I think there's an intermittent problem with, he's really slowing now. He's pulling to the outside of the track, so that's a great shame because he was doing a really good job of keeping that little 2 litre car right up with the leaders. He's now pulling across to the inside of the track to keep out of the way, and there's an exit point there he can get to, hopefully, or at least the marshals will be able to push him to that point. So we'll have yellow flags showing at that section of the circuit.
Yes, he is stopped after corner 5. After corner 4. And we have Francisco Melo with another interview. Francisco?
Thank you, Adelino. We are here with Martin O'Connell with 11 cars. So, unfortunately, you had to retire. So, what happened?
Just a simple thing. The rod to change gear is broken, so there's no chance to change gear. So, we had to stop.
It's a short DNF. So, and before that, how was the race going on for you?
It was going okay. The 34 car was quick, so we were going at about the same pace, but we just had to keep pushing. But obviously, this is racing. This happens sometimes. So, but we had a good day. We have a Formula 1 race in a minute as well, so that'll be good. So it's been a good day, really. Just unfortunate. So we have another car in this. The 159 car is our car as well. So hopefully they have a better run.
It was your first time here at the Circuito do Estoril, or you have driven here before?
The first time I raced here is this weekend, so it's a fabulous place, and it's been a really, really good weekend. Everybody is so friendly, and all of the organisers have been very helpful, and it's been a pleasure. It's been a real pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Martin, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
Back to you, Adelino.
Thank you, Francisco. As we now, of course, we have a yellow flag at turn 4, waiting for the car to the car that stopped to be removed. It will be Emberson's number 15 Chevron B19, which was doing a very good race. So now the order is Pastorelli, Lola T70, 26 laps. Then we have Miller's Lola T212, which is a surprise. This car is also leading the under 2-liter category. And then we have Ayari with the Ford GT40 leading the GTs. So the first 3 cars are also leading the section. So that actually means there's a problem also with car 159, which is now being pushed. So BB's car, which was in second place, is not in a very dignified moving stance, isn't it, Alistair?
We've just heard from Martin O'Connell that he also prepares that car, the 159 car. So Martin was a bit despondent about the car he was driving failing, and now he's got a second car failing. So he's got some work to do on those cars. That's a great shame, but that means that we have Lola's first and second with the T70 of Nicky Pastorelli leading, and the car on screen, number 35, in second place. That's the Armand Miele 212 Lola. And amazingly, up to third place has come Soya Layari in the Ford GT40, which is leading the GT1 class. And that's up to third, car number 69, the car owned by Mr. John of B, and driven by Soya Ayari today, who himself has had a huge amount of experience, particularly at Le Mans, and he has managed to get that 1968 car, which really shouldn't be competitive in overall positions, in much earlier design, and he's got himself up to third. The Ford GT40 was the car that Ford produced to win Le Mans. And it took them a couple of years of trying, 64 and 65, but they came in 66 and took the first win for the GT40, and it then won in various development shapes in 1966, 67, 68, and finally in 1969. And then the baton of the Le Mans wins passed to Porsche with their 917 in 1970. So the Ford GT40, one of the most iconic sports racing, GT racing cars ever produced, along with the Porsche 917. Certainly those two are very much at the top of any wish list of a racing driver wanting to go historic racing. As we look at Nicky Pastorelli, has taken over the car of David Hart. Here we have the GT40. We've got some pictures of it now. I don't think we've seen much of it during the race, but up to third place now. Finished in the gold livery, car number 69, Soya Layari at the wheel. And the car was called the GT40 because it was 40 inches high from the ground to the top of the roof. Very low indeed. So much so that some of the drivers with slightly taller had to have a little bubble put in the roof. One of those drivers, Dan Gurney, and I think it became known as the Gurney bubble, if I remember rightly. But anyway, a tall driver, they had to put a little dink in the roof to give them room to get their crash helmets in. This one has doesn't have that little bubble in the roof. And the GT40 with a little bubble, known as, I think in slang, as the GT42, because it was 2 inches higher with the little bubble showing. But this type of car took the win at Le Mans in 66 through to 69. The final win at Le Mans for the GT40 coming in 1969 for the 6-time winner of Le Mans eventually in the years of his racing, Jackie Ickx, the Belgian driver, and British driver Jackie Oliver, who shared the GT40 in 1969 and took the win. There we have two Lolas on screen. Lola and the Chevron on screen. Sorry, Adelino, you were saying something.
Chevron. Yeah, I was just saying, look at wonder of the beautiful Chevron B8, which is your favorite. I think my favorite would be the B16. I think the proportions of that car are really so beautiful. It's a little prototype, but with smaller engine. If they would use a Ford engine, Ford an FVC. I think it's the engine that the B16 would use.
Yes.
Below 2 liters. I'm not sure if it is 1.8 probably. And it's such a delicate figure. I think it's one of the most beautiful cars of this period, even though it was not, of course, an overall winner. It was a class contender, but I think it's the most beautiful. But I also like the B8. They would use mostly BMW engines. Is that correct? They would probably. It could be suitable also for Ford engines easily, 4-cylinder engines. And we have Francisco Melo with another interview. After this, we'll resume our conversation about chevrons, Alistair. Francisco, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Adelino. We are here with Mr. John Offby. Mr. John, tell us about this race. You are in the 3rd position right now. So tell me about your race and your teammates.
Ok, aujourd'hui, donc, on est en train de terminer la course de CRE. C'est une belle course. Le circuit est fantastique, mais il est très exigeant. Et c'est vrai que c'est un plaisir pour moi de partager le volant avec mon ami Soel, avec qui je roule depuis près de 20 ans maintenant. Et donc avec les 2 meetings que l'on a avec le CRE1, la GT40 et puis avec la BBLM tout à l'heure, je crois que c'était important de partager ce volant. Donc ça s'est bien passé. Je me suis arrêté assez rapidement dès que la pit lane a été ouverte parce que j'ai la course des fins juste derrière pour me reposer avant de repartir avec mon petit bébé qui est là pour la course des fins.
Yes, Mr. John, and looking at this car, this beautiful car, it was the car that Didier Pironi won his first race. Pironi won the first race, this car, I remember. So tell me about this magnificent Ligier and how is to drive this. I don't have words, this car is so beautiful. Tell me about.
Oui, j'ai l'habitude de rouler qu'avec des voitures qui me plaisent et qui m'ont fait rêver quand j'étais plus jeune. Et surtout des voitures françaises aussi dans les monoplaces. Et donc cette voiture, pour moi, est une voiture fantastique. C'est une Ligier JS 1115, elle est née 11 la première année et puis 11-15 l'année suivante. Donc elle a roulé avec Lafitte la première année et avec Didier Pironi, un pilote que j'adore, la deuxième année, avec laquelle il a gagné un Grand Prix et il était en tête à Monaco quand il a cassé sa boîte à vitesse, ce qui l'a amené, je dirais, à quitter Ligier pour aller chez Ferrari et je suis très heureux de pouvoir rouler dans cette voiture.
Merci.
Merci à vous, à plus tard.
Back to you, Adelino.
Thank you, Francisco. We are now 2.5 minutes just remaining for the end of the race. Alistair, I think it's very neat that every one of the winners of the classes is in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. As I like things organized, so this pleases me very much.
Yes, well, it's interesting in GT and sports car racing. You often get the smaller cars up near the front because they are more nimble. But I have to say that Soya Layari's efforts in the car owned by the driver we just saw being interviewed, Mr. John O'Bee, in the pits with his Formula One Ligier, is an outstanding performance in a car which isn't really competitive in this company. So a great drive from Soil in 3rd place. We're looking now at the leading car, Nicky Pastorelli. Oh, and
there's an accident, car number 56, yeah. And there's some debris, so he must have hit something. And he's right in the middle of the track. I'm trying to locate the corner. Yes, it's at the end of the straight, at the entry of corner 1. So yellow flag, and I'm not sure if we'll just remain with yellow flags in this situation. The car is in a really bad position.
And we've got a red flag
this
now.
Is not safe. Yeah, Yeah.
So they.
It doesn't surprise me because
the race is being stopped with that car in, and it was the last lap anyway. So the safest thing to do was to stop the race because the car, as you've described, was in the middle of the track. So that's a great shame for the Lola T212. No, that was the Chevron, wasn't it? Yeah, sorry, it was the
no, that's the Chevron. Yeah, that was I think it was the Portuguese team. And Beirão, which I think is there, and I think the driver should have take sheltered near the marshals immediately. He stayed there at near the track. I thought that was not a very good, very wise move. So now everything seems under control. I think there's still one car that has to pass there. It's car number 90, which is the Porsche 911. Yeah, is entering the pits now. So it's clear there's no other car is going to pass through the car number 56, which is currently stopped. We have now the pickup truck of the organization is now heading for the car that will be quickly removed. So, Alistair, can we go through the results? I imagine that the classification will be the previous lap.
That's correct, yes. We'll. I don't think much changed on the last lap, but we will see the 56 car, which is shown as in 6th place. That will be removed from the results because it was the cause of the red flag. So, but the general rule is that the timekeepers go back one lap before the red flag, but we should still see a win for number 34, Nicky Pastorelli, which is now coming into the pit lane, the green Lola T70 Mark 3B, started by the owner of the car, David Hart. So that's the win for that car. In 2nd place and winning the under 2 litre class, car number 35, Armand Miel in the Lola T212. And we can see that in shot as well. That's very handy. We've got the 1st and the 2nd place class in shot there. Armand Miel in 2nd place, 2 minutes and 2 seconds behind the leader at the finish. And then in 3rd place, the winner of the GT1 class, and that's car number 69, owned by Mr. John of B, but driven by Soyal Ayari, the Ford GT40 from 1968. Car number 69 in 3rd place. And I think the 56 car will be removed from the results, which should promote number 95 into 4th place. That's the Caroline Griffney.
I'm not so sure. Yeah, we'll have to wait a bit because I've seen in previous occasions that as the last lap results appear, even the car with the accident will be credited with the last lap that he did. So that will probably place Alexandre Beirão somewhere in the 4th to 6th place. Let's hear what's the decision for the organization. But it makes sense that since it was the car that stopped everything, that it could also not be classified as you said.
So that that car would be in 4th place, number 56, and then the Griffney and Van Riet car in 5th place. That's the Chevron B16 that we saw in shot towards the end of the race, and we were talking about that beautiful car. And then in 6th place,
yes, I just have the information that Team 56 driver and team manager will have to report to race control after this session. So there might be some updates on that soon.
So continuing with the results, in 6th place, number 32 is Henrique Jean-Pearl and Marc de Siebenthal from Switzerland in their Chevron B8. That finished in 6th place, 4th in the 2 litre class. And in 7th place, car number 42, the Christophe Baudon Lola T212, although I did see a message about an investigation into their pit stop. We thought they'd missed the pit window in that car. It looked like he'd come in just shortly after the pit window closed. But again, we'll leave it up to the officials to decide on that one. That car shown in 7th place. In 8th place, but won't be classified because that retired. So only 7 classified finishers, I think, in that race, with Robert Beebe retiring towards the end in the Lola T70. And John Emberson, of course, we saw retire towards the end of the race as well after a really good drive in the under 2 litre Chevron B19. And the rest of the cars, Martin O'Connell retired as well. As we look now in the pit lane at the Ford GT40, Soyal Ayari getting out of the car with the car's owner. We can see them now in the back of the shot there, embracing, and I'm sure Mr. John will be congratulating Soyal on his great drive to 3rd place. Out of David Hart's car comes Nicky Pastorelli after taking that to the win. And there's David Hart now congratulating his driver.
Hayari's best lap was under 1 minute 50, which in the Ford GT40 is quite an achievement. Not many more drivers did this in the race, so it's very, very impressive. And we now go to the pits with Francisco Melo. Francisco.
Thank you, Lino. We are here with the winners, David Hart, Nicky Pastorelli, Team Netherlands as well. So, is that Team DHG? That's the correct way to say it. So, congratulations, fantastic race. I think you were P1 from the start to the finish. So, what can you tell us about the race?
Actually, for me, it was really easy because he did a really good first stint, created a big gap. So I had no pressure from behind. So I just had to keep the gap. Then we were lucky because the other ones were out of the race. But it was anyway easy for me because of the first stint.
So David, you make it easier.
Yeah, for me it was more fun. I had Mark de Vis in the back, and but I drove slowly. I have to learn first time out here, and but every lap it gets better and better. And yeah, it was a pity that he has to drive further. But anyway, he did a good job.
First time both of you racing in Estoril, or you already?
No, I've been here many times before, and happy to be back because it's a great circuit.
Great circuit.
Yeah.
Okay. So congratulations, and now let's go to the podium ceremony.
Okay, thank you.
Back to you, Adeline.
And thank you, Francisco. We have the highlights of this race. Classic Endurance Racing 1. We will have a second race for Classic Endurance Racing 2. Cars from a different period, still GTs and sports cars, but that will be later at about 15:20. Alistair, this was a race with some close fights, some surprising performances, but a bit plagued with some retirements that could have made the race more interesting.
Yes, it reflects really how the sports car racing was at the time these cars were current, and they good battles throughout. I mean, the 2 litre sports car championship was hotly contested between cars such as the one we just saw there, the orange car of John Emberson, the Chevron B19, that car there, and the Lola T212. Perfect timing with the pictures there. That was the real competitor to the Chevron, the Lola with the 2 litre engine. And then we're looking here at the Ford GT40, and now the recovery teams working hard to clear up the track after that accident for the Chevron B19, the Portuguese entry, number 56, which unfortunately looks to have lost control under braking and hit the barrier on the inside. There's confirmation of the result with David Hart and Nicky Pastorelli taking the win by 1 minute 43 seconds at the flag from the 35 car of Armand Miel, and then Mr. John O'Bee and Soyel Ayari in the Ford GT40 in third place.
I have to say that in the live timing, I have Alexandre Beirão in the 56 car that caused the accident, not classified in 10th position, which would confirm your assessment of the situation, Alistair. But now in the oracle that we saw in the transmission, it appeared still in 4th place. But I know more inclined to think that you are right, and probably they will not be classified. We go for a short break and we'll be right back. Thank you.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that, whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon, whether catching the waves or laying by a pool, whether reading a book or taking a nap, whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace, whether by car or by foot, whether simple or sophisticated. Why not just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you? It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That's how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that, whether by car or on foot, whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace, whether reading a book or taking a nap, whether simple or sophisticated. Why not just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you?
For this race, Classic Endurance 1, David Hart and Nick Pastorelli as the winners. Mr. John of B and Soleil Ayari in third place in the Ford GT40. And Armand Miel in the Lola T212. Track is cleared and everything seems set for the next race, which we expect that will start in a few minutes. It's the classic Grand Prix dedicated to the pre-1986 Formula One cars. You can see in the image that Estoril is right up in the nose of the what looks like a long face of the Portuguese border with the sea. The weather here is spectacular. We have 24 degrees Celsius and a very blue and clear sky that's been with us all weekend. Class wins still for the Classic Endurance Racing 1, one of the series that Patrick Peter and its Peter Auto organization brought to us this year for the Estoril Classics 2020. This was a very special effort from Peter Auto, from the Cascais Tourism Board and Race Ready to stage an event of this magnitude in this time of pandemic and so many social restrictions that we have. We are now having we're going to have the race of the Classic Grand Prix. Yesterday we had race 1, won by Michael Lyons with an Esket 308E 1976. It's a very easy car to spot because it's blue, but it has a pin-up on the side of it because this car was initially sponsored by Penthouse magazine. Steve Brooks in a Lotus 81 was second, and Jamie Constable in the Brabham BT 37 was third. Mark Hazel in the Williams FW 08C did everything he could to actually get third place from Jamie Constable, but this was not to happen. And so this will be the first 4, so the first 2 lines in the grid. It will be on the first row, Lyons and Brooks, then Constable and Hazel, then Davis and Mr. John of B. Davis will be at the wheel of the Surtees TS 16-2 from 1974, and Mr. John of B will be driving his Ligier JS11 from 1979. Very beautiful, beautiful car with a Gitane livery. Vincent Rivet with the Marche. Yes, Alistair, please go ahead.
I was just going to mention that when we interviewed Soil Iyari in the pits yesterday, he indicated that he would be driving the Ligier, so I'm wondering whether he will drive it today, because Mr. John of B drove it yesterday. But that's just speculation, I don't know, but he did say that he would be driving it.
Okay, that would be nice to after his performance in the GT40, I would be looking forward to see him taking the place of Mr. John of B in the Ligier, and perhaps seeing this car clinching a top 3 finish. That could be nice, but let's see, because the Esket and the Lotus 81 were out of reach yesterday. Constable and Hazel had a wonderful dice with the Brabham slightly edging the Williams in straight line performance, which actually didn't allow Hazel to overtake, even though he was clearly faster on the twisty bits. Let's see. So you have Bonnie on the Trojan T103 from 1974. O'Connell with the Embassy Hill Lola, and Lyons in the Surtees TS9 from 71.
So the cars now forming up on the grid, and we're looking there at Vincent Rivet's March 811 chassis number 06, and you can see the name Daly on the side there behind his helmet. That's Derek Daly, the Irish driver, and sponsorship from the Irish beer company Guinness, very appropriate there. And that was the March 811 built for Ram Racing. That's the Trojan number 41 of Philip Bonney, the chassis number 1, which was driven by Tim Schenkin in 1974. His best result, a 10th place at Belgium and in Austria. And that car was a development of a Formula 5000 car that Trojan built with the help of designer Ron Taranach, who'd moved over from Brabham, where he designed cars with Jack Brabham. We're looking there at the pole position car. That's the number 24 Michael Lyons Hesketh 308E, chassis number 1, which was driven in period by Rupert Keegan, hence the sponsorship from the Penthouse magazine that Adelino has mentioned. And that was crashed in 1977 in Canada, but rebuilt at the end of the 70s as chassis number 1-2, and that has continued to race ever since. And it was actually the last Hesketh produced before the team was closed down by its patron, Lord Alexander Hesketh. We looked briefly there at the beautiful Ligier, which we don't know whether that's being driven by its owner, Mr. John of B, or by Sohail Iari, but that's the JS11 Ligier, which was updated to later specification, driven in period by Jacques Lafitte and Didier Pironi. That's the Williams, car number 16 on the side, Mark Hazel, the FW08C Williams, chassis number 10, which was driven by Thierry Tassin in 1985, but not in Grand Prix racing. It's used in Formula 3000, but that type of car was driven in 1983 by Keke Rosberg, Jacques Lafitte and Jonathan Palmer, and Keke Rosberg actually took a win in the FW08C at Monaco in 1983. And that was a development of the earlier FW08, which was a full ground effect car, but ground effects were banned for 1983. And so Patrick Head and Frank Durney redesigned the FW08 to C specification, which had lost all its ground effect aerodynamics. As the cars make their way up to the grid, and there's the that's beautiful livery, the Essex livery of the Lotus 81, chassis number 1, driven by Steve Brooks, who we saw out earlier in the sports car race. Steve Brooks races this car regularly. This very car was driven by Elio De Angelis in 1980, and then later in the season was handed to Mario Andretti to take over in the later part of the season. And then the following year in 1981, it was the very car that Nigel Mansell made his Formula 1 debut in Belgium in 1981, and he finished 3rd. We're now looking at Michael Lyons, the young British driver, his mum Judy Lyons in car number 9, his dad Frank, also a regular racer on the historic scene, but Michael also races in contemporary GT cars as well, a very, very good driver indeed. Now we're looking at Steve Brooks in the Lotus 81, as I mentioned, the car that Nigel Mansell made his debut in Formula 1 in 1981. The pit board the grid board showing us we've got 3 minutes to go. There's the Essex liveried Lotus 81 of Steve Brooks. Now we're looking at the 99 Jamie Constable Brabham BT37, chassis number 2, which was driven by Carlos Reutemann and even Graham Hill, Andrea Diadamic and John Watson also drove this car. Best finish was a 4th place in Canada for Carlos Reutemann. Now we're looking at the Williams again. This is the number 16 car of Mark Hazel, the FW08C, and you can see there the side pods of the car quite far back, close to the rear wheels. This is because the ground effect side pods that went all the way to the front wheels had to be removed for this season. Now it's Mark DeVee, number 18, in the Surtees TS16 with Matchbox and FINA sponsorship. John Surtees attracted that to his team And Carlos Pache, the Brazilian driver, drove this car to 4th place in Brazil in 1974. The car also driven by Jochen Mass, Jean-Pierre Jabouille, John Watson and Derek Bell, the Surtees TS16, and Marc de Vie driving that car today. Looking now from the rear of the grid, and we should also have taken our camera back one more row, because then we'd have seen the close-up of the beautiful Gitan livery, number 69, which we're going to see from a little bit further away, but that's a really fantastic looking car number 69 on your screen, the Ligier JS11, updated to JS15 specification with better aerodynamics, and this very car driven by Jacques Lafitte and Didier Pironi in period, and it finished, it took a win with Didier Pironi in Belgium in 1980, and also second place in France for Pironi, and third in Canada and South Africa. So a very, very successful car. And we also,
Alistair,
sorry, Adelina.
There's a I just wanted to mention that the Constable has a problem. The Brabham B37, BT 37 had a problem and a bad start. So
yeah, he's been push started, so he should be able to make it.
He's catching up now.
And that Brabham BT37 was actually the first Brabham that raced under the control of Bernie Eccleston after he took over the team. So this was the first car they raced with Bernie in charge. Bernie went on, of course, to control Formula One for many years, until quite recently when it was bought by Liberty Media. So quite a history really in motorsport for the BT37. We should also mention at the back of the grid, assuming he's made it to the grid, Martin O'Connell, he certainly indicated that he would be there. As we see Jamie Constable making his way back to his correct grid position, there is Martin O'Connell in the embassy liveried hill.
Yes, I confirm that the Embassy Hill is on track, in the track. Hopefully he will have better luck this time, and will be able to finish the race.
The Embassy Hill was the team.
Yes, the helmet of Graham Hill. The helmet of Graham Hill would be perfect for this Embassy Hill, even though because of the association of Graham Hill, who was responsible for this team, and he still raced some embassies, didn't he, before he took on a more managerial position.
Yes, and then unfortunately lost his life in a plane accident with his number one driver, Tony Bryce, returning from testing in the south of France. But this particular hill was designed by Eric Broadley of Lola, hence it's got the name of the Lola T370, although it was raced as the Embassy Hill Lola, and raced by Graham Hill himself, raced this car, as did Guy Edwards and Rolf Stommelin. And at the wheel today, Martin O'Connell, who we heard from in the pits after the retirement of the car he was driving in the previous race. And Martin O'Connell was certainly right up at the sharp end, challenging for the lead, when unfortunately he had to retire yesterday. So do keep a watch out at the back of the grid for that white and red Embassy Hill coming through the midfield, and hopefully being able to catch up to the leading group quick enough to challenge for the lead as the cars now pull up to the line. So we've got Michael Lyons on the left of your screen, and then Steve Brooks in second place on the grid, Hesketh from Lotus at the front, and then it's Jamie Constable, Brabham, and Mark Hazel, Williams, on the second row as they head off down to the first corner. And Michael Lyons going in on this second warm-up lap, although they have started the clock, which is slightly confusing, but we are running the race. I thought for a minute there they'd put a second green flag lap, but no, we are racing. The clock had started, which isn't unusual. It often starts on the second green flag lap, but we are racing. So we're looking for the leaders coming down to the Parabolica interior, which is Michael Lyons leading from Steve Brooks in second place. Third place is Jamie Constable. And fourth is Mark Hazel. Has Martin O'Connell made any progress? Yes, he has. He's up into sixth place in the Embassy Hill. And they go down towards the chicane. And a good battle there for third place, which is our friends Jamie Constable and Mark Hazel. We watched them in the race yesterday, the whole race, and Mark Hazel couldn't get through. Jamie Constable actually is wearing a Hill style of helmet, isn't he? The London Rowing Club colours that Graham Hill used, and then his son Damon, world champion as well, of course, also used Adelino.
Well, yes, but do you think there's the possibility that the Williams had some changes in order to be more effective on the straight? It doesn't seem like it, because he was almost alongside the car, but as soon as they started accelerating down the straight, the Brabham BT 37 again took the lead. So yeah, but I thought that helmet would be perfect for the Embassy Hill. Not so good for the Brabham BT 37, which I think Graham will never drove. But still, it's a beautiful helmet. In Portugal, there was at least one driver at the time, César Torres, which of course had a great impact in the Portuguese motor racing, not so much as a driver but as an organizer of the Rally of Portugal. And in the 1960s he had an helmet that imitated the helmet of Graham Hill, so he had his fans and admirers everywhere. A great character, an excellent racing driver that I sometimes feel is a bit overlooked, well, because he lived during the period of such a talented driver as Jim Clark, also Jackie Stewart, John Surtees, and perhaps they were a bit more naturally gifted. But Graham Hill was a valiant driver. He was also very organized, very well prepared, and this is also very, very important for success in the past and still today. Don't you think, Alistair?
Yes, Graham Hill, twice world champion, 1962 and 1968, and a great driver and a great support to the Lotus team when Jim Clark was so sadly killed in 1968. He took over the mantle of the team leader. He did actually drive the Brabham BT 37, so it's very appropriate that Jamie Constable uses a Graham Hill style helmet in that car. Graham Hill, a very good driver indeed, and in one of those sort of quirks of the way things work out, his son Damon Hill supported the Williams team when Ayrton Senna was killed in 1994 and assumed the team lead role and rather did what his father did for Lotus in 1968. So these drivers, they've had a really a difficult time in those 2 years, and we're looking now at this battle between the Brabham BT 37 and the Williams FW08C. And we surmised yesterday that the cars are very similar in terms of their power because they've got the same engine in the back, and they are limited to 10,000 RPM to keep the cost of running these engines down. So they are very, very similar, but we think that the aerodynamics of the Williams is holding it back on the straight, and that's why we see the Brabham going ahead on the straights of Jamie Constable. Now we're looking at a great battle between Martin O'Connell, who has caught the Ligier now. Martin O'Connell in 6th place, now going past the Ligier on the main straight. So Martin O'Connell moves up to 5th. And where is he in terms of, he's 11.5 seconds behind, no he's not, 19.5 seconds behind the Williams-Brabham battle ahead of him. So that's quite a lot to catch up.
But he is Yes, but even though he's making very good progress, he's been lapping slower than the first 4 cars. So we have Lyons lapping 1:36.1, Brooks 1:37.1, and then we have the twins, the Brabham BT37 and the Williams FW08 in mid 39s, 1:39.4, 1:39.6, and then we have O'Connell in 1:41.2. So let's see if he can catch up, but at the moment he's still losing time. Also, just a side note, but Graham Hill was a master at one of the most demanding tracks at the Formula One Championship, the Monaco Grand Prix, which he won 5 times, I think. He also won the Indy 500 in Alola, if I'm not mistaken, and he completed that with a win in the 24 Hours of Le Mans, I think in 1972, sharing the ride with Pescarolo or Sever. I think it was one of those. I think Sever, probably. So he did something that no other driver, until the moment, no other driver was able to achieve.
Yeah, it was Henri Pescarolo who shared with Graham Hill 1972 win at Le Mans in the Matra. And the only driver, and a driver who's trying to achieve that Triple Crown as we speak, is Fernando Alonso, who's trying to win at Indianapolis to complete his Triple Crown of wins at Le Mans.
Yeah, but there was another one that was very, very close to doing that, and I think he's the only driver that can actually dispute with Sir Stirling Moss the ability to win in any type of car, in any type of racing, which is Mario Andretti. I think he was very close because he placed second at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, even though he tried very hard and many times to win that one, but it has always been proved elusive. He won the Indy 5000, I think, in 1967. He was a world champion for Lotus in 1970, 78, 79? I'm not sure. 78, I think. 79 was Jody Scheckter. And he also won anything that you can imagine in America. The dirt track, ovals, the Daytona 500, NASCAR's most important race. And of course several Indy Series titles. He was also the first of my favorite drivers, because when I started watching Formula One, I should be about 5 or 6 or 7 years old. He was driving the John Player Special Lotus, and I liked his name, and I liked the car, and he was winning races. So I think he was my first favorite driver, Mario Andretti. So
and
still
watching this,
following the race. Yeah.
The continuing battle between the Brabham BT37 of Jamie Constable and the Williams FW08C of Mark Hazel, which we watched the whole race yesterday, and it's virtually a copy of that, where Hazel is able to catch up with the Brabham with less downforce through the tighter sections, but as soon as they get to the fast front straight, which is where Michael Lyons is going now, the Brabham is just faster in a straight line with less aerodynamic drag on the car, as we watch Michael Lyons turning into turn 1 with just over 10 minutes left in the race. Michael Lyons 6 laps completed, and he's also set the fastest lap of the race with a 1:36.118, which is not quite as quick as he did yesterday. He was in the high 35s yesterday. Here's this great battle between Constable and Hazel tries to go around the outside that time at turn 1, but he doesn't make it. They drop down into the dip through turn 2. Hazel trying again as they come up to turn 3, a tight right-handed hairpin, and he goes wide there, trying to cut back perhaps now as they come up to turn 4, which is a left-handed hairpin, and he's trying every side of Jamie Constable. I'm sure Constable is looking in his mirrors thinking which side is he coming next as they go down now to Oreia, and then they'll be into turn 8, and a good chance for Mark Hazel here perhaps to break into the corner, but no, he can't get through there as they go through the Parabolica Interior. My apologies, not Oreia earlier on. That was the kink in the back straight. Now it's coming up to Aurelia. So will Hazel try on the inside here? No, he doesn't. And Constable remains in that 3rd position as they turn now into the tightest section of the track. Steep uphill through the chicane. Constable leads Hazel, Brabham leads Williams, 2 great names of Grand Prix racing as they head off now towards the S's and then the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, and round to complete yet another lap. And these cars battling for 3rd place as round the outside of the Parabolica Ayrton Senna he goes, and he can't get through there, and now he drops in behind, and here we go again. Jamie Constable pulling away on the straight down into turn 1, and he turns in now into the first corner on the circuit, and Mark Hazel once again closes up. Now will he try as they go down into turn 2? No, he's not close enough. But ahead of these two, Michael Lyons and Steve Brooks in the Hesketh and Lotus. Now they're turning through turn 3, and it's still the Brabham just ahead of the Williams as they turn in now to VIP and then head off towards the kink on the back straight. And these two battling for 3rd place. They can't be separated as they come down to the end of the back straight. And we cut now to the leader, Michael Lyons, with 7.5 minutes remaining in the race. And you can see on your screen there that the top speed recorded for Michael Lyons on the main straight, 281 kilometers an hour. Very, very quick indeed in these 3-litre Formula One cars, not turbocharged and none of the electrical energy they carry these days. These are just petrol engines in the back of the cars driving the rear wheels. And there's Michael Lyons now coming down to turn 1 in the Penthouse and British Air Ferries sponsored livery that was run by Rupert Keegan in period on this car. And now onto the main straight again. We see Jamie Constable just holding off Mark Hazel, and now as they get up to the faster part of the straight, Jamie Constable pulls away, has a quick look in the mirror there just to make sure that Mark Hazel's not coming through on the inside. He doesn't want to cause any issues. Mark Hazel closes right up now. He's looking for a way through on the outside. Now they'll go down into turn 2. And they've got Judy Lyons there, lapping Judy Lyons on the run up to turn 3. And now through turn 3, once again, Hazel takes that very wide line, which he now cuts back to try and get a better line for the VIP hairpin as they go round there, back onto the long, fast back straight. Quick shot there of Steve Brooks in 2nd place in the Essex-sponsored Lotus 81 chassis number 1. And another attempt from Mark Hazel on the inside of Parabolica Interior there, but again it didn't come off. Now we're back to Michael Lyons again, leading the race by 6 seconds from Steve Brooks, and a big effort there from Mark Hazel on the inside, but not able to get through. And now they go into turn 8, and it seems to me that Mark Hazel, Adelino, has had more opportunities in this race today than the one yesterday.
Yes, I think they clearly, there's a change of strategy and perhaps some fine-tuning in the car. Although it seems that on the straights the car keeps losing against the power of the acceleration and speed of the Brabham BT37. Also, I think that John Constable is using very well the track and track positioning. Always fair, but he makes his car incredibly wide for the smaller opportunities that Hazel has to put the car by its side. And I think Constable just left the track, or the embassy. Yes, Constable.
Yeah, that is another example of what we call the curse of the commentator. We are talking about Jamie Constable, and he goes off the track. So
and
that
yeah,
will put
and
Mark Hazel up into third.
this time it's my fault. I was praising him because he was doing very defensive lines and using up the best qualities of his car, and then this happens. But I think we have to commend Mark Hazel for pushing the Brabham's driver so hard that even a small mistake can actually change positions. So this is also a part of racing in Formula One. Every small mistake can change the outcome of the race.
Looking at Michael Lyons, the leader, and I noticed that Martin O'Connell has dropped back in the running order, and that's because he's made a pit stop. We didn't pick that up on the camera because we were following that great battle for third place, but unfortunately, Martin O'Connell in the Embassy Hill Lola has once again had some technical problems, and he's had to make a pit call. But he's back on track now as we watch Michael Lyons in the Hesketh, leading the race now by 6 seconds. So the gap to Steve Brooks hasn't opened out. Steve Brooks is keeping that 6-second gap. There we see Brooks coming up behind Michael Lyons. Steve Brooks in the distinctive Essex livery on the Lotus 81 in second place, running very, very wide all the way round the left-handed corner there, and that was the Parabolica interior. Now up to Aurelia, and then it'll be a short run up to turn 8, turning into the tight section of the track, the uphill chicane. Just 2.5 minutes remaining in this race. Michael Lyons leads in the Hesketh from Steve Brooks in the Lotus in second place. In third place, it's now Mark Hazel, with Jamie Constable having a little bit of a spin a lap ago and dropped himself down to fourth place. So that puts Hazel in the Williams in third, Constable in the Brabham in fourth, Mark DeVee in the Surtees in fifth, and Mr. John of B in his Ligier in sixth place. Then it's Vincent Rivet in the March in seventh place. In eighth place is Philip Bonney in the Trojan. Ninth, Martin O'Connell after that pit stop in the Embassy Hill Lola. And completing the 10 cars that are running, Judy Lyons in the Surtees TS9. As Michael Lyons has a little bit of a problem there, lapping the Trojan, and he did raise his hand after that. I wonder whether that was to say thank you for moving out of the way, or why did you move across on me, because it almost looked as though the Trojan chopped in front of Michael Lyons, but we didn't see the whole picture, so maybe that's being unfair. But there is Steve Brooks in second place. The gap has come down because Lyons had that problem with the lapping, but only a minute and a bit to go. Adelina.
I was under the impression that Lyons was saying sorry for the overtaking maneuver being so harsh, but I might be wrong. Also, as we couldn't see the positioning of the fingers in the hand that he raised, we're not sure what the intention would be. But I was under the impression that he was actually saying sorry for the perhaps the abrupt maneuver that he did to overtake the Trojan. But we'll see soon. He doesn't seem to have lost much time. He's still almost 5 seconds, leading 5 seconds from Brooks. Hazel is 30 seconds behind, and Constable 42 seconds behind. So I think for Constable, the race is not going to be in the podium this time. If I noticed another thing that's interesting is that Hazel, without Constable ahead of him, is lapping 1.5 seconds faster. So the car, clearly the Williams is faster in the circuit, but overtaking is clearly a problem because in the straights the Brabham had an advantage.
And Constable has got a penalty anyway. I didn't say at the time, but the way he came through the field after he had stalled at the start. That's not allowed under the regulations. You have to start at the back. You can't make up places on the green flag lap. So that penalty has now been applied. It's 25 seconds, I'm afraid, for Jamie Constable, but he's about that ahead of Mark de Vie, so it may not lose him a place, but Jamie Constable being penalised for not starting in the correct position. We're watching Michael Lyons now on his final lap and in the final corner as he comes round to take the checkered flag, and he lets the car run wide a little bit onto the curbing there, but comes out across the start and finish line, and the flag goes out to Michael Lyons. So that's 2 wins in 2 days for Michael Lyons, and he acknowledges the marshals around the track as he slows down on the slowing down lap back to the pit lane. In second place, it's Steve Brooks in the Lotus 81, and the gap at the flag was 5.9 seconds. And then in third place, we should have Mark Hazel in the Williams FW08, and Jamie Constable in the Brabham next up as Hazel crosses the line, finishes in third place in the Williams, as we watch Michael Lyons waving at the marshals in thanks for them coming out and making racing safe for our drivers. And in fourth place, Jamie Constable, number 99.
Yes, I think with the penalty, Constable will probably be behind Davis, the Surtees driver. I'm not sure, we have to see, because things, I think that they have already corrected this, and so we have Davis and Mr. John of B, 4 in fifth place, and then Constable in sixth place. You confirm this?
Yes, that's correct. They've applied the penalty of 25 seconds, and it's dropped Jamie Constable down 2 places. So Mark de Vie finishes in fourth place in the Surtees. Then it's Mr. John of B in the Ligier in fifth place, and in sixth place, Jamie Constable in the Brabham. And in seventh place, Vincent Rivet in the March. In eighth place, it's Philippe Bonny in the Trojan. And in ninth place, after a pit stop, Martin O'Connell in the Embassy Hill Lola. And completing the 10 cars that finished the race, Judy Lyons in the Surtees TS9. And the fastest lap went to Michael Lyons, the winner of the race, at 1:36.118. So Michael Lyons really dominant this weekend, as he often is in Grand Prix, Classic Grand Prix racing. A very, very good driver indeed. And today bringing out the Heska 308 for us to enjoy. Adelino, another great chance to see Grand Prix cars from an earlier era.
It is, yes, and for Portugal particularly, we were actually we haven't seen these cars in period, because Formula One in here had a gap between 1960 at the Boa Vista circuit, and then 1984, when we finally appeared again on the map of the World Formula One Championship. So the cars from the 60s and 70s didn't race here in period. From 84 we started having the Grand Prix, and those are more familiar shapes for us, and we can relate them more to the circuit. So but it's great, and the sound of these engines, they all race with the 4 DFV Cosworth, the cars we watch here. It's magical. I'm not quite sure if they were the fastest cars this weekend. We have to check, because I think that the fastest qualifying lap of Michael Lyons in the Ascot was 1 minute 34 seconds, which is the same second of the Porsche 962C, that the white and blue and pink car that also won both races in its category, and I think those were the two fastest cars of the weekend, and they should be separated by thousandths of a second. We will now have the podium soon of the 3 first places, and then Rui Belmonte will take it away for the bike exhibition again. But for now, we have the highlights of this Formula One race.
We saw the winner of the race, Michael Lyons, there. Now we're watching the great battle for 3rd place, as it was at the time. Now we're looking at the Trojan battling with the March for the lower end of the top 10. Now it's the Williams, and back to Michael Lyons, the winner of the race. And still this battle went on for 3rd place between Jamie Constable and Mark Hazel, which was only resolved when Constable had a spin. Here's the winner, Michael Lyons. A lovely shot there, looking down onto the cockpit of the Hesketh. Steve Brooks, who finished in 2nd place in the Lotus. And here we have a picture now. We didn't see this at the time, I don't think, or at least I didn't spot it, was what happened to Jamie Constable. So he went wide and into the gravel trap. Lucky to get the car back onto track there. So that was where he lost that 3rd place. And here comes Michael Lyons.
We're waiting for the first 3 to come up to the podium for the final moment of this F1 Classic here at Estoril. The winner was Michael Lyons. Brooks was the 2nd. Hazel finished in 3rd place. Ascot for Lyons, Lotus 81 for Brooks, and Hazel with the Williams. They finished in the first 3 places. Davis was the 4th at the finish line. The 2nd for Class A, Mr. John of B with the beautiful Ligier finished in 5th place in front of Jamie Constable with the Brabham. As we wait for the final moment of this race. At the same time, we have already the bikes for the Spirit of Speed. They are already on track. This is the bike that Peter Goddard rode, the Rock. Yamaha engine for the bike. They have already been here first thing in the morning, those first 15 minutes. Now we have already the first 2 on the podium, Hazel and Brooks, and now Michael Lyons, the winner. He also won the race yesterday, and he finished again in 1st place. 2 victories this weekend here at the Estoril for Michael Lyons with the Ascot from 1976. From 1981, the Lotus of Brooks, and Hazel with the Williams finishing in 3rd place, 34 seconds away from the winner, 6 seconds between the first 2. And we have the bikes. Beautiful sunny day here at Estoril. This is the beautiful Kawasaki from Akira Yanagawa and Gregorio Lavilla. It was works full factory bike in neat condition. This bike was one of the bikes that Team Eckel brought to the championship of Pot in 1999. Akira Yanagawa and Gregorio Lavilla were the riders, official bike 750 cc's. Here's the 91, also one of the bikes that are here in this exhibition. It's a beautiful pattern, pattern Italian bike. As we see also the first three in Formula 1 in the podium, celebrating their performance at the end of the race. Another beautiful Yamaha TZ. It's the 21. Series of beautiful bikes on this sunny day. There's no wind today. Yesterday we had some winds, especially at the end of the day, but not this Sunday. A beautiful sunny day. It will be perfect for the last three races of this event, this Estoril Classics 2020. We'll have Endurance Racing Legends, a 30 minutes race, then Classic Endurance Racing 2, 1 hour, and at the end of the program, Iberian Nisha Cabral Memorial, Iberian Historical Endurance, with 50 minutes of race. It will be the last race of this Estoril Classics 2020. In the moment we have the bikes of Spirit of Speed. Oh, this is Michael Rutter's bike, the bike that he won in Macau. It's ridden at the moment by André Pires. He was a Portuguese Superbike champion back in 2014. Usually rides in Macau also. The only Portuguese rider in these days riding in Macau year after year. Also in the Isle of Man. And the smallest bike of the group here, this beautiful 50cc, the smallest engine. And another of the Yamaha's TZ. Private collectors from this Spirit of Speed. This is probably a TZ 250, yes, 250. We have also 500 cc's from Yamaha and also a 750, 1 or 2. This is Tom Sousa Machado, one of the Portuguese collectors. He used to race this bike in the classics events here in Portugal. Also in the paddock we have a Ducati from 2014, ex-Andrea Iannone bike. Look at the difference in size between the 50cc and the other bike. It seems like the bike from Michael Rutter. Michael Rutter that won in Macau for 7 times. One of them with this bike that we have here at Estoril. As we continue on this exhibition, waiting for the Endurance Racing Legends. They will make their second race. First one was held yesterday. Another Honda. It's a machine that was used in the World Endurance Championship by Team France, Team Honda France. Oh, the 50cc will lack the momentum after that stop at the chicane. Now the S's. Few other bikes on track. This is the Rock, the bike from Team WCM. Peter Goddard was the rider of this bike. It's from 1992, this beautiful Rock. Also a fast bike, of course, 500 cc's. Team WCM won here in 2000 with Gary McCoy, with a similar bike, not a Rock chassis, but at the time Yamaha full spec chassis. As we wait for other bikes. And here's again the Endurance Honda, a Sonoto Yamaha, a bike that was used by Patrick Ponche, a 250cc bike. Also the Formula One John Player Special, a space frame. It's a Norton. And here's the on the RC30. It was the bike used by Stefan Mertens. It's a Dolde preparation bike. A few riders in the straight line, start finish straight line. Oh, there's a fast bike. The Honda from Stefan Mertens, and also a two-stroke. There are quite a few bikes, historical bikes. Here's again the Kawasaki from Akira Yanagawa. This Spirit of Speed bike exhibition, it's the final exhibition of the weekend. All started last Friday, first thing in the morning, with the private testing, also qualifications for the several different categories that are racing here this weekend. In an event that will be again here at Estoril in October 2021, from 8 to 10 of October 2021. Again, the 50cc bike. And here's again in the internal straight before the inner parabolica, inside parabolica, opposite way from the Ayrton Senna parabolic. Is the Norton again, not the Norton, the Patton. And here's the beautiful Honda RC30. This model was the winner of the first 2 years of the World Superbike Championship, 88 and 89, with Fred Merkel and Tim Rumi. This bike has official colors and all the preparation. No problems here for this TZ Yamaha. one of the first years with disc brakes on this model. Completely different. The Rock from Team WCM. Very special machines. And it is again the beautiful pattern. Now quite a few bikes here at the inside straight. It is the Norton John Player Special space frame for this bike. A bike that was used in the TT races. Also a very special bike here at Estoril, and they have been ordered to come back into the pit lane. They finish their exhibition time. Next race will be the Endurance Racing Legends. Endurance Racing Legends next race. And at the moment we see the bikes coming back to pit lane. Those were the bikes from Spirit of Speed, this club of real petrolheads passionate about motorcycle racing and motorcycles, of course. They came from France, Great Britain, also Portugal and Spain. Back in the pit lane, back in the tent, in the paddock, where you can see all these bikes. Unfortunately, not allowed to have public this weekend here at Circuito do Estoril. As we wait for the last bikes. Here's the 88, also a Yamaha TZ. Next race will be Endurance Racing Legends. Problems for the pattern bike. The marshals helping the rider to get out of the track into the service roads where they can get back bike without stopping the program. A little delayed the program for this Sunday, but everything running again without complications, as we see that we have 13 cars in the starting line, in the starting grid for the next race, the Endurance Racing Legends. Then we'll have the Classic Endurance Racing and the Iberian Historical Endurance Nisha Cabral Memorial. Okay, we'll have a little break at the moment before the start of the race. Time for commercials.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That's how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that, whether by car or on foot, whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace, whether reading a book or taking a nap, whether simple or sophisticated. Why not just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you? It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
The charm of the Atlantic coast, this is Cascais. Of course, the invitation has been done. All of you are welcome here in Portugal and here in Cascais when we have the Racing Legends exhibition. As yesterday, not a race, unfortunately. We have this beautiful Porsche roof, a yellow roof, on track at the moment. Before the Classic Endurance Racing 2, we have 2 races, and this is Endurance Racing Legends exhibition. Of course, that you are all invited to visit Cascais and Portugal, of course. This is what we have for all of you. Nice weather, nice food, and for sure a very special moment to live and very special places to visit. Circuito de Estoril, it's one of them. Here is the beautiful yellow Porsche. Simply amazing, this car. It's passing through the pit lane again. Stopping at the pit lane at the moment. I guess that will be the only car in this Endurance Racing Legends exhibition in Circuito de Estoril for this Sunday. First race held here was back in 1972, the day of the official opening of Circuito Estoril. Cars, motorcycles, even sidecars were here for the first day of the Circuito de Estoril. It was a completely different circuito, not in this in the track design. A few changes have been made throughout the years, but especially different circuit in terms of all the structures around it. The garages were completely different, also the control tower, the media center. A few differences also in some of the corners. There was no chicane back then. Third one was also completely different. A very special racetrack, a narrow one, a old school track, of course. And throughout the Circuito Estoril history, there has been races for Superbike, MotoGP, Formula 1, all kind of events, Endurance World Racing also in 2 wheels. Last one of them 3 weeks ago. Also quite a few other major championships came to Estoril since 1972. Also Rally of Portugal with this famous slalom at the end of the rally in the Group B era, when the rally was also run nearby in Sintra on those fantastic special stages in Sintra. It's the mountain that is near the Circuito de Estoril, in the north side of the Circuito. As we continue to see the Porsche Now in the straight line, start-finish line. This beautiful yellow Porsche, fast car for sure. We have once again a 30 minutes gap before the start of the next race. Classic endurance racing will be the next race on the schedule. A total of 11 different events inside the program since last Friday. And we have at the moment only this Porsche. As yesterday, a few laps for the German car, the beautiful Ruf Porsche. An amazing car that we have the privilege to watch here at Estoril. This is the chicane. Circuito de Estoril will have once again, for the third time in history, the Superbike World Championship next weekend. Unfortunately, once again without the allowance of the local authorities to have public in the stands. The same as this weekend here with Estoril Classics. But it will be the last race of the season for the Superbike World Championship. A difficult year for everyone. Drivers, teams, promoters, and of course the circuits with the pandemic scene. We've been without engines for quite a long time, and in the second half of this 2020 year, fortunately a lot of events have been held here at Estoril. This is one of them, one of the most important ones, the Estoril Classics, that will be here again next October 2021. Hopefully with our lives back to normal, without the sanitary restrictions that keep us outside the paddock, outside the events. But fortunately for all of us also, we have this kind of transmission. We are broadcasting for everyone to watch and to be able to be here at the Circuito of Estoril for this event, a special event. We hope to have a lot more drivers and teams in 2021 to make this event one of the significant ones in Europe, year by year. Again, the Ruf Porsche back on the start-finish line. I have also Adelino with some interviews. Adelino, good to hear.
I'm here with Duarte Nobreguedes, chairman of Cascais Tourism, to talk about Estoril Classics. Duarte, are you pleased with what has been happening this weekend here at the Autódromo of Estoril?
I must say that I'm extremely happy because I think the partnership we signed, the contract we signed this year, and for 3 years with Peter Auto, puts this event a level that with the other partners, Race Ready and ACP, we'll reach a point that we begin to build an event that will be in the top of the classics events for the future globally. And everything is going very well. Of course, we have some difficult let's say, details because of the COVID. But anyway, people are very happy. Everything is going very well, so I'm extremely happy.
So this is a new chapter for Estoril Classics. It's almost like restarting again with an international partnership with Peter Otto. How do you see the event in the next years? What's going to develop and evolve to put it where you think that this event should be?
Well, you know this event, and that's different maybe from the others. We have several spots, let's say, because we have the Elegance, Concours d'Elegance, we have the rallies, we have the circuits with car, motorbikes, and that we want to keep it because Cascais and Estoril, we had the World Championship in for motorsport. So I want to be present. Of course, we will increase. I think we have the perfect partners for the event. So the partners were difficult to build the event for them to join. And that we have achieved, and we have done. It's perfect. Now it's a question of in every year upgrading a little. I know exactly what we must do. Well, of course, I'm an optimist. I don't think about COVID anymore. It will be finished. So for the future, it will be the same, but upgrading until, honestly, I would like that this event would be the best in the classic world.
Okay, thank you very much, Duarte. I will now ask Mr. Patrick Peter to join me here, and we will talk a little bit about Peter Otto and the contribution of Peter Otto for this event.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Mr. Patrick Peter. Can you tell us a bit? Well, you're doing and organizing events since the 1980s, if I'm not wrong, an impeccable record of some of the most important motor racing events. What's the importance of this particular event, Estoril Classics, in 2020 for you and for Peter Otto?
It's the first time in Estoril since a very long time. We visited Estoril probably 10 years ago, something like that. And we had good discussions with Cascais and tourism. And it was important this year because it was supposed to be the finale. And in fact, it is the finale, but it's a finale with a very difficult season, you can imagine, because we canceled many events, etc. But all the drivers are very happy because the racetrack is fantastic. And there's a very good relationship between the Portuguese and all the drivers, and everybody is very happy. Now they want to come back next year in better condition, not better condition from Portugal, but better condition with the COVID, etc., which is impossible this year.
I had several drivers saying to me that this was actually the first race of the year for some of them. And they were particularly happy because they had the opportunity to take the cars out of the garage to go to the track. And there's been also some very good racing, particularly yesterday with the Cobras until the last moment in a 2-hour race. What can you promise us for next year?
I can imagine because I have to stay very prudent. But normally we have the double of car. Normally we were supposed to arrive with 250 cars. And unfortunately with the problem from the Swiss driver, from the British driver, etc., we lose a lot of cars and a lot of drivers on the last moment. But the idea is to come back with probably 8 different grids and 250 cars with big program with normally a minimum 30 cars in each grid. Of course, big battle, etc., which is impossible when you don't have in-house car. But we need to be happy because we cancel many races this year, and for everybody, for the driver, for the team, the team work just for the driver, etc. And if there is no race, they have no works, and it's important to organize. Everybody is happy.
Okay, thank you. We are certainly very happy to see you here and your group and your organization here with us. One last question. Duarte Nobreguedes told us that he sees this event as potentially one of the best, most important events of the year. Is that really possible?
We will do the best for that. We will do the maximum for that. We will do the maximum for that. You know, we have a date for next year. We have a date for 22, etc. It's very important to come back on the same period, etc. It's important for the driver, but I think it's important also for the public, because the public take habitude to come back, etc., etc. Of course, not this year, but we want to attract the same public every year, and we wish more and more people every year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Patrick Peter, the responsible of Peter Auto, just telling us a bit about what happened this year and what will happen next year. I'll just perform a small operation here, just to make sure we try and keep everyone safe. And now, already with me, a man who doesn't like to wait, is always doing things, Diogo Ferrão from Race Ready, and he's the Portuguese partner of the organization here of Estoril Classics. Diogo, a tough year, but coming here, it should be a relief for you to arrive here and see all the cars and people happy. What do you feel at this moment?
Well, I think the most important thing for this year is make the event happen. There's a lot of events that didn't happen, so having so many cars, almost 200 cars this weekend here, it is fantastic. And the weather is great. We know they come from a long way, and you can give this Portuguese feeling from the event. The Mario Araújo Cabral celebration. Some can show our heritage in terms of racing in Portugal, and try to make this one of the best events in the classic car world.
Well, some of the races have been very good. Is there a favorite for you? I know that you were accompanying very carefully the 2-hour race yesterday. Can we expect other similar races as emotive as that one?
Well, yes. Yesterday, end of the day was really a highlight. The race was 2 hours long. In the last lap, the first two were by 1 second, the leader. So if you are at home and you can watch yesterday's TV streaming from the race, and it was a fantastic race. Today, I have to say, the last race of the day as well is a fantastic race with 44 cars and very different machines, and I'm sure it will be a quite emotive fight until the end of the race as well.
Finally, what would you like to say to the Portuguese audience that was not able to attend at the grandstands due to the conditions that we now unfortunately have? And I know the organization did everything they could to provide the next best thing, which would be a live streaming transmission. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, let me correct you. The audience that comes to Estoril Classic is already very international, not only Portuguese, but we have had a lot of spectators that buy tickets from Spain, from France, from Italy, that come to a different event. Also enjoy the welcomes of Portugal and see fantastic cars in this circuit. To all this audience, the Portuguese that are our people, but of course the foreigners that we welcome very respectfully. We are really sorry you cannot attend, but are the government laws for this year. And there is nothing we can do. We try to, of course, to make the public come, but if the public health in the first place. And this was the best, and all hope next year everyone has health and security, so we can come here and enjoy the event even more, with even more cars, with more spectators, with more environment, because the public is also a very big part of this weekend.
Thank you very much, Diogo.
Thank you very much, Adelino, and thanks for your help, and everyone at home chatting on YouTube and Facebook, thank you very much for the chatting and give us suggestions. Please keep doing that job. Thank you very much.
Well, that's all from here now. I interviewed 3 strong men of this organization, and I give back to Rui Belmonte, and we will talk soon.
Okay, thank you, Adelino. We see once again the beautiful roof Porsche in the start-finish line. Three important names in this event, of course. Duarte Nobreguedes was also a Portuguese racing driver. He drove in the famous Dakar. He was the first Portuguese to win a special stage in the Dakar with Nissan Patrol. Was a special moment also for Duarte Nobreguedes. Since then he's been also connected to the Turismo of Cascais and Turismo of Estoril especially. Now also an important part in this event, the Estoril Classics alongside Peter Auto and of course Diogo Ferrão, which is in a way of speak, the man that brought everything that we have this weekend here. He was the one that led his team and everyone that works with him to make this event possible here at Estoril, an event that will be here back again in 2021 and also the contract signed for 2022. Very, very special. These moments we wait for the endurance racing legends to finish. We wait also for the next race. Pit lane will open at 3:10 for the Classic Endurance Racing 2. It will be a race. We have for sure nice cars racing here, as yesterday will be the second race. Yesterday we had the first one, now it's time for the second race. 60 minutes race for these cars. It will be the race that will allow us to start also to think about the last moment of the weekend, the Iberian Historic Endurance with the Nisha Cabral Memorial, the famous Formula 1 Portuguese driver. He was the first one to drive a Formula 1. He was born in 1934 and sadly passed away in this year 2020, and also it's quite logical to have his name here at Estoril Classics alongside some of his driving equipment and helmet, gloves. Very, very also special racing driver here in Portugal. We have some action in the pit lane. The starting grid is getting ready in the paddock, and before we see the first cars in track to get the way to start the race, we take a little break once again.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that, whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon, whether catching the waves or laying by a pool, whether reading a book or taking a nap, whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace, whether by car or by foot, whether simple or sophisticated. Why not just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you? It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path. Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that, whether catching the waves or laying by a pool, whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace, whether simple or sophisticated. Why not just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you? It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
Well, this is Cascais, this is the charm of the Atlantic coast. Once again, I invite you all to come and visit us. We will be happy to have you all here and in Cascais. Pit lane is open for the starting grid to be ready in a few moments. This is Classic Endurance Racing 2, 1 hour race with the first cars already on the way to the start of the grid. Here it is, 1 hour for the Estoril Classics 2020 for this last race of the Classic Endurance Racing before the Iberian Historical Endurance, and I will handle it also to Alistair. Alistair, welcome back, glad to hear from you.
Car, of course, it finished in red, as you'd imagine, being a Ferrari. We're looking now at on the grid at car number 2, which is the Lola T298 of Frederic de Rocha, which sits on the 3rd row of the grid. The pole position car is Yves Simama in the toy SC304, which is resplendent in its period livery, sponsored by Warsteiner, gold colour. Very, very distinctive car. That's car number 58, which is Carlos Tavares, the boss of the Peugeot Citroën Group, PSA Group, in his Chevron B21 from 1958. So the slightly later model of the B19s that we saw in the previous race. Very similar in design, but slightly later cars. Carlos Tavares there, car number 58, on the 4th row of the grid. In pole position, I mentioned Yves Simama. Alongside will be Carlos Barbo in his Lola T280 from 1972. As cars make their way up, that car there, the Lola T600, is Philippe Simama, and very unusual, well, a lovely livery, the BP livery, similar to the car on the 2nd row of the grid of Frank Morel, also in BP livery, but the Lola T600, quite a late car, so it's a 1981, which is why it looks a little different from some of the others. It's right at the end of the period these cars are allowed to be, and it ran in America in IMSA GTP, which was the class in America, and also in Group C with a variety of engines, including a 6-litre V8 Chevrolet engine in the back of that, and the leading driver of the Lola T600 in period was the British driver Brian Redman, and he won the American IMSA Championship in 1981, and he was certainly their most successful driver in that car. So that's starting at the back of the grid. Philippe Simama had problems in qualifying with that car, and I don't think actually set a time. He's got no time on his grid sheet, so I think I remember yesterday he never actually completed a full lap. He kept coming into the pits with problems. But nevertheless, great to see that car out. Yes? Adelino.
Hello again. I'm here with Bernardo Correia de Barros, president of Cascais Tourism. Bernardo, como é que está a viver este fim de semana? Oh, sorry about this. Sometimes it's difficult to maintain speaking so many different languages in the same day. Bernardo, how's this weekend going for you?
Oh, this weekend is being extraordinary. So we are hosting people from around the world with this new partnership with Peter Auto, with Race Ready, with the ACP, our club, our Portuguese club, with the supervision of Duarte Nobreguedes, of course, our former president of tourism. So it has been an amazing weekend that finishes today. We can't wait for the following year. That can be even better. We are missing the crowds, of course. So, but it's been an amazing experience.
Being a premium touristic destination, Cascais has clear objectives of capturing international audience. What can this international audience expect from the Cascais municipality and Estoril? What can we offer them?
So besides this amazing racetrack that we all are looking on the world and in this online TV production, the racetrack is amazing. But we also have our biggest asset is our people, extraordinary people. We have beautiful mountains, beautiful beaches. Our gastronomy is outstanding. Our hotels, we have 34 hotels to host everybody that wants to come to Cascais. So in one place, you have it all. The only thing we don't have is snow sports. Besides that, we have it all. It's amazing.
And regarding this event, we know that there is the partnership with Peter Auto is secured for 2 more years. How do you see the future of Estoril Classics?
So I envision the Estoril Classics to be the most prestigious classic event in the world. So we want to make a statement in the world. This was the only place in the world that happened the MotoGP and Formula One and the rallies. So no other place on earth had this advantage. So we are doing it on classics. So we want to make a statement in the world because we have everything. We are a charm village. We have an outstanding atmosphere, cosmopolitan atmosphere. So we want to be the #1 in the world in classic events. That's our goal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, now back to you, Rui and Alistair. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Adelino. We've got the cars out on track now for our race, and you can see there they're on their green flag lap round to the start, and you can see there the gold livery of Yves Simama's Toy SC304. And just following the safety car around. So that's the leading car, number 52. In second on the grid is the Lola T280 of Carlos Barbo, and that car number 31 is solo driven, just Carlos Barbo from Portugal in the Lola T280. And then onto the second row is the second of those cars with that very distinctive yellow and black livery, BP sponsored, Frank Morel, car number 131, and he's in his toy SC206. And that's from 1977. And fourth on the grid is the Chevron B26, number 21 of John Emberson. John Emberson, who we saw racing in the Classic Endurance 1 race to such great effect in his Chevron B19, but he's out in his B26, which is known as the chocolate drop because it is brown in colour. I'm hoping that car is on the grid. I don't see it. I think, yes, he's just gone through. Yes, he has. He is on the grid. The John Emberson car, the chocolate drop, was the works entry for Chevron. And the field starting to line up now as they come through the final corner for the start. And we'll see shortly, here we are now at the front of the field, we can see Yves Simama moving over to the right-hand side. I think the car that's missing might be Carlos Barbo. Yes, he's not there at all. We can see the chocolate drop third on the grid. But there's only one car on the front row, so unless Carlos Barbo is starting further back, it looks as though he's a non-starter. So away we go for 1 hour, and Yves Simama already taking the lead from the front row. A good start from the Ferrari, the 512 BBLM, which we believe has been started by Mr. John of B, the owner of the car. And that was in 6th place on the grid, but I think moved up a place on the run down to the first corner. Meantime, the leader is turning in to turn 3, and already off the track is John Emberson in car number 21, and spreading a good amount of gravel across the track there as he returns. So that was a car that we were expecting to be challenging at the front, but it looks like he's had a spin on that first lap with the car. Oh, and also we've lost car number 131 as well, which is the Toy SC206, which is Franck Morel, which is another car right at the front of the field we were expecting to challenge for the lead. So very early problems for 2 of our cars. But we do notice that Philippe Simama in the Lola T600, which started right at the back after problems in qualifying, here he is now on screen challenging with 126, the Chevron B36 of Francisco Lara Rezende. And that's good news that that Lola is running well, because he's already up into 2nd place, having not set a time in qualifying and starting right at the back. So it's the 2 Simama cars, 1st and 2nd, and then it's Lara Rezende in 3rd place in the leading under 2 litre car number 126, the Chevron B36, and in 4th place the 2nd place 2 litre car number 2 of Frederic de Rocha in his Lola T298. And a good battle going on here for 2nd place, with Philippe Simama in the Lola T600 being challenged by the under 2 litre class car, the 126 of Lara Rezende. So very similar to the battle we had in the previous race for the Classic Endurance, the earlier cars, where John Emberson in the little under 2 litre car was challenging for 2nd place overall with the big Lolas with the V8 engines. So very similar here. As we go through the tighter parts of the circuit, you'll see Lara Rezende is able to close up on the Lola of Philippe Simama. An enclosed car, most of the other cars are open. Coming now into turn 8, now to the tightest section of the circuit, and I suspect this is where Francisco Lara Rezende will have more chance of battling with the Lola ahead. In fact, he stays right behind it, and maybe will try to challenge through the long right-handed Parabolica Ayrton Senna, which takes them round to complete the lap. Here they go now round to complete lap 2. Meantime, up ahead, the leading car of Yves Simama completes his 2nd lap, the Toy SC304, which finished in that very distinctive gold livery. So the leading car using all of the road, as we've seen with many of the cars today, and we've already had some penalties dished out yesterday, particularly some big penalties, 90 seconds to one car for breaking over the track limits. And here we've got the Ferrari 512 BBLM of Mr. John of B in 5th place, being challenged by the 176 under 2 litre car of Franck Julien, the Lola T298, challenging the Ferrari. The Ferrari raced at Le Mans. It was the racing version of the road car, the 512 road car. And BB stands for Berlinetta Boxer, Berlinetta being the design house that designed the bodywork, the Boxer referring to the engine that was used, which was a flat 12 engine with the pistons horizontal in the engine, so when they move up and down they kind of come together in the middle. It's rather like boxing, so that's why it was called the Boxer engine. And John Emberson is slowly recovering from his first lap spin into the gravel. That's car number 21. So that's a car we're going to have to keep an eye on, because we know John Emberson is quick. He's just moved up to 10th place. And he's way down in the 2 litre class, because lots of under 2 litre cars in the race. But his next challenge will be to get past Carlos Tavares in the B21 Chevron. In fact, as I say that, he does it. John Emberson goes through. So Emberson is now up to 9th place and is only a couple of seconds behind the next car he will be aiming for, which is 8th placed Chevron B36, car number 26 of Claude Lejeune. Meantime, we still focus on this battle between the Ferrari and this is for 5th place and the Lola T298, car number 176 of Franck Julien, who are back with the leader now, number 52. And leader crosses the line, and still this battle goes on for 2nd place. This is a great battle going on between the second of the Simamas in the Lola T600. This is Yves Simama leading in the gold toy. In 2nd place, Philippe Simama in the Lola T600, being challenged still by 126, the leading under 2 litre car of Francisco Lara Rezende from Brazil, in the Chevron B36. And a lovely rear shot there of the toy being sliding through the corner, and still this great battle goes on between Simama and Lara Rezende, and this is exactly what we saw in the previous earlier classic endurance race with John Emberson in the little under 2 litre car challenging the bigger engined higher powered cars, and through the tight sections of the circuit you can see they're closing right up onto the Lola T600, but once they get onto the fast back straight and also the main straight, the Lola is able to pull away, and we saw that in the Classic Grand Prix race as well, with Jamie Constable being able to keep ahead in the older Brabham of the Williams of Mark Hazel as they lap another car as they go out through the S's. And They're now coming round to the final corner on the lap, going for the inside. A cheeky move there from Lara Rezende. Just thought, I'll try up the inside here, but once that Lola gets onto the power, Imama starts to pull away. But you can see Lara Rezende trying to stay somewhere close, but the differential in top speed of the Lola to the Chevron means that by the time they get to turn 1, the Chevron is many car lengths behind, but now it will start to close up again. And we can see on screen that Mr. John O'Bee in the Ferrari is still ahead of the Franck Julien Lola T298, down in 5th and 6th places. They're close. Another chance here for the Chevron to get through. Lara Rezende goes around the inside of the hairpin turn there. Now they're going up towards the kink in the back straight, and this is where the speed of the Lola really takes over. So once again, Lara Rezende is left in the dust of the Lola. Now they're turning into the left-handed long hairpin of Parabolica Interior, and Lara Rezende thinks, I'll try around the outside here. This leads up to the right-handed Aurelia turn, so he's maybe thinking he might better just nip through on the inside there, but Philippe Simama able to hold on. Now they're going into the very tight section of the circuit. Not a lot of room here, but I think the Chevron is going to try and outbrake on the inside, but just not enough room through that tight left and right-hand corners as they now go towards the S's once again. And we saw Lara Rezende have a go up the inside here. He's closing right up as they get to the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, but we know now what's going to happen. The Lola is just going to pull away on the main straight, but that doesn't stop Lara Rezende having a go. He pulls alongside. Now he has to drop in behind, and you can see that the speed of the Lola is just pulling that gap open as they go up towards turn 1. And once again, Lara Rezende has another go and will close up into the dip at turn 2. There was some contact on the first lap in turn 1, and that involved John Emberson, who we saw recovering from the gravel, and Carlos Tavares, number 58, who obviously came together in turn 1, and that ended up with John Emberson in the gravel. But the officials have decided no further action is necessary on that incident, so nothing will happen. It was noted. Now we're coming up behind the slower car, and Lara Rezende sees a chance here, goes around the outside of the Porsche 911 and comes up to the inside of the Lola for the next corner, but is he going to be able to get through? Yes, he brakes later and goes through into second place. So the Brazilian Lara Rezende, great move there, but I'm afraid the Lola has come back at him in turn 8. And as they go up now to the chicane, the Lola just quickly locks a brake there. So that will give Lara Rezende some hope that he can get through. And he pulls up alongside as they run up to the S's. So he's on the inside for the first of the S's, the outside for the second. But will he cut back now for the inside for Parabolica Ayrton Senna? No room at all. Philippe Simama keeps his Lola right in the inside of the corner, and they head off back down the main straight once again. 47.5 minutes remaining in this race, and once again we've got a massively absorbing battle between these two cars. It's great to see the difference in the cars, where the Lola much quicker on the straights, the Chevron much quicker in the corners, and the best chance there for Lara Rezende. He did get ahead but lost it again on the run into turn 8. So we're now down in turn 3, which is quite a tight hairpin corner, right-hander, and now we're up to a slightly less tight but long open hairpin left at VIP. And then we go onto the back straight through the kink, which is probably flat for these cars. They just keep the car over to the left and then cut to the apex of the corner. Now the long back straight down into Parabolica Interior. Simama keeps the car ahead, but now Lara Rezende, this is where he managed to get through last time around, so will he have another try as they go into Aurelia? He got ahead here, but no, he didn't do it that time. As we cut back to Yves Simama in the toy SC304. So leading the race by 10 seconds from the battle we were watching before, Simama and Lara Rezende. 52, Yves Simama leads, crosses the line, completes 8 laps in the toy, which uses the same Cosworth DFV V8 3-litre engine that we saw in the back of the Classic Grand Prix cars not so long ago. And also we saw that same engine used in the McLaren M8C that unfortunately retired from the Classic Endurance 1 race. And now suddenly 126, we didn't see this on screen, but suddenly Lara Rezende has a good lead over Philippe Simama. So I wonder if he pressured Simama into a mistake and was able to get through. But we watched that battle for some laps and suddenly it's turned around. So Lara Rezende now in second place and 3 seconds ahead of Philippe Simama in the Lola T600. So we can't see from our timing screens where the problem occurred for Philippe Simama. The sector times have been cleared for the next lap, so we didn't spot where that happened, but clearly Simama lost some time and Lara Rezende was able to get through. And there's the distinctive black and yellow and green BP sponsorship livery. And now the Lola is falling away from Lara Rezende, and now that he's released the car that we're watching on screen now, number 126, an up to 2-litre car, now he's been released from behind the Lola T600. He's suddenly setting fastest lap times for that car, and his best lap time is over a second quicker than the leader. So here we go again. We've got 43, nearly 44 minutes left in the race. We've got pit stops to come, and we've got a second place car catching the leader. So that's great to see. Problems though for the Ferrari of Mr. John of B, the 512 BBLM, looked to be going around the escape road, around the Parabolica interior, and we have a yellow flag and a safety car. Safety car has come out. So safety car, we're not being told where the problem is, but we did see the Ferrari travelling slowly, but I don't think that would have caused a safety car. It seemed to be moving under its own power slowly, but getting out of the way. But maybe it's stopped in a dangerous position. We'll perhaps see now, because this is, oh no, they've cut away. It was in that area. So the leader is Yves Simama in the 3-litre toy SC304. Second place is the under 2-litre class leader, number 126, which is the Chevron B36 of Francisco Lara Rezende, as we look at the third placed car, which is Philippe Simama in his over 2-litre class car, a Lola T600 from 1981, right at the end of the period for these cars. And we can see there emblazoned on the side of the car the name of Brian Redman, who was the most successful driver in this type of car in 1981. The safety car there we can see out on track. So the effect of this will be to close up all of the field, because the leader will be picked up by the safety car, Yves Simama. There is a car that's been lapped. Is that Simama in there? Yes. And the second place car looks to be behind some slower cars. And there's one of the lapped cars being let through. That's the orange Lola T290 of Michel Baudouin. So that's been let past the safety car, so that can now do a full lap and hopefully catch up to the back of the train. Although that didn't happen yesterday. We saw the cars not catching up the back of the queue. But now the safety car has picked up the leader, Yves Simama. And is that Lara? Yeah, look, it looks like Francisco Lara Rezende has managed to stay just behind the leader. There is a slower car between them. So the first car behind the safety car is our leader. The second car is lapped. And that's 21. No, that's not John Emberson. That's one of our other slower cars. But then the next car back is our second placed car, which is Francisco Lara Rezende. And then the fourth car in the queue is third placed Philippe Simama. So they may well wave past that slower car that's between the leader and the second placed car. Doesn't seem as though they're making any moves to do that at this point. So we've got the leader behind the safety car. Pit window opens. That's going to throw something into the mix. And right, on the screen we're now told why we have the safety car. There is oil on the track at turn 4. Now that's the area where, or shortly before the area where we saw Mr. John of B driving slowly in his Ferrari. So I wonder whether he had a problem with the engine in turn 4 and it lost some oil at that point. And then he, there we see the marshals hard at work to clear the oil from the track using the absorbent material on the track. And I wonder whether maybe Mr. John of B had an engine problem and it dropped some oil at turn 4, and then he coasted to turn 6 where he's retired. That's the most likely explanation. So a little bit of time to clear up that oil. There is the Ferrari in the pits now, and it may be that the oil has come out of a catch tank because they're working at the front of the car and clearing oil from the screen by the looks of it. So it may be that the oil sprayed out from the front of the car with the engine at the back, but we'll see. Maybe that car can get back on track. Marshall's just indicating to the drivers to keep out so that they can clear the slick of oil from turn 4. The clock continues to tick down and the pit window opens in 2 3/4 minutes. So this could really mix up the order if the safety car is still out when the pit window opens. Remind you that before we had the safety car, once 126, the under 2 litre leading Chevron B36 in second place overall of Francisco Lara Rezende, once he'd managed to get past Philippe Simama in the Lola T600, he immediately set the fastest lap of the race. And we were expecting him to gradually close down the gap to the leader, Yves Simama, in the Toy SC304. That's a 3 litre car. But now, of course, it's all changed because Lara Rezende has a slower car between him and the leader, but he's only just a few seconds behind. And when the race resumes, if he's able to continue the pace that he was showing before the safety car, we've immediately got a battle for the lead. Safety car is going round again. So I'm afraid we've got another slow lap, but that does allow all of the cars to catch up the back of the train. So I think there are 10 cars running, with the Ferrari of Mr. John of B in the pit lane, and Franck Morel also in the pits in the toy 2 litre, the SC206. And Carlos Barbo, we know, didn't start the race. So 10 cars running. And the last of the toy cars, the Team Obermoser Jorg, the reverse of the driver and team owner's name, Jorg Obermoser, the German driver, was produced in 1978. So it was right through the very competitive middle 70s era of sports car racing. And the cars just making their way through. We've got 35 minutes, so the pit window is now open. And the safety car will come in this lap. And also worth noting in this train is the chocolate drop, which is John Emberson's brown Chevron B26. So John Emberson, another driver who's capable of mixing it with the leaders. So we may well see the number 21 car running in 5th place at the moment, but very close behind the leaders with this compressed field now behind the safety car. As Yves Simama starts to back up the pack as he prepares to restart the race, as the safety car pulls into the pit lane. Who's going for the pits? Well, the leader's going for the pits. Also, the lapped car is going in the pits, and also Philippe Simama going in. In fact, most of the field are going in. The only car to decide to carry on is the Francisco Lara Rezende that we see on screen now. I think his strategy is he's very, very quick. So if he can do a lap or 2 laps on a clear track and really set some very, very quick times, then he may well, when he does his pit stop, come out ahead of the toy of Yves Simama, which has led right from the start. And I'm sure that will be Lara Rezende's strategy as he comes to that section of track with the absorbent material on it, just to pick up that oil. And the completely clear track, only himself and the Lola of Baudouin are out on track at the moment. Everybody else decided to go into the pits immediately. The pit stop minimum stop time is 1 minute, and plus the in and out time into the pits, and the pit window is 10 minutes long, although we're not going to need all of that because we've only got 2 cars left that need to do their pit stops. As the leader Lara Rezende comes, and here's the leader previous to the pit stops coming out back on track again. And completing the lap, Lara Rezende. So he hasn't gone in the pits immediately. So now we have the leader completing lap 14. Meanwhile, Yves Simama in the toy that led at the start, he has done his pit stop and he is almost a lap down. Not quite, but almost a lap down. So at the moment, we're waiting for Lara Rezende to come into the pits at some point in the next 6 minutes before the pit window closes. He's not met any traffic that's come out of the pits ahead of him that is slowing him down, so he's still able to set quick times. His lap time a 1:42.988, which is just over a second quicker than Yves Simama in the Toy SC304 number 52. And there we're looking at the only other car not to have pitted yet, the orange Lola T290 of Baudouin. And there's the Lola T600 of Philippe Simama, which is currently in 3rd place. And still Francisco Lara Rezende chooses not to come in to the pit lane. So just those 2 cars now, numbers 126 and 15, yet to call to the pits. This car is number 52, has done his pit stop, and now Lara Rezende comes in. So he's into the pits now, the leader is in. So this is the battle now to see whether the 2 laps that the 126 up to 2 litre car of Francisco Lara Rezende, those 2 laps that he did after the leader Yves Simama went into the pits, were they quick enough to have closed the gap? And we can see there a long shot of Lara Rezende in the pit lane, and he'll be back out on track. But will he come out ahead of this car, which is round at the back of the circuit? Will he get out in time to be ahead of Yves Simama in the Toy? Yves Simama coming into turn 8 up to the chicane, so it's not far to go on the lap. He's got the tight left and the tight right, then through the sweeping S's, and then the long right-hander of the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, and then of course the long main straight before he will pass the end of the pit lane, where we're waiting to see Francisco Lara Rezende come out. Will he come out ahead? We're about to find out, because onto the main straight goes Simama. There goes Lara Rezende out of the pit lane. It's going to be very close, isn't it? Down he goes to the pit exit line. Once he gets past the exit line, he can accelerate. Now he can accelerate up to top speed as he comes out of the pit lane. He's got the right-handed exit of the pits to go out onto the track. And will he be ahead or behind? I think he may be behind, because I think that, yes, there he is, just behind. So there's not much in it, and that's into turn 3. So when we were watching Lara Rezende coming out of the pit lane, out of shot, Yves Simama was just sliding through on the outside of the circuit. Now we can see the 2 leaders together as they go down towards the kink on the back straight and up to the tight left-hander. When they come round again and complete their first proper flying laps, we'll see whether the Chevron in 2nd place can keep up the speed that he was showing before the safety car and close the gap to the leader. Here comes Yves Simama up through the tight chicane, through the S's, and you can see in the background the 2nd place car of Francisco Lara Rezende coming through the S's up to the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, and there again we just got a flash of the 2nd placed car as they come round to complete another lap. And this will be 16 laps completed with 27 and a bit minutes to go, and the gap 1st to 2nd, our first chance to really see where they are, is 2.7 seconds. 2.7 seconds between 1st and 2nd, and the lap time of the 2nd placed car, the best lap time he's done, is quicker than the leader. So the question is, can he keep up that pace as they head down to turn 3? And then up to the similar but left-handed turn 4, which leads them on to the back straight, the VIP corner. And we revert back to the third placed Philippe Simama, but has he just been passed by number 2? Yes, he has. I think that's for position. They're on the same lap, so yes, that's for position. So the number 2 white Lola T298 of Frédéric de Rocha has just taken third place away from Philippe Simama in the Lola T600. The car behind now as they go through the Parabolica interior. So we're watching now this is the battle for third place. The gap between first to second is now down to under 2 seconds. So the answer to my question that I posed a lap ago, can Francisco Lara Rezende keep up the pace and close the gap on the leader? The answer is very much yes. And so we should see a great battle in the remaining 25 minutes. There is our leader coming down to turn 1. So Yves Simama is being caught by the Chevron B36. Remember, this is a 3-litre car. The car behind is a 2-litre car. It's an amazing drive by the Brazilian in second place. The gap has opened out a little bit to 2.5 seconds, but that's at the end of that long straight. I wonder whether it's through the tight sections at the back of the circuit that Lara Rezende is able to close up on Yves Simama in the lead. De Rocha in third place has pulled away to the tune of about 3.5 seconds from Philippe Simama in fourth place. Then it's John Emberson. John Emberson is very close behind Simama, so we've got yet another battle brewing now for Philippe Simama, I'm afraid, having been second at one time, is sliding backwards through the field as he's passed first of all by De Rocha and I think shortly by perhaps John Emberson. And I think this the camera has picked that up. Yes, that's the Philippe Simama Lola T600 being caught by John Emberson in chocolate drop. That car coming up behind, that's an under 2-litre car battling with an over 2-litre car, similar to the lead. And John Emberson looking for a way through as they go up to turn 8 and then up to the tighter section of the circuit. And he's going wide. Look how much wider he goes into the chicane. Now he's trying to cut back and perhaps come underneath the T600 Lola, but that doesn't work, so he stays behind. But he's close as they come through the S's, and then they'll head out through the right-handed Parabolica Ayrton Senna onto the main straight. And I suspect this is where the T600 Lola will pull away on with extra power. The car that's behind, the chocolate drop, as it's known, because of its brown colour, is one of the most famous works chevrons ever produced. It was entered by the factory for Peter Gethin, Brian Redman, John Watson, Ian Schechter and John Lepp in period. And a spin for and that's a puncture, I think, isn't it? A puncture for Philippe Simama. Looks like the left rear tyre has gone down. And Philippe Simama getting out of the car. That looks like the run into turn 1. So we've got another safety car come out. And after working very hard over the so-called lunch break, when I managed to grab a quick sandwich, as we see the spin, and that's why there's a puncture, because he hit the barriers. Philippe Simama hit the barriers quite hard with the Lola T600, hence the deflated tyre. So that was as a result of the contact. I'm just saying that having taken a short lunch break earlier on, I know Adelino is back. Well done, Adelino. Thank you for coming back and talking to me.
Yeah. Thank you. I think that this car had this out and this crash in the same place where Alexandre Beirão had the accident in the second the race we seen previously, the Classic Endurance Racing 1, with the Chevron B19. As you can see, there even are the marks of the cleaning attempt of the marshals to do the cleaning of the area with the oil that the Chevron dropped. I actually met Alexandre Beirão when I was out, and he was near his car, and he told me that what happened was that his left rear wheel suspension mounting broke, and the car as he approached braking, he started braking. This happened, and the car swerved violently to the right and hit the guardrail in a manner that's probably very similar to what we happen to see with this car right in front of us. So, in consequence, the crash in the guardrail damaged the suspension and obviously the body work. We've seen body parts of the car scattered around that area. So, as there are still 20 minutes on, I think the safety car deployment is a wise one, and let's see if the marshals can take care of the car that has the accident, the Lola T600, and if racing can resume. Thank you so much for holding the fort while I was in a different duty, and I'll be looking forward to listen to your commentary for this race, for this remaining 20 minutes, and I'll be here if you need me.
Thank you very much, Adelino. Yes, I agree with you. The accident that's just happened to the Lola T600 of Philippe Simama, which we're looking at now, looks a very sorry sight. I suspect if we'd caught the previous accident there on the camera, which I don't think we did, we haven't seen a replay of it, I would think they were very, very similar. And I would question whether something broke on the Lola when he braked, because we've seen that replay a couple of times. And the car's being told, I think, to go through the pit lane.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, they're being told to go through the pit lane to avoid... Oh, the Porsche doesn't seem to want to do that. It wants to carry on. But the safety car is going through the pit lane. And there's another car decided to go down the track as well. They've not understood the instruction that they don't want cars going down through turn one to allow the marshals to clear the track down there. But I would question whether Philippe Simama suffered a breakage on the car, because he seemed to brake in his normal place, but then suddenly the car turned right and spun into the barriers. So I do wonder whether
that's
something
very similar.
broke.
That's actually that's the description that Alexandre Beirão gave to me while I visited him in the paddock. What I think is that it seems to me that this crash was a bit more violent than the one that Alexandre had, but also this car, the Lola T600, is faster, probably faster than the Chevron. Is a more modern car, and perhaps yes, but at least the drivers are all okay, and that's the most important thing. And I'm sure that the marshals will do another fine job cleaning up the mess that the cars and drivers arranged for this entry of the first corner, and we will be able to resume racing quickly.
Well, we do have an interesting conundrum for the officials now, because those three cars that didn't go through the pit lane have actually moved their way up through the running order, and they are not allowed to do that under a safety car. So the officials are going to have to somehow sort that out, because John Emberson has ended up right at the back of the field, but he wasn't before the safety car. So they're going to have to somehow get a message to those three drivers who didn't go through the pit lane as they should have done. One of them was the Porsche of Hübner. Another one was Tavares in his Chevron, I think, in the one with the white stripes we're seeing there. Car number 58.
We're seeing that.
Yes, Carlos Tavares.
Yeah. Yes, Philippe Simama's car, Lola T600, was clocked at 248 kilometers per hour near the area where he starts braking for corner 1. So that's a great deal of speed to actually have something braking on the car.
Well, this time it would appear that all the cars are following the instructions of going through the pit lane. So the three that have changed their positions in the order are the Porsche, the orange Lola of Michel Baudouin, and the Carlos Tavares number 58 Chevron B21. Those three were the ones that went down the main straight rather than through the pit lane. And we have a shot now of the cars just trundling through the pit lane, which gives the recovery crew a much better chance of lifting the stricken Lola T600. And that's going to be quite difficult to move. They'll need to lift that onto a lorry, I would suspect, because it can't be towed on its wheels. And it's going to be quite a difficult job. We've got 15 minutes left in the race. Safety car still circulating. Everybody has pitted within the safety car window. And the cars now making their way round at the back of the circuit.
And there was actually a cradle to push up the car, but it's now abandoned the scene of the accident, and I can only spot Marshall's pickup truck and the car itself, the sorry looking Lola T600. So there's not much happening at the moment near the car, so no one's moving the car. I think they'll probably be waiting for a bigger truck that can actually have the car on top of it and then transport it to somewhere safe. Yes, I see now two trucks are going to the car to turn 1. They should be arriving soon.
Yes, it will need a truck to lift the car onto it and place it on the back rather than towing it behind. So yeah, that will be the best way to move it. We're being told that car number 15 pit stop is under investigation. That's the Lola T290 of Michel Baudouin.
While we wait, I also met Carlos Barbo, that was about to enter the Lola T280, the 1972 car. And I asked him where the limit was, and he said it was at corner number 7, if I understand correctly. But he said that he hasn't seen. We're talking about the Lotus Elan penalty in the car in the race we saw this morning, he said to me that the penalty was for track limit, but he saw no warning, so it was a bit of a surprise when he found out that he was actually having a penalty. But he was in good mood. He was about to enter the Lola T280, and he will also race in the final in the Iberian Historic Endurance. So he still is too busy to actually think too much about the penalty he had driving the Elan.
Well, he actually non-started in this. He non-started in this race, the Lola T280. So between when you spoke to Carlos and the race, he obviously had some problem with that car. That's a shame.
Okay, so that's what happened. I was out and with no information, so that. But yeah, he's looking forward to the final race of the day. the Iberian historic endurance, the Nisha Cabral Memorial, in which he will be driving the Merlin Mark IV. That is actually in the front row. So that's something to look forward for Carlos Barbour. He didn't seem too bothered about he's such a nice guy and a gentleman driver, lots very experienced also, and he's here mostly to have fun. So now we have two trucks near the Lola, and they are now trying to put the car on top of one of the trucks.
Meantime, the field following the safety car round, we've only got just over 10 minutes remaining in the race now, and they go through the pit lane once again.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what's the but I have an image of what's happening near the car, and I know why there are two trucks, because one of the trucks is a crane. So this crane will try to pick up the car and help put it on the plateau of the second truck. I think that's what's happening. There's lots of people also near there, but they seem not to be able to move the car by themselves. So the crane will have to intervene. This doesn't look as it's going to be an easy or quick operation. So we might have this race finished behind the safety car. There was also an option of having another start. I don't know if that would be possible with the time remaining, because it was not that much. But that would delay the program of the races, and I know that the organization really likes to keep on schedule. We were lucky not to have too many accidents and things that would delay the program. Yesterday it was very nearly perfect. Today we had two accidents that compromised a little bit the schedule of the event. Yeah, there's clearly something wrong with the way the car reacted under braking. I think that's a pretty straightforward conclusion, yeah.
Yeah, it certainly looks as though something went wrong in the car, and I think with regards to another start, I think the clerk of the course would have taken that decision by now and put the cars ready to restart the race as soon as the car is cleared, but they've chosen to carry on with the safety car in the hope that they can get this car cleared and then restart them for maybe 5 or 6 minutes, maybe a little bit less, after they've cleared the Lola from turn 1.
It's still possible. What I can assure you is that the team at the spot, they are working non-stop to try to solve this as soon as possible. I can see the efforts. I count at least 10 to 12 people around the debris and the Lola and the truck with the crane and the truck ready to bring the car to the pits. So
well, the cars are coming around the last corner onto the main straight now, so they'll have to certainly do another lap whilst they try and pull this Lola up onto the lorry. You can see the lorry bed has been lowered to allow the car to be pushed up onto it as the cars go through the pit lane once again, with just under 7 minutes remaining now, and it's taking them 2.5 to 3 minutes to do a lap, so we are going to be lucky to get any racing laps in this race, unfortunately.
They are trying to use the winch, but they have to be very careful, because as the car is considerably damaged, they have to do it very slowly. Yes, but I think that in less than a minute, I think the trucks will clear the area. Then let's see, perhaps we can still have a couple of laps without a safety car. That would be way better than finishing behind the safety car and passing through the pits.
Yes, the trucks look like they're about to move off, so as you say, we may well clear them for a lap or two of racing before the end of the 1 hour for this race. And we have a note on the screen, as I suspected we would, saying that the safety car procedure is under investigation, and I think that's to do with those 3 cars that didn't follow instructions and go through the pit lane, as the Lola on the back of the lorry is moved to the edge, and the safety car is coming in this lap. So you were absolutely right, yeah. Adelino, they managed to get that cleared.
I can tell you that what's happening now is that the trucks are already inside the area of the circuit and going for the paddock. They entered very close to the exit of the pits, so of course that could not be used for the cars again. And yes, we still have 4 minutes to race and to understand what's going to happen with the placing of the cars. We need the winner and the second place and the third place to complete this process. So, but it's going to be close because they all are, in the same lap. The first 6 cars will be on the same lap.
And the green flag flies, so we're racing again, and we may get as many as 3 racing laps in the 4 minutes. And the leading car of Yves Simama, the toy, pulls away immediately from the car in second place, which is Francisco Lara Rezende. We're now coming into the section of track which the Chevron B36 is a little bit quicker than the toy ahead of it, so you can see already the car in second place closing up as they go through these tighter sections. But Yves Simama is having to really drive very hard indeed to keep Lara Rezende behind him, and the car sliding around as they go out now onto the back straight through the kink, taken flat out in these cars, just moving the car across the track to straighten it as much as possible. Now down to the tight left-hander, and a problem for car number 15, that's Baudouin, who has had problems earlier in the race, and he's pulling off to the side. So we've now got a yellow flag in that area. But it looks like he may have recovered to the side of the track and is making his way slowly around the outside of the circuit. Meantime, back with the leaders again, up to the tight chicane, and this is where the 2-litre car, the Lara Rezende car in second place, is particularly quick. But he's got a hard job to get past the 3-litre car ahead of him, because they're coming up shortly to the very fast main straight. But Lara Rezende goes for the move as they go through Parabolica Ayrton Senna, and they're going to come round and complete the lap with about 2 minutes and 17 seconds on the clock. So we should get another 2 laps of racing in this race. So down to turn 1 they come, through the area where the Lola crashed, and they turn through turn 1. This is where the car in second place will start to close up as they go into the tighter sections. Now they're coming up to turn 3, a tight right-handed corner, and once again Lara Rezende looks for a very tight line through there to keep up with Yves Simama in the lead. Now they come up to VIP. This leads on to the fast back straight again, so here we go down the back straight. This is where the gold car in the lead will probably start to pull away with that 3-litre power pushing it along And now we come into the section where it seems that Lara Resende's more nimble car is able to close up again as they go through the Parabolica interior. And that looks like John Emberson from the back there, the chocolate drop, which is running in 4th place, has got past Carlos Tavares. But that's only right because Tavares overtook him in the queue behind the safety car when he missed out the pit lane. So that was the right way to go. Emberson should be ahead of him really as they come down in their two under 2 litre cars. And Emberson in 4th place in that brown car with a yellow stripe going through turn 8. Carlos Tavares there in shown in 5th place, car number 58. Here's the leaders again now as the 15 car recovers to the pit lane, and across the timing line they go, and Yves Simama goes on to his last lap, so he's got to hold off Francisco Lara Resende for one more lap, and they go through turn 1 down towards the dip at turn 2. We'll see the brake lights flick on there as the toy is turned into the right-hander. Now we're up to the much tighter right-hander at turn 3, and already Lara Resende is closing in on Simama. Adelino.
Just a mistake from the leader, and just a mistake from the leader, and the Chevron can take this. So this is actually down to the wire again. So anything can happen. There's not much track left. It's about they only have half a lap to. But I think that was a very extreme braking from Lara Resende, but he has to take everything out because losing by 1 second or 10 seconds, it doesn't really make much difference. So he has to go for it, and we are again presented with a beautiful duel here at Estoril Classics. So close, so close.
They're coming up through the chicane, and Lara Resende is right behind, and he's going to make one last effort, I'm sure, into the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. This is his last chance, because once they get onto the main straight, the power of the 3 litre car will pull him ahead.
I think you would have to go.
So that's a win for Yves Simama in the toy 3 litre, the SC304, and 2nd place, but a win in the under 2 litre class for Francisco Lara Resende. A tremendous drive from him at the end, and in 3rd place, number 2.
I was going to say that Lara Resende would need to do a Villeneuve pass on the outside of Parabolica, and that's really not easy. In fact, there are not many examples of successful attempting this. Villeneuve's overtake of Schumacher is really a one-off. It's something that's very difficult to do, but still, it was a great drive, and it kept us on our toes until the end of the last lap. So both of them should be commended by their efforts.
So the finishing order is a win for Yves Simama in the toy SC304, car number 52 in the gold car, and wins the over 2 litre class. And in 2nd place, but only at a distance of 1.2 seconds, for Francisco Lara Resende in the Chevron B36, and that's the winner of the under 2 litre class, 2nd overall. In 3rd place, car number 2, Frederic de Rocha in the Lola T298. That's 2nd in the under 2 litre class. And in 4th place, after a very good drive from the back, after being involved in an incident right at the beginning. We may see that now as they come down. We're looking for the brown car. No, we cut away, but there was an incident in turn 1 involving John Emberson, which pushed him right to the back, and he ended up finishing in 4th place, car number 21, as we see a replay of the highlights of that race with the gold toy in the lead. Here we see the T600 Lola of Philippe Simama having that great battle with the eventual 2nd placed car of 126 Francisco Lara Rezende as they come down to the kink in the back straight. And a great battle it was, with Lara Rezende looking like he could get through, but the power of the Lola always taking it ahead on the main straight. Here we see Yves Simama in the toy, and there's Philippe Simama in the Lola, and Francisco Lara Rezende in the Chevron. Just kicking up the dust there on the after the loss of oil from the Ferrari of Mr. John of B. And now Lara Rezende chasing after the leader, Simama, and then we see the Lola having that violent accident at braking for turn 1, and then after the restart we had this tremendous battle to the flag between the 3-litre toy of Simama and the 2-litre Chevron of Lara Rezende that went right to the flag, which we see now with Simama taking the flag from Lara Rezende by just 1.2 seconds. And in third place, the white car number 2, we've just seen Da Rocha in the Lola, Emberson in 4th place, and in 5th place, Carlos Tavares in his Chevron B21, and completing the top 6 is the car number 26, Lucien Rossio and Claude Lejean in their Chevron B36. And the finishing order confirmed on screen for you. In 7th place, although not running at the finish, I don't think, was the Lola T298 number 176. Franck Julien and Guillaume Gagnard.
Rui Belmonte has an interview for us. Go ahead, Rui.
Thank you, Adeline. It was a fantastic finish for this race. I will try to talk to Yves. Yves, please. Yes. He was the winner of this race with this fantastic toy with the Warsteiner colors. Yves, at the end, the safety car gave a little bit of help to have a nice fight for the final lap, but you managed to keep up the pace and win the race.
Yes, I mean it was pretty difficult because he's the young guy here, is super fast. I have a little advantage with the car as far as straight speed, but in the tight spots he was right on me. I mean, just he drove perfect and very, very good driver. But it was fun. Yes, I would have rather have a little more space, but it's fun.
Okay, thank you, Yves, the winner of this race with the beautiful toy with the Warsteiner golden colors. I'll handle it to you again, Adelino. We are about to start the last race of this weekend. Beautiful race for sure, with a lot of cars. We have 21 grid lines for the next race of the day. It will be the Nisha Cabral Memorial. 50 minutes of racing, pure racing here at Estoril in a beautiful sunny day. It's a perfect day.
Thank you, Rui, for another great interview. We'll be hoping that after the last race you can meet us here for a final conversation and our goodbyes. We're just very near the end of Estoril Classics 2020. This has been a new chapter in the history of this event, with the association of Peter Otto, Race Ready, the ACP, and the tourism, Cascais Tourism. It's a landmark. This event will become a landmark in the next few years, according to the organizers. Yes, we are now hoping to finish with a great race. That's what we expect now, Alistair, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. We've got a very big grid indeed for this race, and all the cars making their way round to the grid.
I have this race has a particular aspect that should be highlighted. This race received the name of memorial for Mario Cabral, Nisha Cabral. Mario was born in 1934. He passed away just a few weeks ago, and he was born in a very wealthy family, one of the families with of textile companies in the north. He was born at Porto. He had a classical education. He spoke French at least as well as Portuguese. He played piano and violin, and he was also an athletic gymnast. He injured his foot, but otherwise he was in the national team for the Helsinki 1952 Olympics. So he had achieved a lot early in life, particularly in music and in gymnastics. But then he turned his attentions to the automobile and motor racing, and he quickly transformed himself from a rookie driving a Volkswagen and an Alfa Romeo and other interesting but not very fast cars, and ended up convincing Scuderia Centro Sud from Guglielmo Dei, Italian from Milan, to lend him some very good cars. He shared Mercedes Maserati 300S at the Nürburgring in 1958 with Maneno Garapinto, and after that he was on the front row to get a Formula 1 car for the Portuguese Grand Prix in 1959, which he did. We now have the podium for the previous race, the Classic Endurance Racing 2. Well done for all of them, congratulations. Going back to the historic Iberian historic endurance race organized by Race Ready, we will have a very long list of participants. I think that there are 41 cars ready to start. Let's see if all of them make it to the starting grid, but it seems that they will all be there. We have some sports cars, some prototypes, and even some touring cars. This is going to be a very... we have a wide variety of cars here waiting for us, and they will be racing for 50 minutes. Alistair.
Yes, it's not often you see an entry list which includes a Saab Sonnet and also Datsun 1200s as well. Not the most obvious of racing cars. Saab was quite successful in rallying, particularly with Erik Karlsson in the early days, but it's not a car I've seen racing.
And Stig Blomqvist and also Pat Moss, I think also, yes, Blomqvist and Pat Moss also raced the Saab. And in here it's also a curiosity, even though throughout the history we had some Saabs racing here in Portugal. But yes, it's different. The Datsun Sunny 1200, it's a Portuguese specialty. Actually, in Europe there were two very strong markets for this car, countries that could not be closer and similar to each other, Portugal and Finland. So actually no relation almost whatsoever, but those were the two markets where the Datsun Sunny of this generation was very popular. In Portugal it was very important because the agent, the Portuguese agent for Nissan, Entreposto Comercial, organized a trophy that was supposed to be a development for drivers. So it was easy, cheap, and it provided enormous grids. Sometimes you did have qualification races before the final because you had so many entries. And this Datsun trophy lasted for 3 years, if I'm not mistaken. 71 was the first race, but the first year actually of the trophy was 72 and 73. I'm not quite sure if 74 they still had the trophy. I have some doubts, but in 30 years later, José Megre decided to do a revival of the Datsun trophy, and that everyone was trying to find a car like this in good condition. Pensioners were raided to sell the cars to young gunners who wanted to go racing. So all of this happened, and apparently there was an advantage for cars with 4 doors because they had a stiffer body than the 2-door versions. This I learned when I was accompanying the preparation of this second wave of the Datsun trophy. So it's a very important car for us. It's very cherished, and it did circuit racing, hill climbing, and rallies, and it still does. That's why we have so many and so good cars. You will see that some of these cars are really fast. They should all be between Group 1 and Group 2 specifications, but yeah, you'll see. They are on the back of the grid, of course. There are cars that are way more powerful, but they could provide us with some interesting complement to the racing that will happen in the faster cars. So back to you, Alistair. What can we expect, and can we go through the starting grid?
Yes, I think we're having the memorial, is it, to Nisha Cabral now, with all the drivers going to the front of the grid, by the looks of it.
Yes,
and I think we're going to have
particularly
in memory
moving.
of Nisha.
Yeah, yeah, celebrating our most important motor racing ambassador, Mário Araújo Cabral. After Formula One, after appearing in Formula One in the Portuguese Grand Prix in 1959, he raced with a Scuderia Centro-Sud, Cooper Maserati. He placed 10th, so it was a good result. He had a moment with Jack Brabham that accused the Portuguese driver of actually putting him out of the track. But I think Brabham later acknowledged that he risked his life way more being in an ambulance to the hospital driven by an inspired Portuguese ambulance driver than actually the accident on that track. And Mario said that I've seen that Brabham wanted to lap me, but I had my line. If I changed my line, I would probably had an accident, so I kept my line, and I was hoping that he would try to overtake me later on. But well, Brabham pushed for it, and actually didn't went well for him. Stirling Moss would win that race. And I have the information that we are going for a short break, and we will be right back.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That's how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that, whether by car or on foot, whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace, whether reading a book or taking a nap, whether simple or sophisticated. Why not just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you? It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
And we're back. The drivers are now getting back to their cars. Lots of drivers because we have lots of cars. We have 41 cars in the grid.
And it's quite a long walk for the drivers at the back, isn't it?
Yes, the guys from the Datsun Sunny 1200 need to be real enthusiasts, but they will get on with it. This is Carlos Barbo. He will be starting from the front row with the Merlin Mark IV, a very light and agile car that yesterday in qualifying topped the scoreboard for quite some time until it was and until the Ford GT40 of Tanconi actually made a faster lap.
The Merlin Mark IV that Carlos Barbo is driving uses the 1600cc Lotus twin cam engine in the back of that car, and that engine, the same engine that was used in the Lotus Cortinas, the Mark I Lotus Cortinas, and also the early twin cam Escorts as well. An engine developed for hot Fords initially, but then used in all sorts of racing cars since, and that sits in the back of the Merlin Mark IV on the front row of the grid alongside the Ford GT40. And we've talked about the Ford GT40 before, a car that was developed by Ford with a great amount of help from Lola. In fact, the Eric Broadley connection there worked on the original designs for the Ford GT40, and if you ever see a Lola Mark VI, that looks very much like a GT40, but it isn't, and that car was designed.
It does very closely, but they didn't make many of them, perhaps 3 or 4. I think there were very few. But then the idea, yes, it was a good basis for Ford to develop the Ford GT40, which was a car developed by a committee in at least 2 countries by several teams. So actually it took a long while for them to make it work. And actually the movie that went to the cinemas last year, telling the story of Carroll Shelby and Ken Miles, actually describes this exactly, the difference between Ferrari, where everything was decided by just one person that took the directive and the strategy, and it was a small organization, but very quick in deciding. And then Ford, an industry giant, where everything had to be decided by several people in different departments, always with the marketing guy wanting to do something different. That's why it took so long, because it was a huge investment for Ford to actually win the 24 Hours of Le Mans. But the result is, of course, one of the most iconic racing cars of all time, and a personal favorite, of course, I think for everyone that accompanies these types of races, and for myself. I was very fortunate to actually drive the GT40 that belonged to Carlos Gaspar, a car that had some Scottish history, as it was driven initially by Eric Liddell. Then it was sold to Carlos Gaspar, who raced it in Portugal. Then again, it went to England and was used in hill climbs by John Bamford. I think he raced under the pseudonym of Spotty Mulder, I think it was his name. And he did very good with that car. And later on, it was starting to be considered a classic car, an historic car, and it was not used so much. then it went to sleep for about 20 years. And it was then bought by a Portuguese collector and is now used by Diogo Ferrão in some selected races. And it placed third at Goodwood at that incredible race just for GT40s. Do you remember that race, Alistair?
I do, yes. I wasn't there, but I saw it on television. Yes. It was tremendous, yeah.
I saw it too. That I think was the year where Kenny Brack actually drove the winning car. And there is some footage that when you see it, you can never forget it. Him driving the car in the rain with instant and millimetric corrections. It's really mesmerizing. Yeah, but we shall not take our attention apart from the race. This is an important race, historic endurance, Iberian historic endurance race. They will be in for the warm-up lap.
Yes, that's an amazing sight with the very, very large grid of about 40, 41 cars heading off around the circuit for their warm-up lap. And in the lovely sunshine over there at Estoril, the colours of the cars on the screen are absolutely fantastic. So it's a really, really great end to a wonderful weekend of racing. And here we see now at turn one, we get a real impression of the size of this grid. It just disappears off into the distance under the Estoril banner that's across the track there. Now we cut to the cars leading the way round through turn 3. And we've got examples of the Mark 1 and the Mark 2 Escort in amongst this. A couple of Porsche 911s there. One of my family favourites, the Alfa Romeo, in the middle of the pack there. And led by the GT40 and the Merlin, with the Chevrolet Grand Sport, I see it's entered as. That looks to me like a Stingray, we would call it perhaps. I don't know whether perhaps it has a different name in Europe, in third place. And that's, I think, going to be shared by Allard Kalf, isn't it? Is he starting? No, it's Michael Campagna who's starting that car, but I think we'll see Allard Kalf take that over in the car that's in third on the grid. And as they stream through Parabolica Interior, they are stretching as far as the eye can see. A great sight. Adelino.
Yes, I just would like to point out a story that I find incredibly romantic. Usually you don't see all of this in a motor racing weekend. But can you spot the Porsche 911 pink one just passing through? Well, that car belongs to Annette Rollner. Annette Rollner is the wife of, and now you see the grey Porsche just passing by, is the wife of Lars Rollner. Lars is in the grey metallic 911 3-liter RS, and Annette is in the pink one. So they decided that they would like to have fun both during the weekend of racing, so they prepared two very, very similar cars. I talked with Pedro Fernandes, who takes care of the cars and is a friend of them, and he told me that Lars' car is a bit more aggressive, a bit more powerful, needs a bit more of an experienced hand to drive, and Annette's car is a little more soft and round so that she can handle it easier. But I think it's a wonderful story, and I think that's the sign of a marriage to last for long, because they share the same passion and they even share the same track time and the same race.
Well, we're coming round for the start now. The safety car has pulled into the pit lane and the field now being released. And this is a 50-minute race, and into an immediate lead goes the two more powerful cars perhaps, but the Merlin's coming back, and into the corner the Merlin of Carlos Barbo takes the lead. The little 1600cc engined car beats the 4.7 litres of Ford GT40, and also the big V8 engine in the Chevrolet as well. But by the time they get to turn 3, the GT40 is back into the lead again, the Merlin down into second place, but being challenged now by the Chevrolet of Michael Campagna as they go down towards VIP, and they're going round VIP now, and then that'll be onto the back straight. That's perhaps where the GT40 and the Chevrolet will pull away from the little Merlin, but will the Merlin be able to come back in the tighter sections of the track further round? Here we see now, in fact, the Merlin has lost also third place to the E-Type, which is started by Andy Newell, who is a British car preparer. He shares with Ria Sorter, who is a lady who is very quick indeed in that E-Type. And they in fact, it's shown as Ria Sorter starting the car, but I'm sure the film we saw, the camera shot, showed Andy Newell in that car in his traditional black helmet with the JCB logos on it. JCB standing for Bamford's, the digger manufacturers, JCB. The Bamford family, great car collectors. And into the lead has gone the Chevrolet ahead of the Ford GT40. So that's Michael Campagna into the lead. Second placed is now the Ford GT40 of Tancon. And they complete the first lap. And the Jaguar is in third place, Barbeau in the Merlin in fourth, but Barbeau's going for the inside of the Jaguar and will get through at turn 1. And then we've got two Porsches battling for 5th and 6th places. One of them you mentioned, the Rollner car you mentioned in your build-up, and that's in 5th place. But as we hold on that shot for a minute there, we saw the enormous grid just making its way down at the end of the first lap to turn 1. There's a Mark II Escort there battling away. Now we've got the Jaguar versus Porsche, and this is for 4th, 5th and 6th place. Up ahead of them, the GT40 is back into the lead again. The car number 89, Olivier Tancon, in the GT40, which was on pole position. In second place, Michael Campagna in the Chevrolet Grand Sport, and then in third place Carlos Barbeau, who has lost out again to the E-Type. So the E-Type's back up into third, Barbeau down into fourth, as we get that lovely rear shot of the GT40 twitching its way into turn 8 and then into the tight chicane. And it looks like the E-Type is still ahead of the Merlin. Yes, the E-Type still ahead of the Merlin, 3rd and 4th. And then behind them are the pair of Porsches. And it looks to be the silver one still ahead, the 242 Porsche of Lars Rollner. Just ahead, yes, the Merlin has lost out to the one of the Porsches, not the second one yet, but it's just the little 1600cc engine being outgunned at the moment by the 4.7 litres of the GT40, the Jaguar 3.8 litres, and the two Porsches 3 litres, and the little 1600cc really struggling a little bit as we see a car in the pit lane. That's the BMW 2002. That seems to have some problems underneath with the car up on the jacks, with the mechanic working underneath there. So
see the Datsun's
maybe a
battle,
transmission
it's always
problem.
like this. Yes, the Datsun will be fighting probably throughout the race. You have Francisco Freitas, José Carvalhosa and Tomás Pinto de Abreu. They're all friends, so they will have fun exchanging places, they will be at the back of the grid, but they wouldn't mind too much having fun. it's nice to see it at the front. You have a great variety of cars. The GT40, of course, developed in the mid to late 60s. The Chevrolet Corvette is, as you said it well, it's a Stingray. It really looks like a Grand Sport. Perhaps it is a recreation of a Grand Sport, since I think those cars are extremely rare, but I have no information regarding this particular car. And then we have the Jaguar E-Type that you so well described, driven by Rea Soter. Carlos Barbeau, I don't know if he's still in 4th place, or if he's, I think he's after, the Porsches are in front of Barbeau. But down the grid, we also have some interesting choices for this race. We have a Lotus 7 driven by João Mira Gomes. João Mira Gomes is currently the ambassador of the Portuguese ambassador in Spain, but is also a very well-known petrol head and car enthusiast. He's been racing several types of cars, and he really motors very well the little Lotus 7. We also have a bit ahead, we should have Luís Sousa Ribeiro with the number 177. He drives a BMW 2.8 CS, a car that actually has the livery similar to a car that Mário Cabral drove in the 6 hours of Nova Lisboa in Angola in 1971. That car, Mário Cabral's car, then received a new decoration, white and blue. And with that car, Cabral won the first race ever staged at the Autódromo of Estoril in 1972, the day of the inauguration. So lots of memories here and some landmark history present here. As we see one of the Porsches having apparently problems. It's number 60 that is fuming. Yeah, number 60, Bastos Rezende. The car is fuming, or it was. Now it doesn't seem to. And Ginetta is again in 4th position. Still the first 5 separated by 13 seconds, if my timing is correct. Alistair,
yes,
can you
the
confirm?
Little Merlin. Yes, the Little Merlin still in 4th place behind the E-Type, and then we see that Porsche that you mentioned. It's smoking very badly indeed, but only at certain points around the track. So we can see there through that long right-hander that it was throwing out a lot of smoke, but not on left-handers. So we'll see whether it does it again. There we saw a little puff of smoke there. That doesn't look too good for that car. The Porsche, the engine in the rear, so very short exhaust pipes. And there it is again, smoking into the face of your trio of Datsuns, which are having a great battle, as you said they would do.
Poor guys. Carlos Barbeau is getting perky.
Yes, just trying to find his way through as the smoke screen is laid by car number 60, the Porsche, Pedro Bastos Rezende, and we are focusing on that with the camera, and it's difficult to tell what's causing that to happen, because it's a lot of smoke coming from that car.
There's a black flag with an orange disc for this car, which makes perfect sense. In this condition, he's probably spreading oil all over the track.
That's so that car will have to come in to the pits, and we see now the leading Ford GT40 another Porsche in the pits, the 83 car. That's Bruno Iglesias Duarte in having attention to the engine, and looks like they might be changing spark plugs in that car with the spanner being used there by the mechanic. And here's the smoky Porsche, number 60, coming in. Number 60, Bastos Rezende, and again the engine cover comes up.
I don't know if you noticed the name on the airbox in front. It's Aurora. Aurora is a very famous tuning company, and that prepares lots of racing cars and has specialized in Porsches. They are located in Porto, and it is a household name for Portuguese motor racing. And now it is. It prepares several cars for historic racing here in Portugal.
Well, we have a picture on screen of the oil pouring out of the back of, I think that's the Porsche we're looking at there, by the shape of exhausts and the bumper. So I assume that's the one that was smoking, and that looks very, very serious indeed. It's coming out like it's coming out of a tap in your bathroom. And the mechanics are working on it, but I can't see how that can be repaired in time, or maybe it's just a pipe come off, and certainly a very serious oil leak. And we're looking now at great variety, because we've got the Ford Falcon. This is the Lotus 7, car number 14. Lotus 7, very popular car, built in the UK. By the Colin Chapman Lotus company, and he's gone through on the inside of the Ford Falcon.
Nice overtaking move by João Mira Gomes. He will be sharing the drive with Nuno Afoito, according to our information, and they are really motoring the little car. It's usually very fast, and of course it weighs almost nothing. So it can go around most of the cars and brake way later than the heavier ones. So it's nice to see them having fun. Oh, there was a moment there when you saw this Escort Mark 1 with the black hood. Have you noticed, Alistair?
Yes, yes, yes.
I think, well, the curse of commentators is perhaps attacking again the Austin 7, but that twin cam Escort is one of the earliest cars of that type here in Portugal, and and those cars were very popular in Portugal for some time, until they were of course superseded by the RS versions. But this particular car was the first Ford Escort twin cam that came to Portugal. It came for Francisco Santos, which was a Portuguese driver, very keen on Ford. Previously he had raced some Cortina GTs and then Cortina Lotus, or Lotus Cortina, which usually you prefer. In Portugal, actually, you always refer to that car to the Ford Cortina Lotus. But of course in Great Britain you always refer to him as the Lotus Cortina. So it's the same car. We use a different thing because the car here was clearly a weapon of promotion for the Ford Motor Company, not so much for Lotus. But as I was saying, this was the first, it's a genuine twin cam with competition history, and it's been driven by Manuel Ferrão in this race.
Well, the engine in the front of that Escort you were describing, the twin cam Escort, is the same engine used in the back of the Merlin, which is now challenging the E-Type for third place. And it's a great little squabble, this, with, I think I'm right in saying that is Andy Newell at the wheel of the E-Type. Certainly, as I said earlier, the shot we had on the grid showed Andy Newell in the car. and he's having a great battle with Carlos Barbo in that little Merlin Mark IV, as we focus now on the leader, the Ford GT40, number 89. The red car looks wonderful, and an Alfa there on screen. A good chance to look at the Alfa as the leader comes round to lap it. The type of Alfa that used in the very famous film The Italian Job. The police had those cars, and they were, of course, beaten by the three little minis, which got away with the gold. And we see the leader going down the main straight.
Yeah, actually, Andrea de Adamic won a rally, an international rally of the ACP in 1964 in an Alfa Romeo Giulia, naturally with the typical colors the works car had, which were white with the colors of the Italian flag. I think they are very, very interesting cars, and in period they were very, very fast and competitive, even though they used a 1.6 liter twin cam engine, the famous Bialbero from Alfa Romeo.
And we're about to see the leader lapping the two Datsuns that are still battling. Datsun has been renamed in Europe as Nissan now, so that's but it used to be called Datsun years ago, and these cars from the period when it was known as the Datsun, and they're about to be lapped by the leader coming through in the Ford GT40, coming round to complete 9 laps. And we're looking there at the little Lotus 7 and the pink Porsche you mentioned earlier on, the pink Porsche number 241 of Annette Rollner. And here's the battle again between the E-Type and the Merlin. It's still going on, and the E-Type having a lovely slide there, being drifted through that left-hand corner, and it's absolutely side by side between the E-Type on the left and the Merlin on the right. And oh dear, there's contact there between the two of them, and unfortunately it looks as though Carlos Barbo didn't realise that he hadn't fully passed the E-Type into that corner, and he turned in hoping to take the line, but of course the E-Type was still there, and that pushed him off the side of the track. But he's got going again, and hopefully no damage to either car. It's just I think what they call these days a racing incident. Neither driver was really at fault there, just close racing. So the Jaguar goes on, and still chased by the Porsche of car number 242, which is the Lars Rollner Porsche, and that in turn has Carlos Barbo now just behind. Adelino.
In the meantime, our Facebook is being bombarded by requests to show the Saab Sonnet. So perhaps our team could help us with fulfilling this wish. It's the car 170. 170. So if production can actually find it in the midst of these 40 cars that are still racing, we will try to help with the location of it very quickly. But so many admirers, they actually deserve that we try and find the car. You can see Luis Sousa Ribeiro's BMW there, actually exiting very, very fast and wagging his tail. Oh, another Porsche Aurora, Porsche from the Garagem Aurora, from Mestre Eduardo Santos. Yeah, that's the end of the race for car number 83.
And we were looking before then at a battle that was going on for the bottom end of the top 10 between the Shelby Mustang, the Porsche, and the BMW 2800, which preceded the 3-litre BMWs that we saw racing earlier. But we're now back with our Datsun, the favourites, at the back of the field. They aren't competitive at the front, but they are having a great. In fact, they're in the mid-30s in the pack. So we've got a 40-odd cars started the race. We've got a yellow flag and a safety car now, and we're showing an oil flag as well, or a slippery surface flag. So it may be that one of the cars that's retired, perhaps that Porsche that we saw pulling off, has dropped some oil on the track. That's a shame. Now the pit window is opening now. So Adelino, we're going to see a lot of cars coming into the pits, aren't we?
Yes, we are. I think we are, and it's going to be crowded, but it's going to be the right crowd, isn't it? Everyone eager to race and have fun, and racing with friends. In Estoril, what more can you ask? I think it's really perfect. But we'll try to spot the Saab Sonnet. I think it's now heading for turn 6. The Parabolica Interior. We'll have certainly an opportunity to have a glimpse of that car soon.
Now the leader goes through the chicane, so he may choose to come into the pits this time around. We've already got Carlos Barbo in the Merlin into the pits, also Ferreira in the Escort, and Cruz in the BMW have come in as the leader comes through Parabolica Ayrton Senna. And here we're looking at the Saab Sonnet. So there we are. We have, thank you very much to the director of the cameras. The requests to see the Saab Sonnet have been met, as 2 Fords come down the pit lane. The Ford Escort Mark II, followed by the Ford GT40. Slightly different cars from the Ford production line. And here we see once again our hard-working marshals applying the highly absorbent material to the oil slick, and that is confirmation that it was that Porsche we watched roll to a halt that caused that problem. Now we're in the pit lane, and we've got the leader of the race in the pits, and a good shot there of the Ford GT40 with the door open, and you can see how the door goes over and forms part of the roof. So when it's open, it's much easier for the drivers to enter and exit. That was part of the strategy for the driver changes at Le Mans, to make it easier and quicker for the drivers to get in and out of the car, which was so low, 40 inches high only. Door is shut on the leading car and will now be coming out of the pits at the end of its stop. We've got just about 26.5 minutes remaining in the race, and the team indicate that the time is up for the pit stop, and indicates to the driver that he can move back out onto the track again. So that's our leader back on track. That temporarily puts the Chevrolet Grand Sport of Campania into the lead, and the Jaguar E-Type, the green car, into second. Tancon returns to the circuit in the GT40. There's the safety car. And I think there'll be an advantage to the cars that do their pit stops during the safety car period, because they lose less time on the track. So it would be as well to come into the pits during this safety car period, if at all possible. And in fact, all the cars are being told to go through. The safety cars going through as well. So I think perhaps there's an instruction for everybody to go through the pit lane.
Yeah, obviously some of them will take the chance to pit now.
The E-Type number 52 and the Chevrolet just ahead, they are now leading the race, and they're coming up through the S's. There's a Ford Capri, a Mark II Ford Capri, a slightly later car from the late 70s. very successful in Group 1 saloon car racing with a 3-litre engine at the front, and took wins at the Spa 24 Hours. Now we've got the cars going into the pit lane, which I think they have to do anyway. I think they're being instructed to follow the safety car through the pit lane, but as you say, a lot of them will take the opportunity to dive into their pit boxes and take their mandatory pit stops. So a very, very busy pit lane indeed. And we can see here the Merlin returning to the track. So one of our leading cars, Carlos Barbo, is back out onto track. And I think, is that original Escort twin cam you told us about earlier that's just following it out onto the track there, Adelino?
Yes, it is. Isn't it beautiful? Even though a Mark I Escort, I'm doubtful that it could be considered very beautiful, but what it represents. And this car is very narrow at the front. Just at the back, it is a little wider. But it looks so pretty and so unmolested, and it's been a car restored with great care. It's not the fastest car around, but it is a really beautiful car to see in this condition. So, and we still think that when things calm down, I think we now have I think the timing considered that all cars have stopped, but I'm not quite sure they did mandatory stopped already. We have to see how this clears up, because
yes, they're counted as having been through the pit lane because they are behind the safety car, but we don't know whether they actually stopped and did their pit stops, because the counter that shows us whether they've been through the pits is just triggered by the car entering the pit lane, not stopping at its pit. So,
I think what it did is the cars that already, the cars that have mentioned that they stopped twice, those are the ones who already pitted. I think, but we have to rely on this, because I know the Ford GT40 stopped and did the mandatory pit stop, and it has the information that it pitted twice. So let's see how the race unfolds. We have green flag again.
And the little Merlin, I think, now has been taken over by Pedro Matos. Is that correct, from Carlos Barbo? I think that was the plan, wasn't it? Carlos has got black overalls and that driver has white overalls.
I think so, and he's still in the same lap of the leader. Let's see if he can make up ground. We need a couple of laps to see if everyone already pitted. I don't think so. I think that there are still a lot of cars that have yet to stop. But the pit window will close in less than 1.5 minutes.
Yes, I think they'll all have had to have stopped, or if they haven't, they'll have to stop this time around, because they'll not be back at the pit lane in time. And we're looking here at the car, the Chevrolet Grand Sport, that's running in second place with Michael Campagne at the wheel, and the Ford GT40 is out in the lead still, Tancon, and the Chevrolet coming through the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. There's the leader, the Ford GT40, number 89 of Olivier Tancon, and about to catch another example of a Ford car, the Ford Falcon, which was very successful in saloon car racing in the 60s. Uses the same engine, maybe not this one. I haven't looked what the CC of the Falcon is, but if it's 4.7 litres, which they often are, yes it is. It's the same engine as in the GT40, the 4.7 litre Ford V8 engine used in both those cars. And just very neatly following on behind them, it looks like a Ford Capri. So we've got 3 Fords in a row, the GT40, the Ford Falcon and the Ford Capri. And ahead of them is the Porsche. So here's the leader coming up through the chicane. And this will be when he comes round
There is
to the main straight. 14 laps completed.
Yeah. Carlos Barbo's woes are not finished because car number 227 has received a drive-through overtaking before the finish line. That's probably the lap when the safety car entered. But it's probably not Carlos Balbo driving anymore. It could be his racing partner.
Yes, we actually had that on screen, and I can see how that kind of happened, because there was certainly confusion in my mind as to whether the safety car was going in or whether it was telling the drivers to follow it through the pit lane once again. But we'd had the message that the safety car was going in. But I think the little Merlin was already going off on another lap, and it must have just passed one of the slower cars before the start-finish line, which is quite a way down the track beyond the pit lane entry. So Carlos has had some trouble with penalties this weekend, as we see one of the Porsches, the 924 Porsche, I think that is. No, it was the
9146.
914, yes, with the 6-cylinder engine. So that's running in 17th place, Vieira.
We see another Alfa Romeo, that grey Alfa Romeo pursuing the Chevrolet, is a very close replica of a 1750 GT-AM. So I was talking to Pedro Fernandes, who also prepares this car, and he told me it was made very carefully, including with the capacity of the engine. It was made on top of an original 1750 Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint. So we can also see now behind the Chevrolet the Jaguar E-Type of Robert Frovine. He told me that this car was prepared according to the specification of semi-lightweight Jaguar E-Types. It's a roadster with the hardtop and the engine mildly prepared for this. So Robert is a gentleman driver that takes great fun driving here in Estoril, and actually I think he's spending more and more time in this area. It's a good example of someone who adopted Cascais as his second home.
We see now the leader, the GT40, passing once again, lapping the two Datsuns, still battling away. And that's for the class lead as well, those two Datsuns. So they have an important race to run, as we look now at the Merlin of the taken over from Carlos Barbo by Pedro Matos, passing the Porsche. And I think that was is that the 242 Porsche? Yes, that was for position. So Matos has moved up to third place with the Merlin, having got past the Rollner Porsche number 242 on that lap.
Yes, that's the pair husband and wife. So it's Lars Rollner, the pair of the pink 911 3-liter RS of Annette Rollner, that's currently in 16th place. They are certainly going to win the husband and wife award in this race, as long as they both finished, which will certainly happen.
Well, we have a message on the screen that there's a drive-through penalty for the car we're looking at now, the 227 Merlin, for what we were talking about earlier, overtaking before the finish line at the end of the safety car. I haven't seen that car come through. It's showing as being through the pits twice, which would be right with the safety car laps through the pits. So I think we'll probably see the car come in the next lap or two to serve that drive-through penalty. And that will drop it back behind the Lars Rollner Porsche for fourth place. The next car back is car number 8, the Cobra Daytona of Tankon, and it may well lose a position to that as well. Here we see the Merlin coming down the main straight, so he's chosen not to take that drive-through penalty on this particular lap. I think he will have to take it within 3 laps, so he must come in and serve that penalty. Otherwise he'll be told to come in and park the car and not rejoin the race. As we look at the leader coming through the chicane in the GT40, the leader by 43 seconds now in the GT40 number 89, Olivier Tankon, 43 seconds ahead of the Chevrolet Grand Sport number 110 of Michael Campagne. Coming around to complete lap 17. We notice we have a pit caller, which is not scheduled because it's outside of the pit window, for our class leader in the 1971 class. That's the BMW 2800 CS, car number 177 of Luis Souza Ribeiro. And that, of course, now is dropping down as it sits in the pit lane, so a possible problem for our class leader there. And it was running in 8th or 9th place overall. And it looks like it was a quick pit stop because it's now shown as coming out of the pit lane. So that's the 177 car has lost the class lead. That's now been taken by the 337 Porsche. That's Piero Dal Masso, Nuno Nunes. There's 3 drivers in that car actually. Don't know how they get 3 drivers in a car when there's only 1 pit stop, but that's in the 2.5 litre Porsche ST. Car number 337 takes the lead of class 1971. And we noticed also the Porsche 914 that we saw slow a couple of laps ago on screen has slowed again. So is that problems for that car? That's running down in, well, it's actually just taken a place. 21st place, Vieira, in car number 17, the white Porsche 914 with the 6-cylinder engine. There it is on screen, actually, at the back of this group, just ahead of the Mark II Escort, the red car with the blue stripe, and the second of the Datsuns waving the faster cars through, Adelino.
Yes, they are, but we can spot also the Saab Sonnet of Paulo Souza, the red car between the Alfa Romeo and the grey Porsche, the metallic grey Porsche. It's the Saab Sonnet, front-wheel drive car, a very unusual shape. You can see them now entering the straight, the finish line straight. 10 minutes to go.
And the 227 Merlin is taking its drive-through penalty.
Oh, what happened with the Sonnet? It's again the curse of the commentator, I think, and this time it's my fault. I was pushing so hard for the car to appear here, following the requests of the audience that has been messaging our and putting comments on our Facebook page. It's a pity, just 9 minutes to go, and Paulo Sousa, she's deserved to finish this race.
You mentioned earlier on about the Chevrolet Grand Sport, which you said was a very rare car. You're absolutely right. Only 5 were ever made, and it was supposed to be a car that could be produced for racing to compete. In 1962, the Corvette was very heavy. The Saab Sonnet has pulled up to the side of the track, and Duntov, the designer, decided to build a lightweight car, and he called it the Grand Sport. But sadly, he planned to build 125 cars, but sadly the management found out about it and put a stop to it, and only 5 were ever built. That's the car we're looking at on screen, an extremely rare version of what was supposed to be a car to beat the Shelby Cobras, which were much more competitive.
Yet the Sonnet, the Sonnet came back to life. Have you seen? The car was moving again. I thought perhaps it was wishful thinking, but I thought the Saab moved a bit. Yes, I don't have the information I have from its transponder is that it's now moving again.
We've got some further penalties for cars that have looks like
there
car
it
number
goes.
7.
Saab.
The leader comes through in
you can
the
go,
GT40.
Yeah, you can go ahead with the penalties. Sorry, we have some lag here between our conversation. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, we've just seen on our screen that we've got some penalties. They're not explained as to why they've got them. But car number 17, which is in 18th place, that's the Vieira Porsche 914, which is shown as having a drive-through penalty. Car number 60 is in 34th place, that's Bastos Rezende in the Porsche 911. Car number 177, that's Suso Ribeiro in what was a class-leading car some laps ago, that came into the pits in the BMW 2.8 litre. And finally, car number 545 in 30th position, the BMW 1600 Ti of Guerin. They've all got penalties. We haven't been told why. Now we're looking at the Merlin again, having done its drive-through penalty, and we've got a good battle building up with the Merlin just ahead of the Lars Rollner Porsche and the Tancon Cobra and the Ferrera Porsche Ford Escort RS 1600. All those 4 cars running closely together, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th places. Then it's in 7th, the Ria Sorta E-Type, car number 52, the green car, which was started by Andy Newell. Here comes the Merlin now. So this is in 3rd place. And the Porsche of Rollner just behind the silver car, number 242, they're in 4th place. Gap between them about 5 seconds, just under. And then behind Rollner is the Daytona Cobra.
Yeah, we are missing now the fight between Oldendorf in the Alfa Romeo GT AM that we've seen previously and Robert Frovine's Jaguar E-Type, the grey, metallic grey Jaguar with the red stripe. They've been racing together for most of the race, and they are at the moment separated by little more than 1 second. They are battling for 15th place. And now one of the Escort Mark II had a spin. I'm sure he will be able to rejoin soon. Car number 518. Luís Liberal. Luís Liberal in the Ford Escort RS 2000. Is currently in
another
20th
lap.
place.
Leader completes another lap. 22 laps now by Tancon in the GT40 with just about 3 minutes remaining in the race. So another couple of laps for the red GT40. There's the second placed car, the 110 Campagne Chevrolet Grand Sport, which is running 1 minute and 5 seconds behind the leader, just coming up through the S's. And then the fastest car on track is actually the third placed car, number 227, which has had its troubles in this race. It's had a drive-through penalty, started by Carlos Barbo, number 227, but now taken over by Pedro Matos. And that car is about 23 seconds behind Campagne and going well over 3 seconds a lap quicker, but just not enough time with that drive-through penalty pushing it back, just not enough time to catch, as we see yet another Porsche. I'm afraid Porsche not proving to be the most reliable car in this race. Another Porsche pulling off as Matos goes through to complete a lap. 22 laps completed. Then it's this very close battle for 4th and 5th places. Lars Rollner and Tancon, as we see an Escort pulled up now, number 48.
Yes.
And that was in 7th position.
It was Miguel Ferreira, Ford Escort RS 1600. It's a pity he was doing a very good race. He was lapping consistently at 2 minutes 1 second, so it was going very well.
Well, the leader now onto his final lap, having just passed Ford Escort Mark II, and there's the second placed car of Campagne in the Chevrolet Grand Sport, just coming up through the chicane. A little bit of a sideways moment there as he powers out of the corner, but there's the leader ahead and on its final lap, just about to lap the Porsche 914 again. And the 23 laps have been completed by the leader. There's our third placed car, the little Merlin Mark IV, number 227 of Matos, and despite the drive-through penalty has remained on the same lap as the leaders and is closing in on the Chevrolet. It's now only 20 seconds behind, but just not enough time. This is the last lap, so he won't catch the Grand Sport as the leader goes into the final section of the track through the chicane, up the hill. He's got the E-Type just in front of him, semi-lightweight, I think you described it as, the silver one with the red stripe, and through the S's.
It
now,
is, yes, it's precisely, yeah.
Around Parabolica Ayrton Senna for the final time, and turning onto the main straight with a BMW just pulling into the pit lane, but the leader will go across the line to take the checkered flag, which goes out now, and so a win for Olivier Tancon in the Ford GT40. Here's our second place car making his way around at the through the Parabolica interior. That's the car of Michael Campagna in the Chevrolet Grand Sport. Down now to the final section of the track, up to turn 8, and then the tight chicane up the hill. And this, as we've said, a very rare car indeed, which was designed to try and beat the Shelby Cobras, but was never put into proper production, only 5 ever built. And through the final corner, the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, comes Campagna to take second place in the race onto the main straight. Same class as the GT40, so second in the GTP class. And a spirited drive from the little Merlin Mark IV with the Lotus twin cam engine. Here it is now. It was closing all the time on the Chevrolet, but just hadn't got enough time to take this place. So finishes third, despite a drive-through penalty, and the gap at the end just 16 seconds. So he took another 4 seconds off on that last lap. So a great drive from Matos, who took over from Carlos Barbo in the Little Merlin to get third place and third in GTP. We should see the Porsche through in fourth place. That's the 242 Silver Lars Rollner Porsche, which will win the 1976 class. And it does, crosses the line, and only 3 seconds behind at the end was the Cobra Daytona of Xavier Tancon, car number 8, which wins the 1965 class.
If I'm not mistaken, the Rollner couple will take the first 2 places of the podium in the 1976 category. So we'll have Lars and Annette Rollner in the first top spots of the podium for that category, which is nice.
Indeed, yes. Yes, you're right, because Annette finished in 11th place overall, but was second in the 1976 class. So the Tancon Daytona Cobra finishes 5th.
I'm sure that if Annette likes Rollner's Cup more, he'll be more than glad to exchange for the second place one as soon as they arrive home. So.
Sixth place went to a car in the invitation class. That was number 95, the BMW 323i. And the Grand Sport, despite being a very rare car, being flung around on the slowing down lap through the chicane. Yes, Campagna deciding to give his Grand Sport a bit of a slide.
And we have Rui Belmont now with the winner. Rui, go ahead.
Okay, we are here with Olivier. We saw him yesterday in the 60s race. Today he won this last race, the Iberian historic endurance. Let's see what he has to say after this fantastic race. Olivier, 2 wins this weekend, 2 great races, 1 win this weekend, but this one was amazing.
Yeah, thank you. That was very nice. Everything went really well, and I just can't complain. I'm just really happy.
Any kind of problems throughout the race?
No. Just I saw my dad in the last few laps and I almost caught him. So I wanted to catch him. I didn't manage. But no problems.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Olivier wants the race with this beautiful Ford GT40. Other drivers are getting to the pit lane at the moment. The second place also with this fantastic Cobra, fantastic car also, and also the third place for the beautiful Merlin, the little and light Merlin. That's usually driven by Carlos Barbo. Fantastic third place for the beautiful Merlin after this 50 minutes race, a race that saw the beautiful Ford GT40 finished in first place at the end of this 50 minutes. This was the last race of this 2020 Classics Estoril. We hope to see these cars, these drivers once again in 2021. Sorry guys, and I'll let it to you, Adelino and Alistair, to finish this fantastic weekend.
Thank you so much, Rui. You were pretty fantastic also with these interviews during the weekend. We should now see the highlights of this race, and with 41 cars at the start. And the battle between particularly the Jaguar E-Type and the Merlin, they were fierce and ended up in a clash that actually delayed a little bit the smaller car. Alistair, what are your thoughts regarding this last race, the memorial of Mario Cabral, the historic endurance racing?
Oh, well, it was a fascinating race. Partly because there were so many cars, but it was the variety of cars that really attracted the attention, with everything from what we see here, a Lotus 7, right through to the Porsches, Jaguars, Daytona Cobras, the little Merlin, so quick with its little 1600cc engine, and great to see those cars battling on the track together. Some very close action there we saw between the Lotus 7 and one of the Datsuns as well. Here comes our leader, the GT40 Olivier Tancon, and you heard him mention in the interview there that he was catching up with his dad, who was in the AC Cobra Daytona. He's coming up to lap him, didn't quite catch him in the end. The Xavier Tancon finished in fifth place in car number 8, and there's the spin for the Merlin after that little clash with the Jaguar. And then we saw one of the Porsches retiring, and the GT40. There's the Saab Sonnet, another view of the Saab Sonnet for our fans out there watching on the live stream. And here's the Chevrolet Grand Sport, the Ford GT40 in first and second places. And finally we're looking at the Merlin again. The Datsuns, we had a glimpse of them there battling away, which they did throughout the whole race, as Adelino told us they would. And there's the Grand Sport coming up through the tight section. Now we got the checkered flag for Olivier Tancon in the GT40. Wins the last race of the day, and there's the Campania Grand Sport finishing in second, and the little Merlin of Barbo and Matos finishing in third place. So that concludes our racing weekend. It's been an absolute pleasure working with the team that have been supporting us for this live stream, and thank you very much, Adelino. It's been great working with you, and I've really enjoyed the races in Estoril for the classics, and I've really enjoyed your weather. We just would like some here, please.
Well, with the global warming thing happening, so perhaps in 200 years or something, you probably have the same weather as we do. Well, so, but I would like to hear from Rui Belmonte. I think he did a wonderful job complementing the information we had here on the screens. He was there talking with the drivers throughout the weekend, and I would like you, Rui, to tell me a bit about what you thought about this racing. Don't forget the motorbikes, because you're clearly a specialist, and I would like to know how you feel after this weekend. We are in the final moments of the event.
Oh, it was a great weekend. Alistair was talking about the weather. This is the best month to do races here at Estoril, no doubt about it, because you have less wind than in the other months. In the summer you have also a little bit of windy moments, especially at this time of the day. After 3-4 o'clock, the wind starts to grow and grow with a larger intensity. So this is the best month. Usually October, it's not a windy month here at Estoril. We had a fantastic Saturday and Sunday with lots of sun, good weather, no rain as in other parts of Europe. So it was a perfect weekend. Lots of cars, beautiful cars, fantastic drivers also, beautiful motorcycles with a lot of history also. So I think this showed everyone that this event is building his way to be one of the most important maybe in Europe in the next few years. We had at the beginning 250 cars getting on their way to Estoril, but the COVID scene, all the restrictions turned to be impossible to have so many cars here at Estoril, but I believe that next year we'll have 250, maybe more cars at this event. It was also one of the first major events here in Portugal to have such a long period of television, of broadcast to show the world what we have here, to show everyone what's all about historic car racing. So I think some boundaries have been broke by the organization. Some new things have been put here at the table of this event. I believe that this event has it has a lot to grow from this moment with motorcycles, with cars, with several drivers from so many countries in Europe, and not only Europe. So it was a perfect weekend. I believe so. Alistair was such a good input to all of us. As you said, Adelino, I'm a motorcycle, mainly a journalist, so it was good to me to learn from two such experienced guys in this scene, to know a little bit more, a lot more, not a little bit, about this scene of historic car racing. It was a pleasure for me, and I hope to be here again next year with you guys.
Thank you very much, Rui. Your contribution was invaluable, and we really thank you for that. We are waiting for the podium. We want to leave you just after we deliver the final prizes, the winners of the final race, the Iberian Historic Endurance Nisha Cabral Memorial. We continue with the highlights of this great race, very well contested, with 41 cars at the start. Not all of them reached the end, but while they were on track, they gave us enormous pleasure to see. I quite fancied this decoration and the sticker that says Sex Pistols on the top of the windscreen of the Chevrolet Corvette. And we are at the podium. We're waiting for this should be the category for the spirit category. and that means these are the boys of the Datsun 1200. So I can see Francisco Freitas on the right. He was paired with a Spanish driver, and then you have Tomás and António Pinto de Abreu, father and son. They shared the drive of the Datsun 1200. There you go with the trophies and the bottle of champagne. Yeah, why not? Go for it. The races are run, so they can call a cab later on to go home. And there is also some prize money for them to go to dinner, perhaps the four of them. Guillermo Velasco is, of course, shared the winner car of this category with Francisco Freitas. His name was slipping from my tongue, and I didn't want to mess it up. So Guillermo Velasco, congratulations for your win. We have several categories to award now. Let's see if I can find them all. Still have a few more images of the Circuito de Estoril. There is some beauty in an empty circuit, although of course we preferred it with fast cars and fast motorbikes. A circuit founded in 1972. It was a lady that actually is responsible for us to have this track, Fernanda Pires da Silva. She has her name associated forever to this circuit. The Brazilian architect Nigel Cornelson designed this track that had three different configurations at the start. Now the podium, I think it is for the 1965 category. So Xavier Tancogne with the AC Cobra Daytona. Ria Soter that shared the driving with Andrew Newall. And Van Marshall with the Ford Mustang Shelby. He should be the third placed car placed in the category for 1965 cars. Again, returning a bit to the history of Cascais circuit while we wait a bit more. As I told you, Nigel Cornelson was the architect of the circuit, and he designed it with three different configurations. There was an outside circuit without the middle section that we would consider to be there was a direct connection between corner number 3 and number 7. the corner we call orelha, or the ear corner. So those would not exist. There was a straight line with a small kink between corner number 2 and the older corner number 9. There was, of course, the complete section with the inside area, VIP corner, a back straight, and the parabolic interior. And there was also just a novel circuit that was very seldom used, but it was in the original project. We're still waiting for another podium to be completed. I remember that this is the Iberian Historic Endurance Race, the last race of the weekend. But I can fill you in with a few more details of the history of the Autódromo do Estoril history. There was a previous race, even while the circuit was in construction. There was a kind of a rallycross race where people were actually anxious to try the new track, even though it was not finished. It didn't have tarmac. But the inauguration was in 1972. First race was on Saturday for Group 2 cars, and Mario Cabral won that race in a BMW 2800 CS Schnitzer. There were also some races, other races, one for sports cars and prototypes. If I recall correctly, Carlos Gaspar won the race in his Lola T280. There was also a single-seater race that combined Formula Ford and Formula V, and another race for touring cars, which Mario Cabral also won in a BMW 2002 Ti. And we have another podium now. And I think it is the podium for the 1971 category, Oldendorf with Alfa Romeo GTA M. He did a good race. He had quite some struggle with Diogo Coutinho in the BMW 2800 CS, and also Piero Dalmaso in third place with a Porsche 2.5 ST. Congratulations to them all. And I ask Alistair just a few final words before we say our goodbyes. Alistair, can you read me? Well, thank you. It was really my pleasure. I loved being your wingman in this. It was your experience was valuable, most valuable, particularly because it's the first time we're doing this in this fashion, live streaming. With you in England, I'm in Portugal. We have all the challenges of a struggle. With some lag and some difficulties in connection, even though technical team was great. Yeah, I think I have to say a few words with this podium. This would be the 1976 category, and we have Lars Rollner on the top spot, his wife in the pink suit, Annette Rollner, in second place. And I have also my friend Carlos Dias Pedro on the right with the white overalls, and his co-driver, whose name I will say in just a few moments, I need to confirm it, with the Ford Escort RS 2000. The first three finishers, the three best cars and teams in the 1976 category here in this race. And Carlos Dias Pedro was paired with Ricardo Pereira. They did a very good job. The Escort is a very different machine from the Porsches, and yeah, the spoils for this wonderful couple that share their motor racing passion. Yeah, you throw champagne like a little girl. But yeah, you should try that again. But it was fun actually seeing them on the podium. And Alistair, yes, it was a great pleasure to be with you. To not in person, which we will have to arrange for next year, for sure. I would love to have you by my side so that we can share coffee and grab a beer after the races. And hopefully we will be able to do this next year in Estoril Classics 2021. Thank you. Please thank also your good friend, your brother, Russell, for all the help he gave us this weekend. We really appreciate that.
Which made, I think, some of the histories of the cars more interesting as we watched them on the track. So thanks once again.
Thank you very much, and I wish you now a good rest and a good recovery from this weekend's hard work. Thank you very much. Well, we're still waiting, I think, for the final podium, where we hope to see Olivier Tancogne, Campagne et Barbeau. And Barbeau, I don't know if it's now. It's the final podium. The three fastest teams in this 15-minute race. 4 GT40 on top. The team Campagne Calf with Michel Campagne in the Chevrolet Grand Sport, and Carlos Barbeau and Diogo and Pedro Matos. To confirm, yes, Pedro Matos in the little Merlin Mark IV. So to the winners, the spoils of victory and champagne. Congratulations to all. Yeah, this is a proper celebration. You deserve it. Great racing for this final race of Estoril Classics 2020. We'll be coming back next year with a bigger, better, and more spectacular event than this one. Hopefully with the same kind of weather we enjoyed this weekend. This is Adelino Diniz. I'm ready to sign out for this after the weekend. Thank you everyone for being with us. Thank you for all the drivers that were very keen to talk with us, to tell us some information, and everyone around here. Even in the schedule and the program, it was impeccable. Race control and marshals, I think, all did a very, very good job. I'm saying my goodbyes in English, and then I hope you forgive me for that my final words would be in Portuguese. So, thank you very much. See you next year. E agora, em português, obrigado a todos. Obrigado Estoril, obrigado Cascais. Até para o ano.